Sure shows a difference down there. Raymond goes red by 300s. Goes 731 at 93 miles an hour, 1081 at 50 miles an hour. Comes up on the left side. We continue rolling through our one and only time trial session for the day. Mother Nature won yesterday, but she appears to be smiling on us this morning. Sunshine on the racetrack is a beautiful thing. Hey, Brett and Carson, you guys both had perfect reaction time, so you have a bag of donuts waiting in the tower. Come grab them whenever. All right, just taking a quick little break here. Just can't even reach. It's like stretched way out there. Deer golf cart in front of the tower. You can probably put the rain gear away. I don't think we're going to need it the rest of the weekend. I like the Jeep. That thing's cool.
Well, and Alan, I believe that that thing is out of like Washington or something. He's a different division. He came down here and visited with us for a while. So came down for the Hangover Nationals. He said this is like his 5th year down here.
Did you drive it down?
I don't believe he drove it down, but that thing is cool.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's any place to put a suitcase in it. That thing is cool.
It's like the old MGs. You strap it to the bed there.
Actually, it looks like there'd be a lot of luggage area, like out in front of the engine.
Well, if you make it like type of wing or something, it'll blow the rain over the top of you. You don't get wet.
Just don't drive on a train. Come on, man. Have we figured it out yet? Yay! Does that mean I can stop talking now? Take a break? See you guys Tuesday? I was just reliving great moments of Tucson Dragway history, like the time I match raced farm truck. Kicked his ass. You don't have to take my word for it. Come up and I'll show you the video. And or come by my shop and I'll show you the autographed $20 bill since we ran for real money. Real money. Well, apparently it's going to be another moment here. Hey, you heard Bruce earlier talking about the Nitro Club raffle. You can win yourself a Nitro Club. Wouldn't that what a Nitro Club raffle would be? I mean, if you have a new car raffle, what are you winning? A new car. And Bruce said we're having a Nitro Club raffle. Oh, in the Nitro Club. The raffle items, tickets, and rules are available in the Nitro Club. And we got all kind of interesting stuff.
There's all kinds of neat stuff. We got an Arctic cooler, cordless screwdrivers, Cobalt leaf blower, and about $250 worth of Harbor Freight gift card. How's that?
Well, the second one sounds pretty stupid. What was the second one?
Cordless screwdriver.
Okay, as opposed to what? A corded screwdriver?
A corded screwdriver. How do you get a corded screwdriver?
That's what I'm asking. Have you ever seen a corded screwdriver?
I've never seen a corded screwdriver, so...
I've got a couple of $1 billion worth of tools from back in my heavy equipment mechanic days. I got a lot of screwdrivers, not one of them got a cord on it.
Yeah. It's like the thing you can't get started on the hose and not a hose, on the shovels. You know, when you can't get them started, you try to get them started. They don't start. They're not electric either.
Well, they make electric shovels, though.
But mine, I can't get started. But it's, yeah, a cordless screwdriver.
Somebody's going to have to show me a corded one. Every screwdriver I've ever seen is cordless. Well, it is.
So So you all go up there to the Nitro Club and put your money down.
Quick little Zamboni operation down there, and we'll be right back after it. Oh, look, here comes Little Red Riding Hood. I don't think you have to ask James what his favorite color is, do you? Quick little touch-up on the start line. We'll be right back at it. Hey, and while it's quiet, remember Brett, Carson, you guys both had perfect lights. Come get yourself a bag of donuts. Drop a bag of donuts, grab a bag of donuts. Got chocolate, got powdered. Pick your fave. And just so everybody didn't come up and ask later like they always do, no, if you have a 001 or 002, that's not half a bag of donuts. I did have a guy come up one time and made up he had like the whole argument. He was ready to go. 001 for at least a half a bag of donuts. I said, okay, finally, I'll give in. Tired of arguing about it. So I opened a bag of donuts. Bit half off of each one, gave him the remaining halves, and that was pretty much the end of the argument. I'm trying to see what it says on the back of the Jeep. I have to remember tomorrow to bring my bionic eyes. I can't believe I forgot those this morning. That's good to know. If you need a hair of the frog or an eye of the newt or something like that, you know where to go for it. 646, 103 miles an hour for the Witch's Brew. Kyle Fritz, meanwhile, goes 688, 668, 6688. And here comes Tyler South. And the Dodge Dart. Camaro over on the right side. That's John. Just John. What's your name? John. What's your name? John. Just John. Call me John. The Z28 from the Forgotten Era, Gen 2. Oh, 002 for John. I almost want to come back on us. That close. Not quite. Now we get into the time machine. Let's go back. Robin the Barracuda, 1966 model. And Mark Jones in a Mustang, 1960. On the right side, Denny Valdo, 1972 model. They got a big block in it. Oh, he didn't tell me. You're supposed to tell me these things. Well, you don't have to, but it'd be nice. A bag of donuts. Wolf goes 715 at 95 miles an hour after dropping donuts on the starting line. Denny, meanwhile, goes 602 at 116 miles an hour. Just misses that 5-second club. What do we got in the 5-second club now? 5, I believe? Not a whole lot. Not a bunch. So when Marv comes and gets the donuts, you think he's going to wolf them down? Inside joke, if you know, you know. Well, the good thing is the rev limiter works. 605 comes up for Tracy. 113 miles an hour. Somebody was taking that baby off the limiter down there. Carly, meanwhile, goes 95 miles an hour. Brings up the Chevy S10. And the Challenger E-Body. We need to find out more about the Challenger. cool Fairmont, a word that you don't hear very often, but that's a pretty cool Fairmont. Not every. Donuts. Nobody picked them up yet. And hold up. Nope. Apparently we're going to back up the boo. It's dribbling something. Should go ahead and send the Camaro. I thought we'd go ahead and send the Camaro. Trying to figure out why we're not sending the Camaro. He's warmed up, he's ready, his tires are warm. Tim O'More just asked the same question. Can I go ahead and make my run? Yeah, we got a lacquer thinner or the methanol or whatever, and 5 guys with mops, and Tim O'More is still sitting down there going, "What? Can I just go? I'm ready." Apparently, they're afraid that if he goes by himself, he'll feel lonely, I guess. All right, Tim's going to go ahead and roll on in. By the way, closed circuit, if the live feed is up and running, give me a link and I'll blast it out. I think you can find it at www. H-mile clocks, 582 and 120 miles an hour. How can I make your life better? Donuts? Yeah? You had a perfect light? Can you prove it? Want chocolate or powdered? Thank you for being here. You can win more than one. You just have to have another perfect light. Okay. All right. You bet. Thank you for being here. All right. Donuts collected. Remember, drop the perfect reaction time. Come up and get a bag of donuts. 7:31, 92 miles an hour for Jeff Cox. We're going to continue. Yeah, looks like we're going to have a bit more cleanup than I originally anticipated. I thought it was just a little something down there on the starting line, but turns out there's a little more than that, so we'll get that taken care of. Meanwhile, Randy Lee, 69. 615. 109 and change. But this might be my favorite Mustang so far. The 67 model. 67 notchback. Sweet. I don't recall ever seeing that car before. Is it Brian Lee, Bobby Lee? Brian Lee. 67 model notchback. What might be too loud? 636, 105 miles an hour. Comes up for the Mustang. That thing's pretty quick. I like it. Here comes a Fairmont wagon. Which Fairmont do you like better, the sedan or the wagon? Please tell me we have a coupe. Please tell me. Like one of my all-time favorite jokes. You know why a chicken coupe has 2 doors? If it had 4 doors, it'd be a chicken sedan. Brad Fisher. And the wagon. Let's go. A Fairmont wagon with a third wheel. At 87 miles an hour. And here comes the first gen Mustang. Steve Lee. We had Brian Lee. This is Steve. Steve's got the older car, the 65 model. Oh, and we do have we need to have like a Fairmont shootout of some sort. Or a Fairmont photo op. Seriously. Is Kelso here? Kelso's here. Kelso got a picture of that. 689, 98 miles an hour for Stephen Lee. Kelso, we need pictures. We need to have, like, somehow get all the Fairmonts together. I don't know. I don't care how you do it. Just do it. Speaking of classic Mustangs, have you seen the new Don's Hot Rod Shop calendar? April's my favorite month. Here comes Derek Fisher and his Fairmont. So we have the coupe. I mean, Ford guys all know this, but a Fairmont is actually the exact same platform. It's a Fox platform. So any hot rod part built for a Fox body Mustang will bolt right onto a Fairmont. 805, 84 miles an hour. Here comes Henry Leva and his Dodge Dart. At 98 miles an hour. Okay, I think we're going to run the Vega and then we're going to call timeout and do the Zamboni work. stripe 636, 107 miles an hour. Quick little starting line touch-up, and we should be ready to go again. Okay, my goal is not to play that again all weekend, but if you don't make me play it, I won't play it. Fair enough? Bob Kalman left. Bob Lohman right. Bob is in that classic pickup, 69 miles. While Bob is in the 67 mile Camaro. .11, 95 miles an hour comes up and down. Gonna bring up Juan Carlos Ortiz on the left side and Evan Graves to the right. Chocolate or powder? You can win more, you just gotta have another perfect light. Have a racer in need. If you got a 3/8 male right-hand threaded heim joint, a 3/8 heim joint, male right-hand thread, I've got a racer in need. If you have that heim joint, Kyle Fritz is in need. Or you can come up and see me and I'll get in touch with Kyle and we'll get it to him. But if you have that heim joint, 3/8 male right-hand thread, please. She fell over on her right side, 69 mile, I do believe. And here comes the Outlaw, Joe Kidd Jr. Oh, Kidd trying to steal my donuts. It's 002. Banana. 677, 100 miles an hour comes up for Joe. 676, 100 miles an hour. Finish it up. Then I bring up Cliff Hall in the Falcon. That thing's cool. Like slam down in the weeds, a little wing on the back of it. Excuse me, Razor coming through. Just trying to be helpful. Cole Rouse on the right side. In his El Camino. Vintage 1979. Two red machines left in the way. 659 comes up for Cliff. 794 comes up for Cole. And just like that, we got two more. Now what did I do? Howard DeVore left, Tony Marconi right. Marconi, Team El Bandito Yankee, Tequila. Uh-oh, there's about to be smoke coming out of the tower. I can see it now. Is that the smoke button? Both of them easing their way in. Marconi, we got another member of the 5 Second Club. 119 miles an hour, 690. 98 miles an hour. Comes up in the left side. Did you break it again? You broke it again. Paul Norton on the left side, Jimmy Southwick on the right. Warden in the Vega, Southwick in the S10. I do. Listen up in the pit. Attention in the pit. Juniors, I would like my 6 to 9-year-olds to head this way, please. And my double entered only. If you are a double entered, 10 to 17. And 6 to 9s. But I want to get the doubles up here first so you guys can run and hot lap your way back around. 6 to 9 and double entered. Come on down. Jim having a problem with the truck, and I'm not sure he's going to have enough oomph to oomph his way down to the turnoff down there. Juniors, 6 to 9, and the double entered senior junior drivers. We need to come up with like names. Like we could have the younger drivers could be the wait, I'm working on this. The popcorn set, and the older junior drivers could be the Geritol set. What do you think? 13 years old, you're in the Geritol Club. Yes. Reagan Walcott, 734, 102 miles an hour, 711 for Eric Holsley, 97 miles an hour. And once again, we got a little mopping activity going on out there. Need to find a mop song. Is there a good mop song? Hey Siri, find me a mop song. If your iPhone just heard that, you're gonna be getting mop song recommendations for the next 6 months. Ha ha. Here comes Joe Kidd in the truck. And the 4.4, I actually know who that is. That Duster's sweet. A-body 440. I like it. I like it, I like it. Kid goes 14 on the green side. The yellow car goes red. Yellow and red. Mix those together. Those are primary colors, right? Yellow and blue make green and red makes some, I don't know. I'll have to ask Google about that too. Just think how stupid I must have been before Google. 639, 106 miles an hour for Joe. 675 for the Twister. And here comes Maverick Matt Hawk in the right side, and the Pontiac over here on the left side. Matt goes 24 on the green side, 730 at 92 miles an hour, 668, 101. Comes up for the poncho. Wow, that little Chevy 2 is sweet. Got mufflers. Got a New Mexico license plate on it. Oh, that thing's cool. That thing's really cool. Camaro over on the right side. Corey Oxford. Yeah. That's cool too. But you know, we got a bunch of '67 Camaros. We don't have that many Chevy 2 wagons. Although I will tell you, when I was driving in this morning, there is some pretty nice Chevy 2 hardware out there. Oh, the wagon even picks the nose up on the starting line. You get an extra point for that. 670, 101 miles an hour. Comes up for the wagon. 731, 94 miles an hour. Comes up for the Camaro. Here comes Chad Sandlin, Scott Oxford. Coming at you next in the right here and the right now. Chad with the menacing blacked out wheels. Little Chevy 2. That thing just looks like trouble, doesn't it? Oxford over on the right side. Certainly more cheerfully colored. I'll get it out. Thank you, sir. .622 for Chad Sandler. After being a little bit on the red side, Scott Oxford was 706, 98 miles an hour. And we have a solo run here for the early model Chevelle. That's 64? 64, I think. Please stand by. Joe Cox in Plymouth Valley goes 712 at 96 miles an hour. It's going to be 630, 110 for Dale Hicks in the Camaro. And here comes the little red Nova in the left. From the Firebird in the right. And I'm going to push the Nova back while we reset real quick for the Firebird. And stopping the timer at 695. And 97 miles per hour. Closer to the green, so he gets the green. 737, 90 miles an hour for Kim. 741 over on the right side. We got another classic Knott's Body Mustang coming at you now. It's going to be Marco Campo in the 68 model. Is that really a GT? Cool. Really cool. Brad Hawk on the right side. And one of his family Fox bodies. I have very fond memories of driving that car in Las Vegas when I got cheated out of a massive cash prize. You're going to have to take my word for it. Ask Chuck Hawk about it. He'll tell you the story. He was in on the cheat actually. He was celebrating Muscles that cheated. 653 comes up for Brad. I'm almost over that, by the way. That was only, 14 years ago, 27 years ago? 107 miles an hour. 660 comes up for Marco Campo. And here comes the aforementioned Chuck Hawk. And yet another of his family fleet of race cars. Jessica Robinson over on the right side. In the boo. Drivers come up with a 22 on the reaction timer. Jessica was 22 early. Chuck was 22 green, then 703 for Chuck, 833 for Jess. Okay, juniors. My 6 through 9s are there. My double entereds are there. So let's go ahead and get the rest of you now. All juniors. Come on down. Going to be Tatum Marconi on the right. The car in the left side on the tailgate says wagon. Duh. The wagon. Thank you for clarifying that. That is very helpful. Great information. Every announcer wants great information, and that is great information. 616, 110 miles an hour comes up for the wagon. Tatum goes 698 at 96 miles an hour. Chris Nitro sailing on down there in his 87 Fox body. Keith Hawthorne. Over in the right side. Citro goes 649, 106 miles an hour. Pretty good running car there. 706 at 98 miles an hour for Heath. I'm going to bring back Paul Coleman in the Chevelle. Camaro over in the right side. Double 04 for Paul Coleman. Comes up fourth out away from a bag of donuts. And then with a red light over on the right side. Getting down through it. My double enters rolling back around now. Juniors should all be in the staging lanes now. Juniors, you should all be there. You again. You again. I can whisper if that will help. Wes Nodgrass on the left side, Dave Trammell on the right. A couple of classic Chevrolets. Down to the finish line they go. West, 618 to 110 miles an hour, 646 for Dave Trammell. We keep rolling our way on through. Very important to keep the smoke inside. Very important. 671, 102 miles an hour comes up on the left side. 860 on the right side, obviously with issues out there. Tracy Snodgrass, Shelby Williams. Hey, Shelby, nice to see you. Apparently 3 months is going to be too long. 602 and 114, 692, 96.66 for Shelby. That it? We're done already? Just like that? Looks like that's it. How about that? I would put out a last call for juniors, but you never have to do that because you put out the first call for juniors and they all go, poof, we're here. All right, we're going to hold up here for just a second. Got a scoreboard issue down the right side. You saw one of the mile-an-hour things I think was having a problem. So they're going to swap out a board down there. Give us just a minute. We'll be right back at it. All right, listen up to the pitch. Attention to the pitch. Double entered only. Sportsman, come on down. Double entered only. Sportsman, lanes 3 and 4. How can I make your life better? Next door. Mm-hmm. Double entered. Sportsman, come on down. We'll be back at you in just a second. Talk amongst yourselves for a moment. Hey, by the way, if you haven't done it yet, swing by the Nitro Club and check out the raffle prizes we have. Some really cool stuff, including leaf blower, bog bag, Harbor Freight gift card, Arctic cooler, and the cordless screwdriver, which, to my knowledge, is from the Department of Redundancy Department, because I have never seen a screwdriver that had a cord. Maybe somebody makes one, but I have not seen it. I do still have one bag of unclaimed donuts. I had 2 of my donut winners come up and pick them up, but I do have a 3rd unclaimed. Hey, I'm really curious if we have like any new junior racers out here. I wonder if Santa brought anybody a junior dragster. Now, here's the deal. We're going to start with our double entered cars, and these are the older kids. We don't have any doubles in the 6 to 9, but we do have some older kids that are doubled. So we're going to run our double cars, then we're going to switch over to our 6 to 9 cars, then we're going to go back to the others, and hopefully by then the double cars can hustle back around and be ready to go again. Get it and got it? Good. Again, spread the word. We are up on YouTube. Broadcasting the hangovers to let all of your friends who are somewhere where it's snowing or freezing or terrible know that they can tune in and watch sunny Tucson, Arizona, and Tucson Dragway, and the hangovers as we roll through our junior time trials. 103 light on the left side, 1278, 49 miles an hour, 1148, 54 miles an hour on the right side with an early lead. As I bring up Jay Thompson, rolling down here out of Prescott Valley on the left side. Jada Tonneson rolling in over here on the left side. Another one of our unidentified flying objects over there on the right side. Appreciate the folks from Trackside Live that are here, making sure everybody can watch from everywhere. Jada hitting the old reaction timer at 083 and then hitting the finish line. 11:94 miles an hour, 12:55 on the outside at 50 miles per hour. Next pair rolling their way up into the beams. That one's got some pop in it, doesn't it? Hayden Rodel. Hoping to ride that. Almost sounds like it shifted, didn't it? Is there such a thing as a 4-speed junior dragster? 97. 55 miles an hour. I have a feeling that car run a little quicker than that if he gets her straightened out and holds it all the way down, if you know what I'm saying. Here come two more. All right, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. If you are a double-entered sportsman, final call for double-entered sportsman, lanes 3 and 4. Have my complete junior database as of yet. I apologize for that, but we will have it ready to go by the time we get to round number 1. Separating 93 down there, 82 miles an hour on the right side, 818, 79 miles an hour. 79.99, you know what I'm giving you that. Call it 80 miles an hour. Call it 80. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Comes Brett Gonzalez. Lining up over here on the left side. Brett goes 790. How about 7,900 in the right side? Click, bang, drop the mic. All you need to do is turn that light green. That'd be very helpful. But 7,900 right out of the box. How you doing? Good to go. Two more hustling down. How about a 791? That's not too far off the floor of the category. 82 miles an hour, 789 with the red light. Comes up over on the right side. Well, we got a ton of double-enter juniors, don't we? Hey, speaking of double-entered, let's bring all sportsmen now. All sportsmen, come on down. If you're a double and you didn't make it into the lanes, that's on you, babe. All sportsmen, come on down. 804, 81 miles an hour. Comes up on the right side. It's going to be a 9 flat. 72 miles an hour on the left. Still never ceases to amaze me what the Junior Dragster League has turned into. Because, well, drag race racer mentality, right? If a little is good, then too much is just right. True shame that just recently the first ever junior dragster racer passed away. David Knapp, who started a movement when he convinced his dad to build him a little car because he wasn't very good at football and baseball, but really liked racing. .794, 83 miles an hour. Comes up on the right side. It's going to be an 856, 78 miles an hour on the left side. Car in the left lane's got some pop. Doesn't listen booty over on the right. Rolling in here from El Paso. I still find it crazy that when you're El Paso, you're actually closer to LA than you are to Houston. Just a little bit early standing on the gas. We'll overlook that in time runs. It's going to be an 803, 82 miles an hour. Comes up in the left side. It's going to be an 885, 74 miles an hour coming up in the right side. Pretty serious hot rod down in the left lane. 807. 884 miles an hour. 871 comes up for Weston Moody. In the right. And I do believe that's going to be the last of our double innards. I think we're going into our younger kids now. And perhaps I was mistaken. I saw that car rolling up on the left side, and I thought that looked like one of the younger drivers, but maybe not. No, listen to one rumbling behind the tower. That does not sound like a junior. 916, 71 miles an hour on the right side. Left lane going to roll through the beams at 15, 38, and 39 miles per. Sportsman for time trial. You should all be in the staging lanes. Sportsman. Final call. You should all be in the lanes. I will be a bit surprised if we go through the entire junior time trial run and I don't give away any donuts. 892 on the left side, 73 miles an hour, 904 on the right. 72 miles an hour. We got Matty Kerbaugh on the left side. Car on the right side just says Memphis. Isn't there any song about that place? I think so. Oh, double 01. After I said I'd be surprised if we went through the whole round and didn't give away any donuts. Well, I still haven't given away any donuts. That's pretty darn close. 792, 84 miles an hour, 899. 71 miles an hour comes up on the right side. Comes Mason Tuck. Over here on the right. I believe that's Haley over on the left. Can't believe I forgot my bionic eyes. Somebody should smack me. No, that's not an invitation. 10-16 on the right side for Haley. 58 miles an hour. Boy, we've got quite a crop of junior cars here, don't we? Quite a crop. Can't quite get the name on the left side. Looks like Abram over on the right. Double 08 to a 10. I'm telling you, somebody's going to win donuts before this is all over with. The LA team machine outside Rich Island right off the starting line, 801, 72 miles an hour in the right. And I do want to commend the driver there in the left lane. Hit the gas, knew something was wrong, and immediately pulled out of the groove. Obviously, he can't tell from the driver's seat, or she can't tell from the driver's seat if anything's being put on the racetrack, but wanted to make sure that just in case it didn't foul the racetrack for the competitors. And we always applaud the drivers that do that. It's great to learn good habits at a young age. Coming out of the junior ranks, who knows how far you can go? Who knows? I just think I'm going to take a poll. You can either answer via email, dragannouncer@gmail.com, or you can hit me Twitter. I am at Reinhardt LLC. Who is the most successful junior graduate ever? Certainly going to be a lot of people that say Erica Enders, and you can make a solid argument for that. I think a number of people would say Sean Langdon. You can make a solid argument for that. I think a number of people would say Justin Lamb, and you can make a real argument for that. But I'm curious, public opinion, who do you think is the most successful junior dragster graduate so far? There's a lot of them out there that have had a ton of success. Put Luke Bagacki on that list. Actually, if you have any question, comment, something you want to drop on me, you can use dragannouncer@gmail.com. Christian Pridgeon over on the right side. Driver left lane with 007. And run just a tick under that 790 down there at the other end. 887. 76 miles an hour comes up for Christian. We have got us a really healthy junior class back here. Right lane turns on the red eye, 786. 882 miles an hour, 799 at 82 miles an hour. Somehow a red eye at the Hangover Nationals just sounds about right, doesn't it? Parker came in on the right side and Barker, I think, in the left. Again, I'll have the full database when we get back around to round number one. Just bear with me here for the time trial session. How about identical reaction times at 028? Did have identical trips. Yep. Led to 2 bags of donuts escaping the tower. Got an 820, 80 miles an hour comes up for Presley. 892 for Barker. And look, we've got more. Ooh, 002 soon. After my donuts. They are after my donuts. .785, 82 miles an hour left, 809, 80 miles an hour right. Selena Amelia on the left side, or excuse me, Selena's in the right side. Can't quite make out the name on the car on the left side there. All right, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Double entered, only double entered. Super Pro. Start making your way to lane 7 and 8, please. Double enter only. Double entered Super Pro. Start making your way to lane 7 and 8. Please and thank you. .039 and 7902. As the next pair's coming in. How about the division champ coming out and dropping a 7905? Just like that. 881 up on the other side. Comes another member of Team Mach 1. Double entered, only double entered, Super Pro, lane 7 and 8. Only double entered, Super Pro, lane 7 and 8. .792, 83 miles an hour left, 871, 75 miles an hour right. 791, 80 miles an hour on the right side, 81 miles an hour on the right, 802, 81 miles an hour on the left. Is that it? Only 9,000 of them? Oh, that's not it. Okay. Are we now going into the younger juniors? Nope, that doesn't sound like a younger junior car. The car rolls up in the left lane. It's got trip zip on the dial board. That does not win you donuts, just so you know. Nice try, though. Left lane a little bit early, right lane right on time at 011. Still have not had a junior donut winner yet, and that is very surprising. Very surprising. Ooh, they tell me we can see the end of the juniors. I know what you're thinking. So soon? Right lane goes red and then 795. Left lane goes green and 814. And if I eavesdropped correctly, this should be our last couple of juniors. New Gen Customs car here on the left side. All right, Super Pro, come on down. 10 bits, all Super Pro. If you're double entered, you're not already in the lanes, you're late. All Super Pro, come on down. .792, good clean run. 82 miles an hour. 1005 comes up on the right side. The car stumbled out there 150 or so feet out. And I think that's going to put our junior session into the books. And that'll bring up Sportsman for their time trial opportunity. And Super Pro, the entire category, you have been called to the lanes. All righty, looks like we got the short turnoff gate secured and should be ready to get back after it. I want to welcome everybody once again to an absolutely beautiful day here at Tucson Dragway. The 10th annual Hangover Nationals. Big thanks to all the folks that back of the track, including folks at DDRC, Don Davis Race Cars. Speaking of Don's, how about Don's Hot Rod Shop, your local speed shop since I don't know, 1928 or something. They've been around a long time. Ron's Fuel Injection, Hughes Performance, Chuck Hawk Auto and Service, Larice Motorsport, Airworks, Larson Excavating, Tucson Maintenance. All supporters of our very favorite Southern Arizona racetrack. Christine Fife rolling out in the truck. Keith Dunbar in the 67 notchback. Keith's car's sweet. Matter of fact, both these machines have license plates on them. Street cars at the racetrack? Yes, please. All day long. .773, 91 miles an hour comes up for the little pony. Pick up those 913, 76 miles an hour. Okay, that thing's cool. I'm not talking about the Corvette, although the Corvette's cool also. That's a little 5-window. Mark Clayton's machine. The Corvette over in the right side. The Corvette was hustling the early part of the racetrack, and then 695 at 89 miles an hour. 822 for the coupe. And they're doing a quick little mop work over there on the American walk-in cooler side of the racetrack. And looks like a torch coming out, so give us a minute. back after it with the left lane going 767 at 96 miles an hour and a motorcycle 659 at 114. That little dart is sweet, isn't it? Like the color, like the vinyl top. You get an extra point for having a vinyl top around here. Because I like vinyl tops. And that's Marco Otero, Nick George over on the right side. And the truck, and it looks like the truck is going to get pushed back. So we'll have a left lane solo here. .767, 89 miles an hour for Marco. Super Pro, this is final call. All Super Pro should be in the lanes. Final call. Amani Slade on the left side. On Pontiac G6 and Melissa Citro. Driving one of the family hot rods. Pontiac smashing the gas just a smidge too soon. 767, 91 miles an hour comes up for Melissa. Armani goes 11:18 at 62 miles per. Bring up Nick George over on the right side in the pickup and the unidentified Camaro. .772 left, 89 miles an hour, 822 right, 89 miles an hour. Comes Angel Rivera. That is a beautiful car. The Hugger Orange Rally Stripe, second gen. And A.J. Crater, the Parasitic Psycho. .705 for Angel. AJ goes 841. Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention to the pits. We do have a 50-50 raffle that is going to be going on here today. And the beneficiary is the Tucson Big Wheels. For those who are not yet old enough to get into the juniors, they have their own competition out here and helps pay for their trophies and awards. So we're going to see a couple of really cute youngsters rolling around selling 50-50 tickets. And we would encourage you, please, support the next generation, even before they get into the juniors. Oh, double Dan Rio. Pulling in last night. Falcon over on the right side. Dennis Heath in the left. Going on at the Strip this week because he, I think, is just about taking up residence at the Strip at Las Vegas. 775, 89 miles an hour for the Falcon. 854, 81 miles an hour for Dennis. And the next two rolling in featuring Cole Rose at Lake Havasu and his El Camino. $789, 85 miles an hour for Cole. 802 over on the right side is the next pair roll up ready to go. An 807 for Kenzie Jones. And the Firebird having an 832 here on the left side. That'll bring up the little Ranger out of Mammoth Towing. Steve Shoemaker. And Zach Morris rolling in the Maverick. Oh, 003. Steve, 3 foul away from donuts. $755, 90 miles an hour comes up for Zach. Steve goes 834. At 83 miles per hour. Comes the Chevy S10 on the left side, Dave Muller on the right. In his 74 model Camaro. Leaving a little early in the Challenger over there. 747 coming up for the Nova. $90 miles an hour, 829 for the Challenger. 883 MPHs. That'll bring up Ms. Fife again. And her pickup. And the S10 over on the other side. .778, 79 miles an hour on the right, 914, 75 in the left. Over on the right side, that is Tim DeBrock. .648 for the Corvette. That's a pretty serious hot rod, 112 miles an hour. 893, 76 miles an hour for Tim. Looks like our doubles are rolling back around for their second crack at it. Mark Clayton and Mike Gessick coming at you now. Keith Dunbar, Jeff Holtzman pulling in here now. Holtzman, when's the last time you saw a 76 Ford Torino? Man, there just ain't a lot of those things around anymore. I like it. A bunch. .758, 91 miles an hour for Keith. Jeff goes 765. 889. Brings up the little red Corvette and Russ Lindsay. Russ over on the right side. Final pair going down, 818 on the left, 85 miles an hour, 827 on the right for Russ Lindsay. And we're going to hold up here for just a second before we continue on. I'm going to grab myself a fresh bottle of water. Do the same. Swing by the Nitro Club and grab yourself a snack or a bottle or a raffle ticket. And as I mentioned earlier, keep your eyes out. There's going to be a couple of young folks out there cruising around a golf cart with Dad, selling 50-50 raffle tickets that will benefit our big wheels, pay for their trophies and prizes and stuff throughout the course of the year. We certainly appreciate everybody that will support them, and who knows, you might just go home with half the cash yourself. And now we roll into Super Pro. Time trials round 1. That little orange Chevy 2 is sweet. I saw that thing unloading this morning when I came in. A lot to like about that. Split window Corvette, 63 model over on the right side. Early on the lead for the Nova goes 4th thou red, 667, 636. Over on the right side, I'll bring up Gabe Hernandez in the little truck, and the Chevy 2 over on the right side. Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. I had a racer in need that was looking for a carburetor kit. Donnie Toya has it, and he is up in the north end of the pits. Just meander down that way. Look for a car that says Don's Hot Rod Shop on the side of it, and they should be able to get you back on track. Ooh, careful there, pup. Saw a puppy jump out of the golf cart down here, and his leash isn't quite long enough. So we'll see. Much happier and healthier. Much happier and healthier. Both drivers solid on the tree, 13 to a 15. Hernandez goes 616. Right line goes 652. Well, here comes Beto Dominguez, also known as Lightning McQueen. And over on the right side is Allen. Just says Allen. It's not me, so there must be another one. Is that a 240Z? That is a 240Z. I like it. Beto, interesting choice of cars. And also, really cool. Really cool graphic package and design. .528, 125 miles an hour comes up for Allen. Beto, 629 and 107 MPHs. Now you got to be around. You have to have been around a long time to remember this, but I love Rodney Ward's truck. And every time I see that thing, I have a flashback. But you've had to have been around a long time to remember this. Remember the old Tucson Dragway and the fleet from Rice Ornamental Iron? Every time I see Rodney's truck, it reminds me of that. Scott Hess over on the other side. I think that's Scott Hess anyway. That's not a dragster, but I think that's Scott in the Nova. reasonably certain. Kind of sure. Feeling moderately confident. .563, 124 miles an hour for Scott. 629 for Rod. At 110. Now it's going to be Brian Couch in the left, Jerry Jacobs in the right. Jerry, the classic Dodge Plymouth. Not sure. Savoy Polara. Thingamajig. Cool car. Really cool car. Really, really cool car. I want to say welcome to everybody who's following along on the old live stream. Trackside live. Ryan Couch, 593, 114, 584, 118. Comes up over on the right. And the first of our long wheelbase cars is going to be Gabe Hernandez on the left side, Mike Zimmerman in the right. Spread the word. Tell your friends. They go on YouTube. Find Tucson Dragway Hangover Nationals. Especially if you know somebody that's in the cold part of the world right now. Freezing and digging out and wondering about their life decisions. Tell them they can fire up their computer and watch drag racing from sunny, beautiful Tucson Dragway. All righty. A little mopping on the starting line, and now we get to see our two long wheelbase cars. Whatever you do, do not watch the back tires of the car in the left lane. Don't do it. Don't do it. Since the graphics package continues on inside the wheels, it'll make your eyes spin like that, and you'll end up hypnotized. But wait, maybe hypnotized is good. You will bring the announcer large sums of money. Exceptionally large sums of money. All the money you got, you will bring the announcer. Gabe, if that works, you're in for 10%, 5%. 3%. Mike Zimmerman over on the right side. Bruce is trying to cut himself in. I don't know how that works. What'd you have to do with this? Well, if you're watching, then you should be the one bringing me money. Yes, I tell you what, you bring me money, and I'll cut you in for 2.5%. That's exactly how it works. Have you ever seen the Princess Rap Battles? I'm trying to remember which the one that is it Princess Leia and Gabriella, is that right? She tries to do the old Jedi mind trick on her. You look at me like I'm making stuff up. You've never seen the Princess rap battles? Pretty funny stuff. Couple more dragsters rolling in here. I think it's Leia and Gabrielle. You will see. Now I got to see if I can find it, just because. Otherwise, it's going to drive me nuts. Red, the right side, 497 down the track. Left side goes 13, 469. Dustin Townsend over there on the right side. My bright red dragster here on the left. Defender answer. 479, 140 miles an hour for Dustin. 521, 135. Here on the left. Just like that, we've got Scott Taylor in the 65 Chevelle and Dylan Moody rolling in out of El Paso. Yes, there really are princess rap battles. Some of them are rated PG, though, so beware. For the Chevelle at 100 mph. Chad Sandlin and Martin Corella coming at you now. Martin, the topless Corvette Roadster, from right down the road in Vale. And Chad out of Roswell. So far, the only donuts given away have been in pro. Nobody in juniors, nobody in sportsman, and so far nobody in super pro. Come on, guys. Not taking them home. If nobody wins them, I am taking them home. .536 for Martine, 129, 624 for Chad. At 109. And here comes the latest edition of the Ford v Chevy, Mustang v Camaro, lifelong battle featuring Hector Hernandez Jr. in the LS-powered Mustang and Tony Piscata in a Chevy-powered Camaro. Remember where you heard it. Keep your eyes on Hector. He's part of Team Hermosillo, and that thing is stupid consistent. I believe he has taken quite a few Tucson Dragway dollars back to Hermosillo over the years. Not good, he goes red. It's a typical thing, right? 613, 111 miles an hour for Tony. 616 for Hector at 107 miles per hour. Leroy Duran left, Leo Ortiz right. That's Duran in the dragster, and here comes Ortiz. Well, in a minute, he knows the dragster's got to take some time backing up. Comes up for Lou Ortiz at 107. Bill Bullock and Tony Wiley waiting patiently. Yeah. Wiley, obviously problems down there, and it looks like we may just have to go get him. So we're back on hold. Please stand by. Hey, here's an idea. If you're one of the many watching us courtesy of Trackside Live, dive into the chat real quick. And tell me what the temperature is at your house today. I'm guessing there won't be a whole lot of numbers higher than what the temperature is here right now, which is 62 spectacularly beautiful degrees. There's a standard correction of 115. Density altitude about 4,200 feet, but remember Tucson is 3,000 feet natural altitude. But I'm curious. Dive into the chat and tell me what the temperature is at your place. Again, appreciate the folks at Trackside Live. And everybody that's making it possible for you folks to watch. Larice Motorsport Insurance. The Fuel Factory, DDRC. $67 at your house? Okay, where? Come on, I'm looking for the folks from Wisconsin to check in. Maine. There you go, 23. I don't think it's... $77? Come on, John, you're making this up. You're making this up. If it's really 77 where you are, you guys should be racing too. You should be. As soon as we get the top end of the racetrack cleared, we'll get back after it. Two degrees in Otter Tail County, Minnesota. I'm glad I'm in Arizona. How about this? I mean, track temp might be a bit of an issue. However, currently at Brainerd International Raceway, the density altitude is 2,000 feet below sea level. Like I say, track temp might be an issue. Yeah. What's a track temp? 10 below. The density altitude in Minnesota, if you're interested, Chip, is 6,000 feet better than here. But the track temp is 10 below. All righty, they're clearing off the top end, and we'll be ready to get back after it. Tim, what's the freezing point of VHT? Andy Kadar sitting patiently in his Pontiac down here in the water box. And just waiting for the quad to get clear of the track, and we'll get back after it. Kenny Rolls over there. Hanging out in the Camaro. Yep, whenever you're ready. Whenever you're ready. All righty. No, I believe you that it is beautiful in Minnesota. I love northern Minnesota. I do not love 2 degrees. I don't believe the word below freezing and high temperature should ever be used in the same sentence. Ever. Wow, Kadar just lit the tires down. Meanwhile, wasn't waiting around. 544, 128 miles an hour. Kadar just did a second burnout when he got up there to the starting line. How about the topless Falcon Roadster? Here comes Zimmy. Luis Valenzuela. Luis the Camaro over on the right side. The beautiful Gen 3 model. I like that topless Falcon. I think it's pretty cool. Drivers off and away. It's going to be a 586. 107 miles an hour for Luis. Zimmy goes 562 at 122. Brings up Sarah Kidd and Dave Johnston. Boy, Dave's been racing that car a long time. A little blue Beretta out of Cave Creek. Sarah, of course, out of Marana, part of that Racing Kid family that is like, well, Tucson Dragway royalty around here. That's got like breaking in new tires written all over it, doesn't it? Gotta love Kurt Zinzaletta. He's sitting back here in the rotor and going, yeah. I'll just wait until he gets back here. Kioki Desa. In the right side. I'm pretty healthy burnout out of the little road runner as well. Kioki down from Las Vegas. It's a little bit early smashing things. Back at 148, 675, 101 for Kurt. How can I make your life better? Snacks? I like snacks. Ooh. Just screwdriver. I just want to see the corded one. Thank you. Appreciate that greatly. They're starting a Feed the Announcer program up here. I don't know that the announcer needs to be fed, but certainly. Jake Taylor and Ken Rader. Racetrack, Ken Rader, the dragster, 547. 653, 100 miles an hour for Jake Taylor. Bring up Stan Hammond into the little Chevy 2 left side, and John Carvalho. Cavallo. I'm going to learn how to say John's name before the end of the day. That's my goal in life. Well, it's good to have a goal. I gave up on, all the lofty ones like success and happiness and private jet. Give up on those. But not 642, 109 for John after a 5,000 red start. Stan was 619 at 109 miles an hour. And here comes Ken Passerby in the Vega and Jennifer Kidd. So Jennifer Kidd. I honestly thought I had figured out the whole Kidd family tree thing, but I wasn't sure who Jennifer was. Jennifer's Joe's wife. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Hey, if you're gonna be a member of the Kidd family, you're gonna race. There's no question about it. You can't go, but Dad, I want to play saxophone. No. Put a helmet on. Comes up for Jennifer at 10. Goes 686 at 99.98. Brings up Luke Makovic on the left side and Mike Gardner in the right. What do you think of Gardner's Falcon? I know, right? You want to be an astronaut? I'll give Elon a call. He's firing more rockets up than anybody these days. Paying attention to the chat, and there's people in the chat that apparently haven't given up on their dreams, so good for you. You're in for crushing disappointment. 605, 137 miles an hour. 707 comes up for Gardner. Just remember, no matter how much life disappoints you, I don't believe you'll ever surpass the level of disappointment my mother felt. She said, "What are you going to do?" I said, "I'm going to be an announcer." She said, "But Alan, you have so much potential." It took me a few years to figure it out, but I finally figured out, you know what the definition of you have potential is? The definition of you have potential is you're a screw-up. Because nobody that's doing great gets told about how much potential they have. Only when you're a screw-up. What do you think of Andy Heber's car? The 57 Chevy that looks like an early Pro Mod, doesn't it? It does to me. Faustino Garazoga driving the Vega over on the right side. I mean, the Vega's nice. Andy, you might want to add some numbers in the delay box. I'm not trying to run your program, just trying to help you out a little bit here. 6501, 105 miles an hour for Zaragoza. 543, 120. Comes up for Andy. Now we got Joe Cox Jr. in the, is that a Valiant? That looks like a Valiant. This is a neat little car. Team Collins over here in the left side. Apparently nobody wants donuts. Apparently 459. Comes up for the dragster. 712 for Joe. And we have yet another Chevy Vega. That's going to be Paul Lorton's machine. And the right side is Kurt Reif. A little help from Yancer and a little help from Eddie and you got Yancer and Eddie on your side. All you need now is a little divine intervention. You're unstoppable. Oh, the dragster on the throttle stop. That's a whole lot of that 8-mile race. 608, 607 comes up for Paul Lord in the Vega. That brings up Jimmy Kelso and Joe Landavazo. Jimmy on the left side, one of our track photographers here. Super Duper Shutterbug and Landavazo, Green Machine. Nobody got donuts. 5:15 to a 5:40 down the racetrack. Brings up Tony Marconi in the Arrow. The topless Arrow. Never make an Arrow convertible? I don't think so. I'm not sure the subframe was strong enough to hold itself up without a roof. Down to the stripe, it's going to be a 583. For the Arrow, it's going to be a 591. For the Camaro, and here comes the wagon. Jerry Duffy in the dragster over on the right side. Jerry's been around a while. Retired electrician. Still out here smashing the gas. I think that's pretty cool. And at the stripe, up at a 513. 134 miles an hour for Duffy. Up at a 631. For Chris. At 108 miles an hour. Say Robles on the side, I think. The Pumpkin Spice Camaro. Vito on Dragna. I know Vito anywhere. For Vito. 642, 106 miles an hour. Comes up for the Camaro. Now it's going to be Joe Kidd in the GTO. And Pat Neal in the Maverick. I'm sorry, the Cougar. Yes, I know the difference between a Maverick and a Cougar. I mean, just barely. Pat, long time, big time Ford campaigner and Ford fan. I almost bought a Cougar before I bought my Mustang back 1,006 years ago. 656, 102 miles an hour comes up for Pat. Joe goes 677. at 102. Joe goes 003, which is close to donuts, but not quite. Now we've got Corey Beatty coming up in the left and Jim Berry in the right. Dragster, one of our local cars here, and 69 Chevelle got a California license plate on it. Or is that a Texas plate? That's a Texas plate. I'm sorry. I really do miss my bionic eyes. Corey out of Texas. Wonder if he's ever told somebody this town ain't big enough for the two of us. Jim. Corey goes 6, 6, 6, 3. 100 miles an hour, and that'll bring up Tanner Theobald. Team Theobald in the snowmobile. Get it? Snowmobile. It says snow on the door. Well, it rolls off the tongue a little easier than Theobald mobile. Brian Lopez over on the right side. In the Camaro. .612 on the track for Brian. 112 at the finish line stripe. 631 at 108. For Tanner. And that'll bring up the ultimate rush. Kurt Reif. Going side by side with part of that Busted Loose team. Zach Taylor. That's actually a Dodge powered dragster over in the right line. Well, if you know anything about the Bustin' Loose and the Downey clan, they are Pentastar lovers through and through. Away from donuts. Can you imagine the disappointment? Can you imagine the disappointment? Justin Beaver rolling it down his Chevy too. And Steve Available Rosa over on the right side. The Fiat Topolino. For those of you who may not know, Topolino actually means little mouse. And for those of you that weren't paying attention, Justin with problems down there as he is pulled over out of the groove and pulled up against the wall. So we'll hold up for a second and go get Justin cleared, and then we'll continue on. Steve missed donuts by 2 thou on the early side. We're working our way through our Super Pro time runs. Getting closer and closer and closer to the beginning of eliminations. Can't quite see the back of the Super Pro line yet, but we're getting there. Back at it as soon as we get the racetrack clear. Mike Avitable in the Pinto, vintage 19 and 71. $6.59 will work. $0.59, probably not so much. Tim O'More now and Dave Aramillo. Aramillo in the truck. Tim O'More in the classic Camaro. Gen 3. $5.78 for Tim O'More. 120 the speed, $5.69. 123.4. And that's Dan Foltz in the Mach 1 machine. Line up Jeff Morgan in a Mustang? Really? Wow. Same Jeff Morgan? Been a while since I've seen him. How can I make your life better today? You have a question. I have a million answers. Okay? Hey, I had the answer to the question. I feel so happy for myself. Every street starts somewhere. 481. 143 miles an hour comes up for Dan. Jeff Morgan goes 730. 92 miles an hour. And here comes Kaisley Price and Chris Silman. Chris is in the Datsun 240Z. You notice you never see those things anymore. Man, there used to be a zillion of them out there. Is there like a Z Club or something maybe? For the 70s Z cars, the 240, the 260 that nobody loved, and then the 280? You know, if you have a 260Z, 260Z is kind of like being Jan on the Brady Bunch. You know, the middle one that nobody cares about. Nobody cares. Some like the early ones, some like the early ones, some like the later ones. But the middle one is just like, eh. Hey, Kaisley, come get a bag of donuts. Trip, zip, perfect. For Kaisley. 003 on the other side, but 003 don't pay. Trip Zip does. Kaisley, come get your bag of donuts. First bag of donuts we've given away since Pro earlier in the day. Let's bring up Lenny 5. Lenny has been driving that Camaro. I think Lenny's had that Camaro as long as I've had my Mustang. We're talking a long time. That is a sweet Gen 2. Tucson Dragway, 664 for Lenny, 104 the speed, 685 for McBrayer at 101 miles per hour. Brings up Mark Lalonde in a little yellow car. And a Camaro on the right side that I do not have driver info on. For the lawn of the small block powered machine. 606, 136 miles an hour for the Camaro. Here comes Brian Sutton in the left side. Pat Odmanson in the right. Brian from Pueblo West, Colorado. Cool. Hurry up and open that new racetrack. How about 5:17.5 to 5:17.6 for Brian and Pat? Brian was a tick better on the old reaction timer. I mean, not donut worthy, but ETs were tight. He had the better RT. And once again, the mops come out on the starting line real quick. I bring up Alan the Corvette. No, just Alan. I don't have any more than that. Just Alan. Over to the right side is Bambi Garfield. A chance to chat with Bambi a little bit last night. Relatively new to the behind the wheel part of drag racing, although her family's been involved forever. The drag doll. Chassis is flaming pink and Bambi's hair is flaming red. 527 miles an hour comes up for the Corvette. 536 for Bambi at 127. Next up is going to be Dylan Smith left and T.J. Ward. Check out that machine over there on the right side of the racetrack. That thing looks straight out of American Graffiti, doesn't it? You've never seen American Graffiti? Oh, please. Find it on YouTube or Netflix or something. Greatest movie in the history of the world. Matter of fact, I quit watching the Academy Awards when they snubbed it. Because I thought that should have had Best Picture. Unfortunately for TJ, when it was time to sit still, he didn't. He took off. He didn't get no time. It was 189 at 137 miles per hour. Bring up Nick Downing and the Bill Luke Bustin' Loose Dodge Daytona, and on the other side Raul Loretto, the King Kong classic Chevy. Did you see the little, have you seen the little mini King Kong that they've got? You were like dragging that thing around yesterday and I'm like, oh, I gotta get me one of them. I mean, I wouldn't fit in it, but it looked pretty cool. I think the little King Kong might be cooler than the big one. Nope, changed my mind. The big one's cooler. The big one is cooler. Down it goes 538, 129 miles an hour. With an 019, which ain't too shabby, but it ain't the 002 that Roll put up. As King Kong makes its time run. Here comes Matt the Bong. The old thrush woodpecker on the side. And Bruce Schroeder in the dragster. I want to know who's the guy. I mean, I know there are probably 47 people that take credit for it, but who was the first guy that decided, okay, here's what we're going to do with the graphics? Everything. Everything. 566, 98 miles an hour comes up for Bruce. Matt Bong was a solid 17 reaction time, goes 637. 7 miles per hour. Are we there yet? I feel like we ought to be in eliminations by now. Dylan Moody in the left, and I do believe that is Family Kadar in the right. Pretty sure, fairly confident, relatively certain. Down the finish line, 466, 148 miles an hour comes up for Dylan, 668. For the big old Pontiac, because we got side-by-side dragsters coming at you. Randy Smith and Alan Smith. Well, alrighty then. That car's loud. Somebody sneak a blower on that thing when I wasn't looking? Well, I mean, I wasn't looking, so they could have. Two dragsters bumping their way in. Hey, remember, Casely, you got donuts coming. Randy Smith. 453 down the racetrack for Allen. 153 miles an hour with a loud car. 552, 125 for Randy. Oh, and he just missed. 001. Right side goes red, then goes 537, 126 miles an hour. Brad goes 477, 142, but 001. And here comes Cindy Hawk, also known as Brad's mom. Blake Williams over on the right side. Ah, the old counterfeiter from back in the day. Hawk family, kind of like the Kid family. Everybody in the family is racing, whether you want to or not. It took a while to talk Cindy into it, but once she did, she's like, okay, now I get it. It's like, can I just make one run? Okay, you can make one run. Okay, build me a car. Just as well because you know, Chuck didn't have enough race cars anyway. And the finish line, I'm at a 478 for Cindy. At 145. I'm at a 491, 140 miles an hour for Blake. Well, we saw Brad, we saw Cindy. Here comes Chuck in the truck. The Jerry Haas Pro Stock truck that has obviously been modified. Brittany Hinkle over on the right side. Part of that Toya racing family. Again, if you're watching along on the live stream, appreciate the folks at Trackside Live making the trip out here to beautiful southern Arizona. I'm not sure where they came from. I think they came from Quebec or something. South Tucson? No, further man. Goes 19 on this end. I think goes 502 and I'm in 37. 681, 99 miles an hour comes up for Brittany. The beautiful little Chevy 2. And here comes Don Toya out of Don's Hot Rod Shop, where they have the muffler man or the lumberjack or whatever you want to call him down at Glen and Stone. Hello. How can I make your life better? You want donuts? I would have taken your word for it. You look honest. Chocolate or powdered? Thank you for being here. Best of luck today. Well, Casely came and got her donuts. Should have known. I don't know why I asked. Chocolate or powdered? Chocolate. What are you kidding me? Don Toya goes 011, 535. AJ in the Psycho, not the regular Psycho, the parasitic one. Wait a minute, what happened to my... There we go, 848, 79 miles an hour. I knew it was in there somewhere. Here comes Christian Slade out of New Wheel. Why they call it New Wheel? They fix your old wheel. So you don't need a new wheel. They did for me. Very helpful. Christian goes 630 at 80 miles an hour, 506, 135. Comes up on the right side. Still have one donut winner that has yet to collect. Because I've got 4 names on the list and I've only given away 3 bags of donuts. So if you are the person that had a perfect light this morning and has not yet collected your donuts, come get them. The problem with donuts is you leave them around here and people like, we got like a lot of donut stealers up here. So if you don't come get them, there's a real possibility that somebody up here will be snacking on them. Dan Slade on the left side. Down to the stripe they go. 514 comes up for Pat. 518 comes up for Dan. Been the closest pair at the stripe we've had all day. Not that it really means anything in time trials, but Manny Chavez in the left side and KJ Desa in the right. The LAT machine. Team KD. I'm assuming the D stands for Desa, so the K stands for K. Okay. That's what it stands for, okay? Okay, that makes sense. Hey, I think we can actually see the end. The end is near. Failed to lurch. KJ goes 497, 135 miles an hour. And up next is Wes Snodgrass in the 67 model Camaro. And the K&N machine over on the other side. Looks like Steve Williams' old car, but I'm not sure who's driving it. Does not. Is that Steve? That's not Steve. Maybe it is Steve. Steve's not on the starting line, so maybe he is in the car. Miles an hour for the dragster. 619, 110 miles an hour for the Camaro. Brings up Wes Snodgrass in that really nice Chevy 2 wagon we talked about earlier. I'm sorry, that was Wes that just went down. This isn't Wes. I still do not have the info on the New Mexico wagon. Tony Biscayne over on the right side. Tony's got to have been around long enough that he raced at the old Tucson Dragway. Well, I was 1 thou away from meeting the guy with the wagon. 684, 100 miles an hour. Tony goes 612 at 111 miles an hour. Here comes the orange Chevy 2. In the left side, Scott Taylor in the right. Scott in a 65 Chevelle. And what's a Chevy 2? 67, I think. I think. .667, 103 miles an hour left. 680, 100 miles an hour right. Rod Wood and Dustin Tennyson rolling up here. As we are deep into our double enters. Rolling back around here for their second hit. Dragster obviously the quicker of the two, 477, 144 miles an hour at the stripe. 630, 110 for Rod. We continue rolling. I can see the end of Super Pro. Yay! Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention to the pits. Motorcycles, come on down. You're going to be lanes 1 and 2. And Junior Street and High School, you can head this way as well, lanes 7 and 8. Motorcycles 1 and 2, Junior Street, High School, lanes 7 and 8. I'm extending a personal invitation to all of you. At the 8th mile mark, it's going to be 469, 148 miles an hour coming up for the dragster. The Camaro going through at 5,900, 115. I actually had somebody come up and ask if I was really giving donuts away. Are you new? Yes, I'm really giving donuts away, but you gotta have perfect reaction time. Drop a bag of donuts, grab a bag of donuts. It's simple as that. Motorcycles, come on down, 1 and 2. Junior Street and High School, lanes 7 and 8. See, the motorcycles are kind of like junior dragsters. You never have to call them twice. They're out there going, our turn yet, our turn yet, our turn yet. And first time you say motorcycles out. Dragster leaves early, goes 461, 148. 004 for the Camaro. Not quite donut worthy, but ain't too shabby. 622, 105 miles an hour. And here comes Lightning McQueen one more time. $588, $121 for the Camaro. Nissan goes 631, 105 miles an hour. Here comes Team Hernandez. Team Hector. Team Ellis powered Mustang against Team Duran. Leroy. Out of Peoria over there on the right side. .493, 140 miles an hour comes up for Leroy. Hector goes 673 at 91 miles an hour. We're moving on along. Don't worry, Kaisley came and got her donuts. Dear Nitro Moon, you might want to double check your calendar. Tucson Dragway didn't exist in the 90s. But thanks for playing. The old one closed in 85, the new one opened in 01. Just throwing it out there. Just throwing it out there. Cat's on Jeremy Jacobs. The 62 Savoy. That's a neat car. Both drivers leaving a little on the early side. Sandlin goes 624. Jacobs goes 582. We got my Falcon that I still cannot identify. I mean, I can identify it as a Falcon, but I can't identify the driver. Scott has some. 562 to 564. Fun little match race down there, huh? 007 to 008. They're 1,000 apart on the tree, and they're 200 apart. Technically. They're 12,000 apart. On the track. Pretty evenly matched pair of race cars headed down there as Gabe Hernandez brings up his dragster on the left side. And Micah Zimmerman brings his up in the right side. Gate goes 0042 soon, and then goes 485 at 142. 489 comes up for Mike Zimmerman at 141 miles an hour. Tony Willie pulling up down here in the Chevelle. Motorcycles, final call. And high school and junior streeters, if you're not in the lanes, you should be headed this way, please, because you are coming up very shortly. Five 237 miles an hour comes up for the dragster. 575, 117 comes up for Tony. Here comes Christian Contreras in that bright red rally stripe second gen. Good looking Camaro. One of my cruising buddies. Got one of those second gen Camaros. Is that the last one? We there already? 633, 107 miles an hour. Comes up for Christian. And there you have it. I think that's going to do it for Super Pro. We do have our motorcycles back there, and our junior streeters and high school programs are back there. A little touch up on the racetrack, and we should be rolling the two-wheelers out here momentarily, I do believe. All righty, just making sure that we've got all of our scooters separated to down there via what type of tree, since they are the only class that's allowed to pick. And if you're expecting a pro tree and you get a full one, boy, will you be surprised. And if you're expecting a full tree and you get a pro one, you will be equally surprised. Ask me how I know. Go ahead, ask me. Yes, I do. Listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Double entered, only double entered. Pro cars, come on down lanes 3 and 4. Double entered pro, lanes 3 and 4. And keep in mind, if it's been a while since you've been here or if this is your first visit to Tucson, glad to have you. This is a left side racetrack. Your dial must be clearly visible on the left of your machine, because when you pull up to the ready line, that's where we're looking. If it's on the windshield, that don't help. If it's on the back window, that don't help. If it's on the right side, that don't help. Put it on the left. Please and thank you. What is the world record for stretched out swing arm on a Suzuki Hayabusa? I mean, I'm not sure that's it, but that thing is way out there. Carter Millward, excuse me. Tom Patterson over on the right side. But for Carter, I guarantee you that thing would not be very helpful if you were going canyon carving. But it should be extremely helpful in keeping the front end somewhere in the vicinity of the concrete out there. Remember, even with the motorcycles, you get a bag of donuts for a bag of donuts. Somebody puts up a perfect light, 578, 117 comes up for Tom Carter, 634 at 115 miles per hour. Next pair rolling in, going to be Wes Millward. Boy, those Millwards, they do like their stretched out swing arms, don't they? I don't have the information on the gray machine yet. We'll get that taken care of. Ah, that's Sean Phipps. So I should have known that was Sean. I'm catching up. Slowly but surely. Atta baby. Even with the stretched out swing arm. Wes's bike still tries to get the nose up in the air. It's 581. 122 the speed. Sean goes red, goes 607 to 113. And here comes Joe Gerwin. It looks like we're going to have a battle of the blue bikes here as Joe gets set to go side by side with Dave Euler. Behind the bikes, we've got our junior street, high school machines. That'll be the end of practice. And double entered pro. You should be in lanes 3 and 4. Double entered pro. You should be in lanes 3 and 4 for round number 1. David goes double 0-4 too soon. 4 foul away from the bag of donuts. 586, 114 the speed, 720. Comes up for Joe at 99 miles per hour. Closed circuit for Kim Campbell. What's the weather like at your place right now? I'm guessing we're a little warmer down here, just a little. Bill Cusser left side. Marlene Woolison in the right. Marlene, part of that racing Woolison family. And .601, 118 miles an hour comes up for Bill. Marlene goes 604 at 113. And just like that, we've got Dan Schneider pulling up on the left side. And Justin Woolison over in the right. Justin, the reigning division champ. The Summit ET Motorcycle Series. Took care of business out here in D7 last year, closing it out at the ET Finals at the Strip at LVMS. Wow, Wilson's bike is really kind of hipping and hopping, and Justin ends up shutting it off after a 10 light. That thing just never did gain its proper momentum. 760, 61 miles an hour, just coasting down there. Dan, 652 at 105. Final call if you are double entered in pro. Final call if you're double entered in pro, you should be in lanes 3 and 4. And we are going to be calling the rest of them in here pretty darn quick. Here comes Tom Patterson. Looks like he's going to be on a solo. When he let the clutch out. There's some going on back in the Patterson pit area down there. The Woolison pit area. You know, Meatloaf once said that 2 out of 3 ain't bad, but when 2 out of 3 bikes all spit and sputter on the starting line, that ain't good. And this, I do believe, is going to be the final biking category. Carter's double entered, so he hot lapped his way back around on the stretched out machine. Hey, might as well take 2 shots at the cash while you're here. That thing coughed off the starting line as well. Looks like we've got a couple of double enters as our V-Rod hot lapped back around as well. So we'll see what Dan Schneider's got for us, and I think that will take us right into our junior street / high school program. On the track at 106 miles an hour. And I do believe that will take care of business there. All right, listen up at the pits. Attention to pits. Pro. I will take all of you now. The double-entered car should already be loaded in the lanes. Let's get the rest of you coming in there behind. Pro, come on down. That's what I love about either the high school or the junior street class. Just bring something out. Doesn't matter what it is. Doesn't matter how big it is. I think there's a lot of people that started their racing career by borrowing mom's car or dad's truck. Especially those that have graduated from the junior ranks. If you're still running in the junior ranks, hey, you got to tow the junior car out here with something. You might as well race that too, right? Right. My story, and I'm sticking to it. Left lane 750 at 87 miles an hour. Right lane goes through 1015 at 70 miles per hour. I do love the Mini Cooper. How can you not love a Mini Cooper? By the way, if there's a Mini Cooper, don't you think that means there should be like a Maxi Cooper or a Super Cooper or a... Well, if there's a mini, doesn't there have to be a big one? It's like you can buy mini donuts, but that just means there's big donuts. What do you think if the two dualies end up in the final? Wouldn't that be a riot? I mean, not for the guy in the Cooper, but 993, 72 miles an hour left. Truck goes 1033 at 68 miles an hour. I wonder if the Tesla's got a delay box in it. Don't laugh. There's an electrical engineer that made a delay box for a Tesla. I'm not kidding. You unplug the plug on the gas pedal, and this thing plugs in between the two of them and sits in a cup holder. And then you can leave off the top. But no modification to the car whatsoever. Just unplug the gas pedal, electrical connector down there, plug it into the delay box, and have at it. No kidding. 814 on the left side, 86 miles an hour. The Tesla goes 1022 at 73 miles per. That'll bring up Nathan Rienstra in the Ford F-150. And then we'll be ready to start eliminations. Pro bracket round number one. You should be in the staging lanes, and that is everybody. Bruce Mabry. Bruce, come see me, please. Once again, thank you. Really appreciate everybody being here at Tucson Dragway. Those of you that came out to watch and listen to some loud cars, we're glad to have you. And those of you who brought the loud cars, we are especially glad to have you. We appreciate everybody making the trek to come down here and join us at our hangovers. As you can see, our starting line crew is at attention down there. Before we go into eliminations, let's salute our great country with the playing of the national anthem. Once again, really appreciate everybody being here. Thank you for coming to spend your week or weekend with us at Tucson Dragway. Let's go into eliminations. All righty, here we go into Brett Spence on the left side. 69 Mach 1 on the right side. Difference in dial, almost 2 bulbs, 0.96. Little Ford going to take off, and then Brett will be on the chase. All right, they're in and set. Here we go. Round one eliminations fired off. Mustang's out there. Here comes the Chevy 2. Toward the finish line, going to get him. 656 for the win on the 654, 94 miles an hour. Better reaction time, the Mustang, but breaks out by a half an hour. Wow. 724 on a 750. That is missing by a ton. Hey, remember, if you take a tenth of the stripe and you break out, you are going to get the dreaded train horn I would have sworn I had a train horn earlier. One moment, please. Sarah Kidd now comes up in the left side. Eric Olsen in right. Handicap head start. Sarah now on the chase. The pickup pulling up alongside. Here comes the finish line. Now you see the win light. It's going to be Sarah. Predicted a 670, ran 672. 712 on the 711. Eric was actually closer to dial, but he was behind at the leave. Margin at the stripe, 14 thousandths of a second. Brings up Kyle Fritz and Scott Taylor. Kyle on the left, Scott on the right. Fritz in the Dirty Bird. 89 Pontiac, Scott Taylor. 65 Chevelle. Not a whole lot of handicap here, only 600ths of a second. The difference in dial. You can see the dials down on the scoreboard. As the drivers are in, set, and ready. By 007. Kyle Fritz goes James Bond red. Scott Taylor goes to the next round. 681. 100 miles an hour, 72 on a 74 for Kyle Fritz, but he was 7 thou too quick. Turning loose at this end. Comes Reagan Walcott now. And the orange Corvette. Little Red Vega over on the right side. Now the Corvette's going to leave first by a bulb and a half. 0.75 the difference. They're in, they're set, they're ready. Corvette is off and running. Both drivers get away on the green. The Vega's going to pull up alongside. The Corvette's trying to hold them out down to the finish line. Check it out. Well, the Corvette's going to break out, going 7-10. Got there first, but could not overcome the late reaction time. The Vega goes 6:43 on a 6:37. Had the advantage on the reaction time. And forced the Corvette into a breakout. That brings up Joe Kidd in the Nova. They double checking the dial down there in the right lane. And remember, drivers, it's your responsibility to double check. They pulled up and said, wait a minute. That says 9.7. Let's make an adjustment down there. Got her squared away now, and the Camaro's going to pull in. Both drivers get away on the green. Can the Nova hold on? Kid looking over his shoulder. He's on a car, make a move to the right. But Kidd does hold on, goes 7:12 on the 711. One above the dial. Neither driver is going to get in the Reaction Hall of Fame, but Joe Kidd, 4 thou better, and then runs one above the dial. And that takes the win. That's going to be Tracy Snodgrass on the left side, another one of our new gen Corvettes. Over there on the right. Corvette's going to get about one bulb, the handicap. But the win light's going to come on for the Vega. Corvette had a reaction time start with a 1. It was a general rule. If your reaction time starts with a 1, your time ticket's going to start with an L. 6:10 for Snodgrass. Take care of business down there as Joe Kidd now rolls up in the left side against the Bob Glidden Tribute Pinto. Bob actually had, 78, right? 77, 78 Pinto? No, 78 was, must have been earlier than that. 74 or 5. 78 was the Fairmont. It's kind of a cool little flashback. But can he take care of business against Joe Kidd? The survey says no. 682 on the 678 for the win, 93 miles an hour. The Pinto's also 2 above the dial, going 21 on a 19. But left a little bit too much back here, and you give Joe Kidd 700s in reaction time, and he is going to send you home pretty much every time. Here comes Kurt Zaletta and the 69 Roadrunner and A.J. Crater. The parasitic psycho. The Mustang is out there, but here comes the Roadrunner. Taking care of business, 679 on the 679. Got their first runs dead on the dial. 49 on a 49 also for A.J. Crater. Well, AJ's reaction started with a 1. Kurt started with an 0-0. And then he dropped it dead on the number. Bruce Maybury. Bruce, come see me. I think you know where I am. Chad Sandlin. Cade Renault coming at you right now. Hey, racers, remember, your dial needs to be visible on the left side of your car, the left side of your car. Chad Sandlin, I mean, that's a beautiful Nova, but love you, man. Put some shoe polish on the window, would you? Cade Renault over on the right side. Cade's going to get a 1 Mississippi head start. And we'll find out if the Malibu can hold off the Nova. Both drivers get away on the green. Will it be the early? Or will it be the late? 2 cars, basically the same car. It's going to be a breakout for Cade Renault. Predicted a 31, ran 7:25. Reaction time was a coin flip, 28 on a 27 for Chad Sandlin. Didn't leave Cade a big window, but Cade got there first and got there too much too first. And breaks it out. The Witch's Brew now of Mike Bolton. The Willys Jeep and Frank Leon. Chevy 2, 1963. The early vintage, first generation of the Chevy 2. Both drivers are clean, green down and away, but it's going to be a breakout on the left side. It's going to be a win light on the right side. Frank, 7 flat on a 693. That's going to be a winner. As we come up with a breakout in the other lane, Chris Stout now on the left side and Charlie German in the right. Stout in the Vega all the way down from Pocatello, Idaho. Well, I wonder what the weather's like in Pocatello, Idaho today. Charlie German. Current weather in Pocatello.
It's 47 degrees and cloudy in Pocatello.
47 and cloudy. That's not bad. That's not bad. I thought it was going to be a whole lot colder than that. It's going to be a breakout, however, for Team Pocatello. It's going to be a win light for Team Tucson. And the Bodacious Buick rolls in now on the left side. Carson Heath on the right. Jerry Holder, J&J Racing Buick. And Carson coming up in the Chevy 2. Not a whole lot of handicap here between that big old Bodacious. Too hot, too soon. Too bad for the Buick. Win light already on for Carson, 719 on the 713. Going down there and snugging up the stripe 3,000 just for fun, but the race was determined. 200ths of a second on the red light. Brings up William Moore in the pickup. And a little green Nova over in the right side. Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh. Got there first by 3/10 to break out. Oh, Bill. Congratulations on the conductor hat. Brandy goes red. Way red. 121 on the wrong side of the tree, so the wind light comes on the right side. 729. Wow, 729. Dialing 650. Definitely not putting the number on the board that they put on the window, but when the red light comes on in the other lane, that kind of makes it easy. Jeff Edwards now on the left side, Steve Valdez on the right. If you are in pro and you are not in the staging lanes, you are in the wrong place, because our buyback driver, or our double entered drivers, are going to be turning around and rolling right back this direction. Jeff Edwards, beautiful Chevy 2. Steve Valdez. Both drivers off on the way on the green. The Vega with the nose out in front. The Chevy 2 is not going to catch him. 675 on the 670, 96 of speed. 49 on a 49. Wow, Edwards drops it dead 6. But he had a reaction time started with a 1. Can't make those numbers work. The dead 6 part was fine. The reaction time that started with a 1 was less than fine. Sub-fine. Not quite fine. Wes Snodgrass now on the left side, and Adriel Luz in the right. The Jet 1. It's going to be breakouts. 56 on a 57 is under by 3 thou. 18 on a 21 is under by 3 hun. So Adriel is going to get the win. So Wes goes 3 hun under. Come out on the bad side of a double breakout. Mike Passerby now on the left side, and Ron Height. How about these two? Difference in dial, 1 hun. They're going to be basically heads up all the way down the racetrack. Both drivers get away on the green. Well, the difference was supposed to be 1 hun. The difference was actually 7 hun. Oh, no. Ron Height, oh, man, had the reaction advantage, took a chunk, and broke out. Mike Passerby gets the win. Ron Height gets... Wow. Thought he was looking good with the reaction time advantage, and it took a mile at the stripe. Jessica Robinson now on the left side, John Carvalho in the right. Carvalho, the 67 model Camaro over there, and he is going to be waiting a long time, almost 2 full Mississippis. The Jessica is off on John, both drivers off on the green. John running out of room in a hurry. The Malibu's out there. Gets there and breaks out doing it. 832 on the 834, 46 on the 43 with a 006 light for John, and that is going to take care of business. We're going to keep rolling our way through round number 1 of Pro Bracket. I'm going to take 5. I need to go take a little break for myself, and Bruce Mayberry, who is the voice of this joint on a regular basis, is going to take you through the rest of round number 1 in Pro.
All right, looks like Mr. Passerby, Ken Passerby. Now you saw earlier the Nova. Well, when he was running that Nova in Super Street, he was picking up all the trophies and all the cash and jumped into this Vega. And now he's picking up all the cash and all the trophies in the Vega. He's here in the left-hand lane. Stuck at the 687. Up against Peter Million. Peter with a 673. So he got about 3 stuff in the bank hanging on to it and goes 75. Ken goes a 90, and the win goes to Passerby. 92 miles an hour up against Pete's 100.58. Stretching it out just a little bit here, left-hand lane. That's Thad Card. Over in the right-hand lane. Goes to Trevor Borowski. Wow, that's pretty cool. Right-hand lane gets to lead first. About a half a second goes over to that left-hand lane. 750 against a 709. Thad with the 709 in the Mustang. Mustang 2. Let's see if that better light here in the left-hand lane. Ooh, sorry, better light. Takes it away. Both of them sidestep the throttle. Thad goes at 709 and gets the win. Dead 5 at 93 miles an hour after 70 light. He had about 7 put away already. Next pair, Henry Labaugh. Henry and David Labaugh, Arizona differential specialists, left-hand lane dart, 690 dial. Up against Tony Marconi. Now this is kind of a neat ride, isn't it? Have you ever seen this? 1976 Plymouth Arrow Roadster. Now there's, as far as I know, there's only like 3 or 4 of them been built. The gentleman that built them built one, the first one for him and his wife. Henry, red, 0.02 of a second, and then goes 3 up on the dial. Then Marconi, he's got the double O's, not quite a triple O to get Alan's bag of donuts, but he's got a double O2, and goes 81, 3 up on his 84. Have a whole lot of info for you. Over here on the tower side. Looks like Stan Hammond in his shoebox Nova with a 620. Jacob Tremmel. Jacob's going to get to leave first by about 28, about a quarter of a second. And only 0.02 separates them at the start. When light comes on. Both of them go under their dial, but it looks like Stan was a little closer in his shoebox. He was only about 5 thou under and gets the win. Here's Wes Millward. That's a motorcycle. Oh, if you can't tell. Have another long swing arm. Comes out of Elizabeth, Colorado. I wonder if Dan brought him down. Dan is such a neat guy on the motorcycle categories. He picks up the win all the time. Let's see if Elizabeth, now Elizabeth's right there in that Denver area as well, up against Chris Citro, the Marana High School auto shop teacher. If you need something done with your junior streets or your high school, Chris red by 2,000. Gonna have a pretty tough run for the Elizabeth, Colorado runner. Looking for a 580 and goes dead 7 at 122 miles an hour. The bike picks up the win. And it looks like Chris going to go to the buyback window. Jeremy Plyer in a neat ride. A clone 72 Chevy Nova. Up against Joe Cox Jr. Joe Cox is in a Valiant. That's a 1966 Valiant. Comes out of Peoria, just up the road a little bit, Phoenix area. 713 is the dial. Wow. Looks like Jeremy's going to have to be the second. Joe's going to turn on the red light by 80. 0. Then goes dead 3. Oh, he's not going to be happy with that at all. Goes dead 3 at 95 miles an hour, but hey, that red light gives the win to Jeremy. Jeremy goes 93, 2 up on his dial. Brianna's in an S10 pickup, and she's looking for a 759. She's over here in the 92.9 the Bull lane, up against the American Walk-In Coolers lane. That's Danny Valvo. Danny's in a 1972 Chevy, the Chevelle. And it's kind of interesting that the Chevelles 71 and 72, they look exactly the same. All the parts fit from a 71, 72. The only difference is the marker lights up front. So turn indicators, marker lights, whatever you want to call them. Rear bumper, everything is exactly the same between 71 and 72. Headed for the buyback window. Brianna, she wants a 759, and she goes, an equipment saving 764 at 89.5. Here's Miss Kim Zimmerman. Hey guys, if you want to go racing and you like a fast, reliable race car, how about a 1970 Dodge Dart? Built and many wins by both Kim and hubby. Zimmy takes a bunch of wins in it. Kimmy takes a bunch of wins in it. Gonna go up against Brad Hawk. Oh boy. In the Mustang. Mustang is a 1989. This was a street car. The street car was dead on in the street. Brad and company, Chuck and them picked it up. Win's still gonna go over to Kim though. The for sale Dart gets the win. Goes 1 up, almost 11 up on the dial, and Kim gets the win. There's Juan Ortiz, or Carlos. This is the car that Luis picked up the wins in Vegas and I think Bakersfield. But when he hurt the dragster, he jumped into Carlos's Oldsmobile or Pontiac and started picking up wins, and he went all the way to Pomona in this car. So Carlos says, well, you know what? It's my turn to start winning in this car. He's going to whip against Cole Roos. Cole is in there. He's looking for a 634. Cole looking for a 794. And the win goes to Cole. Wow, I thought Carlos was a little flat in the Pontiac. He goes an 83 on a 34, so 5 under. Steve Watkins, Corvette. American walk-in coolers, right-hand lane, 748 down. Up against the Camaro, the winning Camaro of Tim O'More. Tim went several rounds at our Division 7 race. Put us in that number 2 spot, or helped put us in that number 2 spot, Tim O'More. Tim's looking for a 578, but Steve's going to get to leave first by almost 2 full trees. 170. Start on both sides of the tree. A couple of Huns separates them. And the win light comes on for Tim at a 43 to Steve's double 6. Steve goes under his 48 with a 37. Way under. Margin of victory about a full second. Almost goes to Tim O'More. Right lane, Pontiac, 30, 80. Yeah, we're doing just a little bit of starting line cleanup out here. So, hey guys, by the way, Tech will be reopened tomorrow. Hopefully you didn't need Tech today, but Tech will be reopened tomorrow at 8 a.m. So if you do need to get Teched in, you got something different, something breaks, whatever, if you need to get Teched in tomorrow, I think that's Sauerbaugh. Mr. Sauerbaugh over there in his Pontiac. Up against Slade. Slade all the way from Los Lunas, New Mexico. In the altered T-Bucket. Bucket's looking for a 593. Got to be patient though, about a full second patient. The Sauerbaugh missing out first by a full second. He does. We just caught him at the stripe and goes 3 Hun up, 96 on a 93, and gets the win at a 008 light to Sauerbaugh's 48 light. The 48 goes 90, it was dead 9 at 96 miles an hour, but leaving 4 Hun at the starting line cost Sauerbaugh the race. Looks like, don't know what's happening right now, but got a couple of things. I believe we're quite a ways back still in our pro category. So again, we are running pro category into round 1 eliminations. All right, looks like we are headed back into it again. Next pair coming up to you. Left-hand lane's Dale Hicks. Isn't that a good-looking Camaro? Like Alan said early on, he's given extra points for vinyl tops. This one is excellent vinyl top. Here in the left-hand lane, X718 for Dale. 630 is the dial. Up against Tyler Sally. Another, gosh, a really young man. I think Tyler's only like 17, 18 years old. He's picked up a whole bunch of wins in this dart. Looking for a 725. And the dart over there in the American Walk-In Cooler's right-hand lane. So he gets the lead first. Almost a second, about 9,500. For Tyler. Goes over to Tyler. Goes dead 8 at 89 miles an hour for the win. The left-hand pickup truck tower side 781J. 781J belongs to Joe Kidd. Okay. Is Joe running 2 cars today? Separated them here at the starting line, and the 6th out goes to Joe. Joe was about 28 up on his dial. Dial to 40 goes to 42 and an 8 at 100 miles an hour, but he had a better light by 6th out to Marconi's 38. Marconi goes up on his dial by 3, but he left it here at the starting line and gives the win to Joe. Jason Bateman in the Shoebox Nova 757 dial. Comes out of Phoenix in the left-hand lane. I guess Brad Fisher. Brad's in that 4-speed 1980 Fairmont wagon, and he's leaving first by half a second. 790 to a 757. The 57 here in the left-hand lane. The Nova. Gonna have to chase down the Fairmont. So, can Brad drive the wagon around the shoebox? Red line by 1, 4, 6. It was way early. And then goes 8:30. But hey, he was. Looked like Jason was already looking at the win lights on his scoreboard. Goes 62 on a 57 for the win. Kurt Reif taking over the Camaro. He's here in the left-hand lane. Up against Derek Fisher. Kurt's Camaro. See, I think Kurt's only had the Camaro maybe a season or so, but he stuck a 683 on the window. Derek is looking for a 784 in the Fairmont. Fairmont's a 1980 Fairmont. Gets the lead first by 4. Derek is still at the starting line, and now, so long as Kurt doesn't break out, and he didn't, he will get the win. Looking for an 83, goes to 67. Ooh, that was close. Here's Bob Cohen in the Insidious 19 1969 C10 pickup truck up against Mike Heath. Heath coming out of Clarkdale, Arizona. And of course, Bob is from Tucson. In the Insidious. Hey, speaking of that, have you been up to the Nitro Club? That goes on till about 2 o'clock. I don't even know what time it is. Oh well. It's after 2. Never mind. But maybe they'll open that up. 0.05 of a second. Oops. Michael say, thank you. I'm 29 green and I'm coming in the next round. Dial to 52 goes to 53, so 16 up on his dial at 102 miles an hour. Bob goes dead 1 after a 5 thou light. But that 5 thou was red. Oops. Here's Chris Doctor. Chris is taking over a Fleetwood 62 Chevy Bel Air. The High Plains Drifter. 628 up against a 658. Bob Lohman in the Camaro. He wants the 658. He gets the 2. Chris goes double 3 green. And the win light, of course, after that red light start, goes to Chris. Goes 107 miles an hour. He's about 2 up on his dial. Rob Khalil, big back windowed Barracuda, 66 Barracuda. Comes out of Marana, just up the road a piece. Up against John Amstutz, or Amstutz. I'll get it right here one of these days for you, John, sorry. John in a 78 C28. Looking for 712. It is identical on the reaction timer. Double 4 for each driver in the green wind light. Comes on for Khalil in the Barracuda. Barracuda goes 87, 5 up on the 82 to take the win. Steve Lackey up against Ray. Oh, what a good looking ride that is. 1972 Dodge Duster. Those are sweet. All of those 70 Mopars. Comes in 733 on the window. And a 696 for Steve. Better light goes to Steve, but he goes under. It's 96 with an 89, about 5 under, and gives the win to Ray. Ray goes 35. He was about 27 up on his dial, but he gets the win as the left lane goes under. Here's Cliff Hall. Not a neat looking Falcon. Slammed down to the pavement, almost sitting on top of the slick. So big big wheel tubs under that Falcon. Up against the Nova, is it? I can't quite see. It might be Jeremy's Nova. Can't quite see, but card 766 anyway. Gonna get the lead first. So this is gonna be a no smoke. Better reaction time to Cliff. Green wind light to Cliff. Down to 63, 2 under 61, but that red light in the right lane gave the win to Cliff. Here's Howard, the Hound Dog DeVore. Howard comes out of Flagstaff. He gets to lead first this time. He's looking for a 92, a 692 up against another Fairmount. This is Claude Evering. Claude's in a 1981 Ford Fairmount. Now Claude is a tin man. You need to look inside the Fairmount and his truck. He's a tin man. He builds the interiors. Green wind light comes on for the Hound Dog as Claude goes under his 80. Sorry, duh. Goes red by 28. Somehow that was wrong. Sorry about that. But Claude red light anyway by 28. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Junior dragsters 6 to 9. Junior dragsters 6 to 9. This is your first call. And double entered 10 to 17. Double entered only 10 to 17. This is your first call following our 6 to 9s. Red light by Ryan McCammond. 37 red. Marvin Wolfmeyer win. Oh, one of the Lee brothers. Lee's Automotive, sponsor on the side of all the Lee brothers cars. Lee Family Racing. So Brian Lee here in the Mustang, 640. He's stuck on the window of this Mustang. That's a 67 Mustang. Up against the Chevelle. Right at the moment, there's a name on the window, but hey, my eyes aren't that good. Can't quite see the name, but 417C anyway for the Chevelle. And he's going to get to lead first by half a second. So he's out there, and Brian's going to have to chase him down. So 73 against a 40. 73 in the right lane, 40 in the left lane. Playing with the tree. Ooh, Brian, don't. Oh, I think Brian jumped. I think he's going to red light. Doggone it. For some reason, whether the trans brake didn't hold or what happened, don't know, but Brian, the Mustang, just made a huge leap right through the beams. That will be a LBTA, like he left like a long time ago. So it is a free time run for the Chevelle 417C. Brian's going to have to go to the buyback window. But he goes a 70 on a 73. Didn't matter. And here is Stephen Lee, another one of the Lee brothers. Lee Family Racing. Lee Brothers Automotive. Left-hand lane Mustang. 65 this time. 684. This time, one of the Lee brothers gets to lead first. Up against Aaron McCammon. Now this El Camino was fun. I talked to him yesterday and said, well, I want to make sure that I'm not lying to everybody that you did used to drive this El Camino to the racetrack. He says, yeah, I just live in Vail. He says, but I used to drive it to the racetrack, race it, and drive it home. He said, it never failed. I was always able to drive it home. He's looking for a 598. Steve wants a 684. Aaron goes under his 98 by 1/100th of a second at 110 miles an hour. Steve says, thanks, I get the win. Here is Randy Lee. Wow, that's kind of cool. All three brothers lined up one behind the other. This is the only fastback in the group. This is a 69 fastback. He's looking for a 615 up against James Foley. Now James is, that's an illegal spoiler. You can't have that trunk opening up on you. That's an illegal spoiler. 759 for James, but Randy gets the win. Wow, they had to push this clear out as Randy goes dead 5 with a deuce. Margin of victory, only about 21 thousandths of a second as the computer goes clear out to 4 digits. Here's Paul Lorton. Well, you talk about a winning Vega. He wins no matter where he goes. So everybody lines up next to him and goes, oh, crap, I got to run against Lorton in the Vega. Doesn't matter whether he's in the Vega or whether he's in the dragster. Lorton takes the win half the time. This time he's got a 609 on the win. He's got to go up against Mike Reed. Mike in the D50. Oh, no. Oh, Lorton goes red by 3 thousandths of a second. Mike Reed goes, wow, escaped that one. I go 57 green and then go 13 or 17 up on my dial and get a win. Here's Chuck Hawk Jr. Now I understand Chuck is doing double duty today. I heard early on that he is in the pickup truck as well as the Mustang here. So the Mustang looking for a 705 in the 92.9 bull lane. Left lane up against Jimmy Southwick. Jimmy 731, so he gets the lead first. 31 against an 05. The 05 just bumping into the beams. Chuck's kind of looking up. Now, don't get timed out. We do have This is almost. That was close. Tree starts coming down. South wind goes red by 4 thousandths of a second. And Chuck goes 22 on the green side, goes 0.83 up on his dial at 95 miles an hour. Here's the blue oval bullet. This belongs to Marco Ocampo. The bullet, where you talk about a winning combination. This 1968 Mustang GT. He works for the water department up there in the Phoenix area, or Glendale. Going to go up against Heath Hawthorne. Heath in a 1963 shoebox Nova, comes out of Mesa. 708 is the dial. Well, that's a good looking ride as well, but the blue oval bullet here in the left-hand lane, 661. Now, if Marcos can hang on to it, occasionally the Mustang outruns him and jumps into that on that red side. Squeeze the bulb just a little bit too hard sometimes. See what happens this time as Marcos looking for the green light. Yep, got a green light this time. Uh-oh, that didn't sound good. I think the bullet laid over. For some reason, it did not sound right. And Heath is going to take the win. Heath goes 16 up on his dial. Dialed an 8, goes a 9 with a 6. Heath Hawthorne with the win. Jeffrey Cox, another neat looking Falcon. Some of these Falcons with the teardrop hoods, how cool are they? That thing over there is a 1964 Falcon Sprint. Up against Corey Oxford's 1967 Camaro. Camaro left lane, 733. Oh, he's got about a 2 thousandths of a second head start is all. That was the margin here at the starting line. So see who gets a better light. The better light's going to go to Jeffrey, and so is the win. Jeffrey had a 63, so he had about 13 better light to Oxford's 70. Oxford goes 39 on a 33. But the Falcon Cox takes the win. Parker Theobald. I guess Matt Hawk. Talk about family racing. Hawk family racing. Here's Matt. So now hopefully you were able to buy some raffle tickets from Matt. He'll be wandering around taking care of that for you. So Matt looking for a 733 in the Maverick. And a 007 light is what got him the win. Then he goes dead 1, an 8-pack. Wow. Margin to victory, 5 10,000ths of a second. But an 8-pack goes to Matt Hawk and a win. Here's Scott Oxford. We just saw Brother Little a bit ago, a couple of passes ago, up against Shelby Williams. Wow. 3 thousandths of a second separates him here at the starting line. 693, I'm sorry, yeah, 300ths of a second. 690 to a 693. So 300 difference here. 70 Camaro and a 68 Camaro. The 68 left lane in our 92.9, the Bull. Up against Shelby Williams. Oh, Shelby gets the win. As Scott goes red, 2-2. 58 green for Shelby and a win. Goes 3 up, 3 under. Down to 93, goes 3 under, 90 and 96 miles an hour. Mark Johns in the Mustang, the fastback Mustang. Now Mark ended up winning a motor not too long ago for the Ford. But he was kind of disappointed because it was a Chevrolet motor. He said, nah, I'll take the money instead. In the little Mustang here. That's a Mustang, 7756. Car number for Mark Johns and a 724 on the window. Going to go up against Michael Munoz. Michael with a 690 in the little S10. Tower side. 92 S10. Again, double green light. Both Mark looking over his left shoulder. Where is that S10? No, well, it doesn't matter. Mark had 2 put away in the bank and takes the win. 27 on a 24 at 93 miles an hour. Left lane goes 12 on a 90 and 96, but he left 2 at the starting line and gives the win to Mark. Attention to pits. Attention to pits. Junior dragsters 6 to 9. Junior dragsters 6 to 9. And double entered 10 to 17. Junior dragsters. Junior dragsters 6 to 9. And double entered 10 to 17. Junior dragsters. You should be in the lanes. Very close. That's a 1999 Pontiac Trans Am for the win. 5 up on it. Dial to 13 goes an 18 at 91 miles an hour for the win. Left lane, looking for a 680. Goes a 706. Regan Walcott and Andy, quite easy for you to say, Andy Kadar. Duh. So Kadar, I believe we are into our double entries. So we've been into the double entries for a little while. So, of course, as you know, if you do happen to be runner-up in round 1, you can go to the buyback window, and the buyback window is located just at the head of staging down there. So stop by and see Fred. They'll take care of you at the buyback window if need be. Reagan, left lane. We're 710. And Andy, he wants a 6-6. I don't like that. 6-6-6. And he'll take the win, though, as Regan goes under her 10 by 3 thousandths of a second. Yahoo! Andy takes the win, goes 7-3 on a 6-6-6, 93 miles an hour. Diego in the Mustang. American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane. 7, left lane. 700 is the dial for Diego. Up against Evan Graves. In the Bob Glidden Tribute Pinto 621. So of course Diego's going to get the way first in the Mustang. Looks like he's got a little stop on it as it kind of moseyed out of the starting line. The Pinto's there first, though. Goes 5 up, 626 on a 621. Better Light 87 to a 112. Better Light goes to Graves and the win at 101 miles an hour. Is that David Trammell? I believe David in the Shoebox Nova. In the right-hand lane, 63. David comes out of the Casa Grande area. He's been up there for a long time. Ran at Speed World, ran at Firebird, runs at Tucson, and takes home a lot of checks out of each one of the Arizona tracks. Left lane, good-looking wagon. B417 car number. Don't have the information for you right at the moment, but it's got a 670 on the window anyway. And he's going to get the win as Trammell goes red by 2. Dave's not happy with that. Then he goes dead 9 at 105 miles an hour. Oops. The equipment saving 83 on a 70 for the wagon. And a little Vega here in the left-hand lane. Stuck at 604 on the window. Up against the Chevelle right-hand lane. Chevelle looking for a 680. Belongs to Scott Turner. Scott in that 65 Chevelle. Vega here on the tower side. 4X77 is the car number on the Vega. drifts out toward the fence just a little bit, has to drive it back in the middle. And the Chevelle, Turner's going to pick up the win. Goes at 19 up on his 80 with dialed an 80, goes an 81 with the 9 at 100 miles an hour. Vega 2 above. Dialed the 00 goes in 04. Paul Coleman left-hand lane. Paul Coleman here in the left-hand lane. 7-1 for Paul. Looking for a 620. The Corvette goes red by 156. Like a long time ago. Paul picks up the win. Goes a 15 on the 20 at 111. Another wagon. Well, these things are really popular anymore, and hey, they're most of the time they are extremely quick. This one, looking for a 618. That belongs to Amy Rogers. Amy coming out of Texas. Comes on the way, Butler. Looking for that 618, but hey, let's push it out the back door, see how quick it'll go. Couple up on it. Dial an 18 goes to 20, so saving equipment a little bit. Got 109 and a half. I believe that might have been the end of that round of our pro category. So once again, junior dragsters 6 to 9. And junior dragsters double entered 10 to 17. So double entered junior dragsters 10 to 17 and 6 to 9. Your final call. All right, we're jumping categories on you. I'm going to go into junior dragsters, 6 to 9. These are the youngsters. Now, normally here at Tucson Dragway, we have 2 different categories, of course, 6 to 12 and 13 to 17. Well, this weekend, we're doing 6 to 9 and 10 to 17. Attention to pits, attention in the area, junior dragsters, all junior dragsters. Could we have you to the lanes, please? Lanes 1 and 2. All junior dragsters, you should be in the lanes. Double enters first, behind our 6 to 9s. And then our 10 to 17s, double entries first, and then single entries. So all junior dragsters, come on down. Lanes are open to you. Oh, that's too bad. Looks like our over there in the American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane car double 7 that 1-2 7712 did not quite make the tree even. So left lane Hayden down to 47 goes to 1370 and looking at the green wind lights on his scoreboard. All right, I believe that's Gracie Slade. Gracie Slade over there in the far right lane. So Gracie, car number 7877. Left lane 765, car number. The junior dragsters, these are our younger age group right now. I think we have attention to pits, double entered sportsman. Double entered sportsman. This is your first call to lanes 3 and 4. Once again, double entered sportsman. Your first call, lanes 3 and 4. Come on down. Here's Jada. She's here in the left-hand lane with 1191 on the window up against 406M. Wow. That car is quick. 790 is the dial and goes 97 for the win. Wow, that was a quick catch-up in a hurry. 78 miles an hour up against Jada's 53 miles an hour. So 20 mile an hour difference in these junior dragsters. Now, it's kind of interesting. Some of the big cars, some of our sportsman cars, don't go 70 miles an hour in the 8th mile. And being we're all 8th mile, every category today, it's going to be interesting to watch how quick some of these junior dragsters are. But I tell you what, this is our future. These kids, they get into these juniors, and they turn around and get into the big cars. And I was talking to one of our big car drivers a little while ago, and he said, you know what? I hate these guys that come up from junior dragsters. They just kick my butt all the time, either on the tree or playing the stripe. And here we are into our junior dragsters. Brett Gonzalez, left-hand lane. goes red by 59. Car number 4806 is going to get the win. Dial to 32 goes to 29. The red light killed Brett. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Double entered sportsman. Double entered sportsman. Your second call. Lanes 3 and 4. Car 4290X, left-hand lane. And car number 71X over there in the right-hand lane. I believe it's Jace Renault. Hey, I'm going to throw it out there just in case. I know it's a Renault 71 because they sponsored by Silver State. And we see that on the side looking for a 90. Left lane looking for an 808. As they get to the finish line, oh, the 808 takes it. Better reaction time went to Jace by 2 thou. He had a 31. Left lane had a 33, but left lane goes closer to the number and gets the win. 7444X in the left-hand lane. In the 92.9, the bull lane, up against 7689X. Over there in the far lane, or that's our American walk-in coolers. Now this is a heads-up, 790 on both sides of the tree. So it could be won right here at the starting line. Who is better at the starting line? Is it left lane? Is it right lane? Looks like the wind light comes on for 7689. Down to 90, goes to 94 for the win on that heads-up race. All right. Car number 415R, left lane. Up against 409X, right lane. Right lane's dialed in at 815, left lane's dialed in at 792. So, of course, the 815 gets the lead first. And it is a double green light start. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Left lane left first and had a 007. Nicely done. 73 miles an hour, goes 24 on a 15. About 11 up and gets the win at 73 miles an hour. Attention in the pits. Attention pits. Double entered sportsman. Double entered sportsman. This is your final call. You should be in lanes 3 and 4. Car number 7012. 7012 here in the left-hand lane. 795 on the window. RO or R0 4X with an 800 on the window. 500 leave start. Over there in the right. So it's RO4X. And Allison Bell here on the tower side, 702. Oh, Allison. Yeah, well, you talk about a winning combination. Allison wins in her high school Nova, and she wins in the junior dragster. She won category and picked up the championship for Allison Bolay. How cool is that? You just saw our Division 7 champion get that win here in the left-hand lane. Avery Bowling. Oh, isn't that neat? Yeah, Avery here in the left-hand lane. A212 10 left-hand lane. Yeah. And Jace Reuter, R21X, stuck an 800 on the window. 800 against the 792. So, wow, not a whole lot's going to separate them here at the starting line. About 0.08 of a second between them. See who gets better light now. That may take the win, as we're only going about 660 feet for these juniors. That is the first time I have ever seen that. Did you see the wheel hop over there in the right-hand lane? I mean, the tires came up off the ground. First time ever I've seen wheel hop on a junior. And that was, it rattled his teeth for sure. But the left lane's going to get the win because we lost a whole bunch of time on wheel hop here in the right-hand lane. Yahoo! Left lane, car 466X. Up against right lane 787. Ooh, 4 seconds patient for the left lane. Hudge here in the left-hand lane. He's got to be 4+ seconds patient. So far, so good. It is a double green light start. Can he get there in time without going under the dial? Looking for an 896. What he did, he got the win. He goes 906 to the right lane's 1414 on a 1375 dial. $700X, I believe, is Miss Sarah Kidd. Sarah, left lane, 798, another division champion in category. Age group, she takes the win. She gets the championship. Up against 735, car number, with a 904. 904 gets to leave first by a full second. Sarah's going to play catch up. Can she get there in time? A little tardy on the starting line for one of them. We'll see what happens. It looks like Sarah had a better light, and Sarah gets the win. She gets 804. Left-hand lane. Left lane. Over there in the right-hand lane, that belongs to Aubrey Keller. She's looking for a 919. Alexis here in the left-hand lane. What a cool paint job or a wrap or whatever. Oh, Alexis. 25 red. Free time run for the right-hand lane. Looking for a 19, goes to 25. At 70 miles an hour on a free time run. 421, car number left-hand lane. Up against Alicia Moody. Alicia, 4020, car number, American Walk-In Coolers, right lane. Gabriel Sandoval. I believe Gabriel probably comes up out of the Sonora group, because we have a whole bunch of folks out of Sonora this weekend. So Gabriel looking for an 800, and Alicia, she wants an 890. So Alicia first to go. Once the tree comes down, both in pre-staged. Looking over at one another. Of course, once 3 lights come on, computer takes over. Gabriel's in first. Alicia, now she's in. Pre-stage and stage is on. 5 full tree. Oh, Gabriel. Red light by 16. Alicia. And we do have the true start system. So Alicia went red as well, but she only went red by 1/1000th of a second. So she gets the win. She won it at 890, goes at 901 at 72 miles an hour. Here's Weston Moody. I believe these kids, the Moody's, come out of New Mexico, I believe. Weston looking for an 869 up against Madeline Smith in the Air Force painted junior dragster, car 7275. So Madeline up against Weston. So 790, gonna have to chase down the 869. Both of them pre-staged, staged. Tree comes down, goes red for Weston. Left lane takes the win, 48 green. 793 on a 90. Red light for Weston, 7 thou. Christian Pridgett, 766C, American Walking Coolers, right hand lane. Shane here in the left-hand lane. 34, Junior X or JRX. 34. Shane up against Christian. Yeah, Christian, Grandpa likes his Corvette. You see him in there bringing Christian in a little bit. So Grandpa bringing Christian in. So Christian with that 890, of course, going to get to leave first by a full second. Shane says, well, I want a 790. I'm a little bit quicker, and I have a Mike Boss chassis. So there's not a whole lot of those around, but it's kind of neat to watch. Shane, as he approaches the starting line, the car will rock back and forth as he inches up. He'll turn the pre-staged on first. Christian's kind of sitting back. All right, now they're both in pre-staged. Waiting. Shane rocking the car back and forth. Inching up. There he goes. Pre-staged and staged. All 4 lights are lit. Tree comes down. And goes green for both drivers. Is Shane going to get there in time? He's just a little bit ahead. Had a double 3 light and takes the win. Up against a 1-1-2 for Christian. Shane says, I'll take that at 78 miles an hour. Right-hand lane, car number 7766 and 423. Mr. Thompson, left-hand lane, gets to leave first, of course, and 7716 over there in the right-hand lane. Oh, one of the Grotto children, again coming out of New Mexico. Grotto over there in the right-hand lane, 7716 with an 890 dial. .423 here in the left-hand lane. Better reaction time. Goes to Mr. Grotto, and he takes the win. 40 to an 83. 400 better gets the win at 71 miles an hour. About 25 up on the dial. Dialed 0 goes to 25. Here's Presley Kinman. Presley here in the left-hand lane. What a good-looking ride that thing is. Comes out of California, Chino, California for Presley. Presley wants a 790. Ooh, talking about. And Haley Martin with a 1010. Haley is in the right-hand lane. Haley gets to leave 2 full seconds. Wow. Up against Presley. Now Haley, 1010. It is a double green line start. Haley looking for that 10-10. Presley had a 003. Wow, 003, and couldn't run the number. Goes way up on the dial. Dialed at 790, goes an 898. Wow, full second off. And Haley gets the win, 26 on a 10. So about 16 difference at 56 miles an hour. Haley gets the win. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Let's have all of our sportsmen following our double entered. So all of our sportsmen, come on down, following our double entereds. We need you all in 3 and 4. Car 7103, left-hand lane. Up against car 721. Right-hand lane, oh, right lane red. Squeeze the ball about 4,002 hard and goes red. Left lane, 7103 gets the win at 72 miles an hour. Here's Emily. She's here in the left-hand lane. She's looking for a 793. And Memphis. So we got Emily left, Memphis right. Memphis looking for an 895. Memphis with that 895. Going to get away a full second before. Emily? Emily? 793. So she'll have to be about a second patient as they roll into the beams. Looks like the crew chief, Dad, has left him alone. Kind of pushed him up there into the beams. Both got pre-staged on. Right lane's in first. Emily waiting for the tree to roll down. Oh no, right lane. Left had a whole bunch, had 2 in the bank. Attention to pits, attention in the area. Attention in the pits, attention in the area. Hey guys, there should be a black fuel cap laying in the pits somewhere. If you come across that, could you bring it up here to us? So a black fuel cap. Could you please bring that up to the timing tower? That's the first door that says announcer on it, and we will make sure it gets back to its rightful owner. So black fuel cap laying out there somewhere. So if you pick that up, please bring it to us. Carmen Nelson, left-hand lane, 808 dial. And car 773 in the American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane. So Carmen, just a tick, going to get to leave first. It's 1800. Going to take that to the 790 of the right-hand lane. Oh no, Carmen red, 7 thousandths of a second. Well, Macy Coleman will get the win. Macy, nice 43 light, and then goes 2 up on the dial. Dial to 90, goes to 92 at 81 miles an hour. Selena. Selena is in the American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane with a 790 dial. And Colin Myers. Colin has a 790 on the window as well, so another heads up. 790s a pair. It's usually one right here at the starting line. So when you get 790s a pair in the older age group, 10 to 17, it's usually one right here at the starting line because they're only going to go about 660 feet out there to that Raymond Dixon half track. Of course, that's all we're doing all weekend long as they both get away with a green line start. Well, both of them won 60-foot times anyway. So as they both get out and away, and the green win lights come on to the better reaction time by 5 goes to Selena. Selena takes the win, goes 92 on a 90 for the win. Oops. Oh, good. I called Jace the other one. So I guess I messed up last time. This is Cade Renault, not Jace. Sorry, brother Jace. So this is Cade Renault here in the left-hand lane. Car number 7-1. Sponsored by Silver State. And Maddie Kruba, she's sponsored by Maddie comes out of the Tucson area as well. Southwest Dragway, I think, is one of Maddie's sponsors. Oh, sorry about that. Maddie comes out of Mesa with as Alan says, North Tucson 001. Way to go, Maddie. Left lane though, 20 grand for Cade Renault. So Maddie takes the win, goes 89. She would have gone under by 9 thou at 83 miles an hour, but red light for Cade. She gets the win. Here's Mason Tuck in our American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane. And car number 4253 in the left-hand lane. Ooh, 6 going to separate him at the starting line. 798 left lane. Mason 792. Here's Brett here in the left-hand lane. Oh, double breakout. Goes to Brett, 42.53, the win on a double breakout. He was a little closer. He was only about 2 off. Down 98, goes to 96. So I guess that's about 18 off. 96 with a 6, but he'll get the win for Brett here in the left-hand lane. Hannah Thompson. Hannah looking for an 811, 811. Left-hand lane, a car 7112. In the right-hand lane. So, of course, tower side, 811. Hannah going to get to leave first. And 7112 over there in the right-hand lane. See if we can, almost looks like Gracie Slade. No, never mind. But car 7112 going to chase down Hannah with that 790 to the 811. Looks like Hannah just a little bit tardy at the starting line, but still made the win. She was only about 23 up on the dial. 11 dial, 13 run. Right lane. Caden Keys, left lane, 815 dial. Up against car 7715. In the right-hand lane. And Malachi, sponsored by Phillips Overhead Door Company for Malachi. You know, Dad kind of runs that company, so kind of put some money into Malachi's car. So Malachi looking for an 890. Cade looking for an 815. Who was playing with the throttle up at the big end? Was it Malachi? He had a 15 light. Then he goes 32 up on a dial. Dial to 90, goes to 93 and a deuce at 73 miles an hour. So Malachi, Phillips Overhead Garage Door, sponsored gets the win. Oh, here's Mackenzie back up again. It looks like we are doing our double enters, so we're into them already. Mackenzie left lane. And 48.06 in the right-hand lane. Oh, better reaction time. We'll see if that does it. And it looks like it does. Breakout win goes to the right-hand lane, 48.06. Mackenzie, she goes further under her 6 by about 25 at 81 miles an hour. Right lane gets the win, 48.06. Goes 75 miles an hour in to the win. All right, looks like Blake folds and Brooklyn folds. Next pair of juniors. Oh, heads up race between the two siblings. Blake, left lane. Brooklyn, right lane. And the win goes to Brooklyn. With that 790 goes to 94 at 81. Blake, gonna go at 95. At 81 miles an hour. Both of them 81 miles an hour. Both of them in the 90s, but Brooklyn gets the win. Closer to the 90 with a 94. To Blake with a 95. $701J. Looks like another, so maybe this is Jace Renault. 701J up against R21. So another Silver State sponsored Renault car. Gonna go 790, or it wants a 790 anyway. Left-hand lane, right-hand lane is Jace Reuter. So Jace is gonna take this win for sure. Jace R21 with an 800. Again, that's the car that rattled the rear tires. Last time, yeah, better wheel hop than this time. This time only about 2 or 3 hops. But Jace Renault going to get the win there as he goes 838 on a 790. At 64 miles an hour. And Jace in the other lane, he goes 856 at 79 miles an hour. Faster mile an hour, but slower ET. So Jace Renault gets the win. Oh, attention to pits, all sportsmen. Double enters, you should be in front, and the rest of you should follow. So all sportsmen, you should be in the lanes 3 and 4. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it looks like I'm going to head back down and see if we can give Fred a hand down at the buyback. So if you do happen to be runner-up in round 1, there are buybacks, of course. So we'll start eliminations about round 3. But if you do happen to be runner-up in round 1, there are buybacks for the categories. I believe Pro, Super Pro, and Sportsman at least. So we'll find out about the rest of them. But motorcycles usually take care of themselves. And junior street and high school, you guys usually take care of yourselves. But at least those 3, Fred and them are down there. They will get you at the buyback window. But it's right at the beginning of staging. And you'll see Fred sitting down there. And we're going to turn it back over to Mr. Reinhardt.
It's $10 million to buy back, right? That's what I heard. I don't know that that's gospel, but that's what I heard. Like, how bad do you want it? Do a little shuffle out there, and then we'll continue on with round number 1. Alrighty, should be ready to rock back there with our sportsman machines, getting ready to roll out. We work our way on through an absolutely spectacularly beautiful day here at Tucson Dragway. Glad to have each and every one of you along. Well, you know, except for that one idiot. You know, there's always that one idiot. But we're glad to have the rest of you. Just not that one idiot. You all know who that is. I don't have to tell you. All righty, should be done with the traction farming here momentarily. We ready to go? By the way, while it's quiet, a little disappointed in your donut winning ability. I like stocked up, planning to give away loads of donuts, and starting to look like I'm going to take a bunch of them home with me. I mean, come on. Lean on the tree. Let's get something going here. By the way, I was going to play the tractor song again, but apparently there's some issue when I put my microphone up to my computer for the live feed, because that's the only way I've got to do it. So, sorry, no more Kenny Chesney. I know. Aw. And here we go. Christine Fife driving the truck, taking on a little red Corvette. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. All right, listen up in the pits. Attention to the pits. Double entered only. Double entered. Super Pro, lane 7 and 8. Double entered. Super Pro, lane 7 and 8. First one line sportsman going to come on for the Corvette. Left last. Got there last. Came out on the good side of a double breakout. Under by 3. Christine was under by more than 3. Bring up A.J. Crater. Well, Christine under by like a 1/10 of a second. Wow. Wow. AJ going to be off and running first. About 2 bulbs. The Mustang's going to be out there. Here comes the Nova. Here comes the Nova. Nova pulling up alongside down there about 500 feet. Should be bad news for AJ Crater. And, well, bad news for AJ Crater. 105 on the tree. That is very unusual for AJ. But it cost him the race. As Nova had the better reaction time and going to take the win. So if he wants another shot, going to have to go down and see the folks at the buyback table. Which one of these cars you like better? There's no wrong answer, especially if you like blue. Mark Artero and the left side. And the little Duster. Dart. Swinger. Vinyl top. Beautiful car. Keith Dunbar on the right side. 1967 Mustang. Another beautiful car. Almost identical in performance. Only 0.07 of a second difference in dial between that one and that one. And that one is going to go first. By just a smidge. By just a little. By the slimmest of margins. Mustang actually had the better reaction time, and Keith is going to turn that into a win light, going 764 on the 760. 764 also comes up for Marco, but Marco, he'd predicted 767. That puts him 300 too quick. Oh, check this out. A 3 Mississippi head start. For Mark Clayton, the whole race is only going to be 8 seconds long. He's going to give up a 3-second head start. Amani Slade in the Pontiac G6 with a huge 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. Now send him. Mark Clayton is on the chase, but he is rapidly running out of real estate. Oh, and he got there. How about that? By 0.03 of a second. 8:20 on the 8:16 for the win. Better reaction time actually went to Hermie. But 11:30 on the 11:20, a 1/10 of a second back of the dial, and that left the door way too far open. Now we got a little Camaro on Camaro activity. The Gen 2 car on the left side. That's Dennis Heath. And over on the right side in the Gen 4 machine, I do not have the driver info. But I can tell you it is a 2.5 bulb head start. With Dennis going to be off and running. Or at least Dennis better be off and running. If Dennis leaves second, we got a real problem. Winlight's going to come on over on the right side, and I don't believe either one of these drivers is going to be bragging about their reaction time. How about this? Right lane reaction time, 198. And left first. Denise just missed it. You're going to have days like that. Mom did say there would be days like that. Kenzie Jones now on the right side. Another Gen 2 Camaro over here on the left side. This time the handicap, not nearly as big. Less than a bulb. They're both off and away. On the green. And at the finish line stripe, it's going to be a breakout on the right side for Kenzie. It's going to be a win light on the left side. 777. Wow, Kenzie dialed 815, ran 8 flat. Sorry, I don't have the train horn. I put the train horn away. Darn it. My bad. But that would have been a candidate. Taking 2.5 tenths at the stripe. Got to snug them things up a little bit more. Here comes the Boo in the left side. And Zach Morris in the right. Bulb and a half going to be the handicap head start here with the Malibu off and running first. There's the handicap, and here comes the Here comes the Maverick. Well, the Maverick's going to get there first. We're going to break out doing it. 7:53 on the 7:55. Had a little bit of room. Just couldn't quite sneak in. Wasn't out in front by a train, but definitely needed another little brake bump as Melissa Citro rolls up in one of the family hot rods, the Fox Body Ford over in right side, taking on the new Corvette. Where's that license plate from? That is not an Arizona license plate. It's an Oregon license plate. Right on. Made the trek all the way down from, what's Oregon, the Beaver State? The Duck State? Well, they have the beavers and the ducks, don't they? One or the other. Well, Oregon's going to get another shot at it. Better reaction time. 7:43 on the 7:35. Call that a winner. And if Melissa wants to take another shot, she's going to have to swing by the buyback window. Jeff Holzman in the Torino. I'm telling you, the last time I saw one of those cars, I think it was in the movie Gran Torino. Handicap pit start, goes to the left lane, the truck. Oh, man, he sat on the bulb a large amount of time, and that's going to leave the door wide open for Holzman. 774 for the win, 86 miles an hour. 880 dead six comes up on the scoreboard. But you know how I have often contended that if your reaction time starts with a 1, your time ticket will start with an L? Well, the reaction time didn't start with a 1. Also didn't start with a 2. You kind of get the idea, right? Sometimes you just flinch, and it's like, oh, can I just have a do-over? Well, lucky for you, you can. Because we got a buyback window or a buyback table or an opportunity for another chance. Ginger Vaughn now on the right side. Over in the Dodge, a little less than here on the left. Down to the finish line stripe they go. Oh, it's going to be a breakout for Ginger. It's going to be a win light for the truck. 770 on the 769. That's a nice job of driving. Had the better reaction time, got there first, stayed above the dial. And Ginger, another one that just missed it a little bit at this end and tried to make up for it at that end. Just didn't work out. That'll bring up the Mammoth Towing Machine. I absolutely love their logo. The big old woolly mammoth pulling a big old truck. What do you do if the mammoth gets stuck? What do you use to pull out a woolly mammoth? Actually, now think about it. What do they eat? Maybe you just have to like hold up a fish or something. Not a fish? Oh, I'm sorry. Chocolate mousse? That's okay. Well, could be. Dan Riem in the Falcon making his way down from Kingman. Dan Riem has actually driven that Falcon and or one just like it literally all over the country. All over the country. Just enjoys putting the windows down and tooling down the highway. Both drivers get away on the green. The truck was supposed to have a sizable head start. If you were watching close, the head start didn't look all that sizable. Dan, yep, had the advantage on the tree, snugged up 4 thou at the finish line stripe, but Steve Shoemaker had no chance. No chance. Another one of those reaction times that didn't start with a 1, didn't start with a 2. That is like 3 in a row where we've had reaction times that they're definitely not going to be bragging about. Mike Gessick now. The yellow Nova in the left side, white Nova over in the right side. Really? A 4-second head start? What the heck does the yellow Nova have under the hood? A 6-cylinder? A 2-barrel? Is the emergency brake stuck on? Wow. Wow. A 12-second dial in an 8-mile race. Ends up being a breakout. Ends up being a double breakout. The white car goes 8 flat on the 801. That's going to be a winner. The yellow car goes 1196. That sounds like a dial blind, and we're just going to run down there and hope we can make up for it with the brake pedal. And well, that didn't work. Didn't work. Sometimes you have the greatest plan and it just doesn't work. Angel Rivera now on the right side in that really nice Hugger Orange Gen 2 Camaro. And the little red Corvette here on the left side. Go ahead. Super Pro, come on down. Super Pro, come on down. Everybody. Angel getting the win there. 707 on the 703. 826 on the 821, not quite good enough. On the left side of the racetrack, Mark Clayton and Dave Muller now. Dave, don't misunderstand this because I like your car. But Clayton's car is really cool. I mean, really cool. Clayton car is also going to get the win light because Dave Muller turned on the red light. Red light right side, win light left side. See how that works? Mark Clayton for the dub. Super Pro, I will take all of you right now. Christine Fife rolling back around again to take another crack at it in a double-entered machine. Cole Roos in the right side down from Lake Havasu. Lake Havasu is one of the places that might be warmer than it is here. Let's find out. Current weather, Lake Havasu, Arizona.
It's 65 degrees and partly sunny.
Nah, it's just exactly like what it is here. Haha, we got you by 2 degrees. Neener, and neener. Oh, and it's going to be a breakout for Christine. It's going to be a win light for Cole Rouse. Cole goes 798 on the 795. Getting there first. Actually getting there second by 2 thousandths of a second. Christine did a nice job at the stripe. 2 thou out in front, but had to break out to do it. Fear the Pinto. That's what it says. Especially if they back into you. I'd say Timmy shaking Baker's up in the back window. I'm trying to figure out what those taillights are. Those are not Pinto taillights. They look like marker lights off a trailer to me. Well, I'm a heavy equipment guy. I know what marker lights on a trailer look like. They do not look like Pinto taillights. The Pinto, however, is going to have a breakout. So, for Tim, yeah, the fear factor didn't work. Sorry, Tim. Russ Lindsay's going to get the win, 846 on the 827. Yeah, Tim was, let's just say he missed the tree. Let's just say he missed the tree. Here comes Nick George, Keith Dunbar. Nick in the truck. Keith in the Mustang. Truck's going to leave first by about 1/3 of a second, a little more than half a bulb. A little more. Smidge more, a bit more. Get away on the green. Mustang trying to sneak the nose out in front of the truck, and just like that, 773 for the win. 81 miles an hour. It's going to be an 807 on the 8 flat for Nick. Keith Dunbar had the better reaction time and just hung the nose of the pony out there as they come through the clubhouse turn. They're running neck and neck down to the stripe. Is that it? Yay. Super Pro, if you are not in the staging lanes, you are in the wrong place. Super Pro, You should be in the lanes. You sold out of tickets? That's not very good planning. All right, who's going to draw one? Hey, if you got a 50-50 ticket, get out your 50-50 ticket. How much is it? Do we know? Have we added that up yet? The winner gets $322 or half of $322? The winner gets $322 in our 50-50 drawing. Easy. What's happening? Hey, if there's anybody on site that has the capability of TIG welding, I have a racer in need. Who are you? Where are you? Where can they find you? What do you got? Okay. How can they find you? That's what I'm asking. Don't tell me the white toter home. That doesn't help. If you have the capability of TIG welding, come see me in the tower. Car 21X, red frame junior dragster, needs a TIG welder. If you have the capability of doing that, you can come see me and I'll hook you up with him, or you can go see if you can find him. Or you can go see Kenny Boley says can do that. Yeah. All right. All right. We got him handled. We got our first pair getting ready to come up here. You want me to pick it or do you? Here, yeah, reach in there and pull out a ticket. All right, $322. If you got a 50-50 ticket. Oops. Thank you. All right, you got a 50-50 ticket. Here we go. It's a yellow ticket. I'm kidding. Now, if you just screamed and lit your red tickets on fire, that was a mistake. Off and running his team Cotton in a little Chevy 2. Here comes Luke Macavecchia. Not going to get him. How about it? A 654 on the 654. 18 dead 7. Take that, Lucas. Man, that was nasty. That was mean. I can't even see that. You guys print these things microscopically. All right, the 50-50 ticket. You ready? 833 1668. Red ticket 833-1668. Go by the Hot Compound. Show them your ticket. They give you $300 for it. Or you can bring it up to me and I'll give you $100 for it. 100 cash right now. Bird in the hand. Just saying. And thanks everybody for supporting our Team Big Wheels out here at Tucson Dragway. We really do appreciate it. Congratulations to the winner. Sarah Kidd off and running. Pat Marbach on the chase. Running down the truck. Not happening. They are 1 thou apart on the tree, 10, 2, and 11. Pat Marbach just couldn't get there. Simple as that. Sarah Kidd taking care of business. Here's Hector Hernandez Jr. in that really bad to the bone LS powered Fox Body Ford. Chevy over in the right side, the early model Chevelle on a 680. Again, drivers, be sure you verify, double check the number on the scoreboard down there before you stage. Your responsibility. You're the last line of defense. Both drivers away on the green. Chevelle trying to hold off the Mustang. Finish line. Wow, Hernandez, round one. See ya. How about that? Margin at the stripe, 2 thousandths of a second. And Chevelle taking care of business. Verified that he was on a 680, so 681 for the win. 17 on 15 comes up for Hernandez. Not good enough. Here comes Gabe Hernandez and Dylan Moody. Gabe Hernandez, another part of Team Hermosillo. Let me tell you, they got some pretty serious race car drivers down in Hermosillo, and we appreciate them every time they make the trek up here to join us at Tucson Dragway. Dylan Moody over on the right side. I wonder if he's related to my buddy Dave, the NASCAR announcer. No? Okay. Well, I mean, maybe. Maybe. Who knows? Could be. Stranger things have happened. People ask me all the time, hey, are you related to the guy that does the Reinhardt exhaust on the choppers? Nope. Because that guy spells his name wrong. And, well, I'm a Vance and Hines guy, so there. Wow, Hernandez back-to-back. Unable to advance. Moody, 13 on the tree, 70 on the 67. That's a winner. And so a large chunk down there at the stripe. Hernandez looked down. He went down there and tried to park, and that was not the right decision to make. Brings up the Corvette. Alan Zasha in the Corvette. Taking on Leroy Durham. Not a whole lot of handicap here between the Corvette and the dragster. Duran dialed in 496. Al's dialed in 521. Call that a half a bulb. That's what I'm calling it. That's a half a bulb. They're in, they're set, they're ready. They're both away on the green. Ooh, but the Corvette's out on the tree. That's going to be bad news for him. Good news for Leroy. Definitely good news for Leroy. 503, 129, getting there easily. 522. On the 521, comes up for the Corvette, but his reaction time started with a 1. Ugh. See if this Corvette has better luck. The 63 split window over in the right side of the racetrack. That is an absolutely beautiful little Chevy, too. I mean, really, really nice. Gonna get the handicap head start. Gonna get a full Christmas tree in there off the runner. Corvette now trying to catch him. Both drivers doing their job on the tree. Both drivers running a little bit too quick. The guy who's closer going to be the winner. That's going to be the Corvette, 512 on a 513. Under by 3 thou. 64 on a 67 on the other side. Under by 3 hun. Go see the Hawks. Come in, come in, come in, come in, come in. I think we found our winner. Scott Hess. No, Scott. No. He goes James Bond red at 007. One light comes on the left side, 631, 105 miles an hour. Why are you doing burnouts when I'm trying to talk? Burnouts, not very nice. I have not given away any donuts in like a long time. I would have thought somebody out there would be wanting donuts. I would have thought. Who would have thunk it? Well, that would be me. Gabe Hernandez now on the left side. Dustin Townsend in the right. A couple of dragsters coming at you. Only 600ths difference. The dial between the two. These two are going to be staring at each other all the way down. Like line up your eye against the roll cage and pick the spot on the other guy's car. Make sure you're only out in front by 4 inches. Ruh-roh. Big advantage on the starting line goes to Hernandez. He's going to win it. He actually got there first, running 88 on an 85. Dustin Townsend got there second and broke out by 2 thou. He was a little bit late. Strike 1, got their second. Strike 2, ran 2 thou, 2 quick. Steve Reich, and 3. Comes Rodney Ward in the truck and K.J. Desa. And a buddy of mine used to cruise Speedway in a 1964 Chevy truck. It wasn't quite this nice. I don't think it was quite that fast either. But it was a fun little truck. Then there was the van. Everybody remember the van? The legendary Speedway cruising van. I think Mark made more money with that van than he paid for it by like times 3. Ah, yes. Ah, yes. Great moments in old Tucson Dragway history, and great moments in Speedway history, and great moments in Rita Road history before they developed it. Unfortunately for the truck, you know what they say, right? There's something about a truck. Both drivers leave early. KJ gets the win. Hey, listen up in the pits. Oh, attention in the pits. If you need fuel, the fuel shed will be open for another hour. If you need fuel, open for another hour. Brian Couch left. Kiyoki Desa in the right side. $128 going to be the handicap. Camaro going to go first. Ooh, the Camaro nudged a little bit. Makes me nervous. But he does stay on the green side of the Christmas tree. Question now is, can he stay out in front of the dragster? And the answer now is yes. Yes, yes. And yes. 593 on the 590, that's a winner. 63 on the 62, that is not. Better on the reaction time with the left lane, and that gave him a little bit of room. That'll bring up Team Williams, the K&N back dragster, and Team Camaro. Tony Piscata in the Camaro, taking on Steve Williams in the dragster. How cool is it that Steve Williams came over here to come spend a weekend playing with us at Tucson Dragway? Absolutely love it. There's probably Shelby going, Dad, I'm going with you or without you. That's just the way it is. I don't care. You can do whatever you want. I'm going. Steve went, well, okay. Because, you know, well, we all know what happens to Shelby when she's out unsupervised. I don't have to tell you about that. Williams. He goes 10 on the tree. Takes 12th out the stripe. 93 on an 89. Closing the deal down there. Tony wasn't terrible, just wasn't quite as good. Not quite. Simple as that. Dragster on the left side, backing up, wanting to make sure he gets lined up just exactly where he wants to be. Got Jerry Jacobs over on the right side. That classic Dodge is going to take the handicap head start. Going to be running away for 3 aces worth of 111. fouls away his shot at fame, fortune, and the round one win. A minus 002 comes up for the dragster. That's one that really makes you sick. If you're Jerry Jacobs, he's going to look at that time slip and think to himself, if the car quit, I win. If he'd have just staged and shut off, he wins. Because the dragster was going red. Beat him to it. Bill Bullock now. In the Camaro over here on the left side. And Andy Kadar. Pontiac in the right. Is that V's Trucking and Excavating? Well, next time I need a truck excavated, I'll call V. Unfortunately for Bill, he's going to break out. Got there first by 15 thousandths of a second, broke out by 6 of them. He had a little itty bitty window. Little itty bitty. 9 thou was what he had to work with down there. Got there first by 15 and comes up short. Paul Lorton in the left side, Ken Passerby in the right. Now, what's with the Vega on Vega violence here? I thought Vegas were a cult. It's like, okay, we'll go pick on everybody else and we'll meet you later in the day. You know, it's like defensive ends. I'll meet you at the quarterback. You know, basically, what were you guys thinking? Well, what were you guys thinking? I know what Ken Passerby's thinking. He's thinking, I'll take the red light, or I'll take the wind light, that is. Passerby says, I'll take the wind light. Paul Lorton. Man, Paul wasn't bad. Got there first by 7 thousandths of a second. Broke out by 4 thou. Kenny Passerby. That's just nasty. Had 11 thou in reaction time. And left Paul Lorton 3 thou to play with at the stripe. Here's your 3 thou window. Yeah, go ahead. Let's see what you can do with that. Mean. Nasty. Vicious. Chad Sandlin on the left side, Mike Zimmerman on the right. Take a good look at that Nova down there on the left side and tell me what's wrong with it. Because I couldn't find anything. Could not find anything wrong with it. 136 is going to be the handicap as the Nova bumps in. Both get off on the green. Here comes the dragster. Click bang. No, couldn't get him. Could not get him. By 1,000th of a second, Chad Sandlin holds on for the win. Zimmerman actually had the bulb, but he comes down there, and I don't know if he dropped, but he comes 1 thou short at the finish line. As Kurt Zenzaletta and A.J. Crater coming at you now. Coming at you. Red light start for AJ. 18's the number, red's the color. Kurt's the winner. The Roadrunner. Meep, meep. 677. On to 678. But that's a winner. All because the red light came on the other side. AJ goes 48 on a 47. Had that part figured out. Brings up Zimmy. I'm trying to figure out what the artwork is on the side of that now that I figured out that Zimmy and the Falcon down there. Oh, yeah, it's one of those. Sure. I don't know why I didn't recognize that before. Yeah, you know, one of those. You've seen those before. Well, there's another one. Mike Gardner. Little Red Falcon over on the right side. As they're in set and ready to go. We had the Vegas beating up each other. Now we got the Falcons beating up each other. What's with you guys? Brake lights, brake lights, brake lights. Zimmy was playing with the brakes at about 400 feet. Parlays it into a win, 569. Was better on the tree. Mike Gardner wasn't terrible on the tree, but he was way back at the dial. I mean, a full 1/10 of a second off the dial. If you're 8th mile racing and you're missing by a 1/10, you are leaving way too much room. How much room are you going to leave? Way too much. Joe Kidd Chris Silman coming at you now. Coming at you. Joe Kidd, that's the outlaw. All drivers off and running. Skillman in the Datsun. Kidd in the Pontiac. It's going to be the Datsun. How about Kidd goes 76 on a 78? Wrong. Chris Skillman had 3 thou in his pocket at this end. Call that a coin flip, and then runs one above. 95 on the 94. Again, classic case. Kidd had a little bitty window to sneak into and couldn't quite get there. He got there first by 22 thou. But he broke out doing it by 14. Had 8 thousandths of a second. 8 thou. Wes Snodgrass now and Martin Carrella. Martin in the Corvette Roadster over there on the right side. Snodgrass in that really nice 67. Silver and black. I wonder if he's a Raider fan. I hope he has better luck than the Raiders. The Raiders have not had very good luck this season. Or maybe they're just not very good. Wow. 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 Snodgrass had the reaction advantage, got there first, and broke out doing it. 16 on a 17. 37 on a 37. Martin runs dead on 8 and call that a winner. Here comes Jacob Taylor and Ken Rader. Jake, who shares the drive-in with Zach, part of that team busting loose, and Ken Rader. Dragster over on the right side, small block. Dialed 549. So the handicap is 1.05. And Jake Taylor is going to be the guy going first. No, after you. No, I insist. Both drivers away on the green. The Nestor trying to hold on, and it's going to come down to a double breakout. And it comes down to 3 thousandths of a second. Both drivers running under. Jake Taylor was 3 thou closer. Wow. Ken Rader had the bulb, got there first, came out on the wrong side of the mount by 3 thou. Crazy, I tell you, crazy. Got there first by 25 thou. He gets there first by 22. He wins the race. Here comes the IROC Z. 3rd gen. John Carvalho in the 1st gen. Almost heads up. That's almost heads up. 2 on the difference in down. A couple of thou the difference in reaction time. Right lane for the win. Dead on 3. Beats 2 above. Carvalho, 19 dead 3. And that locked out the Camaro. Stan Hammond now and Dave Johnston. Dave in a little Beretta. Out of Cave Creek, it's Stan Hammond out of Artesia, New Mexico. Artesia's a little further away than Cave Creek, right? What's Artesia, like 200 miles? 120? Wind light's going to come on for Stan Hammond. Oh, wow, it's 450 miles. Oh, I didn't realize it was that far. Well, Dave Johnson left too soon by 16 thousandths of a second. Red light's on. Dave's gone. Stan goes on. And here comes Team Bong, Matt Bong. Mustang. Tony Wiley on the right side. Into Chevelle. 69 model. Tubbed and slammed and reworked. I just tried to turn slammed and slubbed. Well, Tony took off too soon. Way too soon. Matt Bongo 639. Actually looked like he left off the top amber because Matt was supposed to be leaving first by a bunch. Either he put the numbers in the box backwards. That's kind of painful when that happens too. Team Collins in the dragster, Team Lopez in the Camaro. Separation at this end, too fast. Separation at that end, a little more than that. 60 on a 59. Call that one above 9 for the win. Brian Lopez goes 14 on the 10. Reaction time was an absolute coin flip. Lopez might have made the wrong choice down there. 112 miles an hour. I think he got down there and cut him loose. Here comes Team Theobald. Driving the snow machine. And Luis Valenzuela. And the Gen 3 Camaro. So we got the Gen 3 Firebird. You got the Gen 3 Camaro. Handicap difference is just more than a bulb. Right lane goes first. You want to go first? You go first. You can go first. Not sure what happened to Luis, but his car did not do what he wanted it to do. He is a mile back of the dial. Tanner Theobald looked over his shoulder and saw he ain't coming. So after Valenzuela had problems, Theobald just eases off the throttle. Stays on the good side. Comes Kenny Robles in the left side. I really should know who's driving that Camaro on the right side, and I can't think of it. But I really should know. Sometimes I think I'm smarter than that, but it turns out I'm really not. I think everybody out there that knows me goes, yeah, you ain't smarter than that. Whatever it is what it is. The throttle stop on a little Camaro over there, and it's not going to make any difference because Kenny going to lose too soon. About 200 if you want to get technical. 019 on the red side of the tree. Which one of these cars you like better? There's no wrong answer here. There really isn't. Lenny Fife in the 70 Camaro. It's pretty nice. Joe Cox over on the other side. Any classic Valiant. That's a pretty cool car as well. Exactly one bulb is the handicap. All right, one bulb minus the hundo. You won't be able to see it here. Joe Cox throws a double 07 dead 3. Man, I don't know what Lenny did to make you mad, but that's mean. 007 dead 3. And Lenny didn't have nothing for that. That's one of those deals where you get the numbers and look down and go, okay, I don't know what I did to make that guy mad, but maybe go buy him a Twinkie or something so you can get back on his good side. Well, the Twinkie is like fix all. Or ding dong if you like chocolate. Andy Heber left, Tony Marconi right. Tony Marconi for El Bandito Yankee. Tequila. By the way, mellow yellow and tequila is a easy way to make a margarita on the rocks. I don't know what Andy was thinking about, but what he should be thinking about is I should have put some more numbers in the box because he was almost a full bulb early. Tony Marconi gets the easy win. When I say easy, I mean easy. Easy peasy. A toast to the winner. Well, not yet because we've got to race some more today. Jimmy Kelso rolling in here now. The professional photog, and Jim Barry. Jimmy, who of course has followed in his dad's footsteps. I don't think he's old enough to have gone to the old Tucson Dragway, but his dad sure spent a lot of time out there back in the day. Both drivers get away on the green. Kelso left, Barry right. We have a winner. It's going to be Kelso. Goes 12 on the tree, 18 on the track. That's going to put him out in front by a couple of hundred. That's going to be a winner. 96 on the 95 comes up for Barry, but he was 42 on the tree. He left 3 hun back here. Jimmy got there first by 2 hun. And that is a recipe for a win ticket. As Luis Ortiz pulls up in the right side. And my New Mexico station wagon that still has a license plate on it. Trying to figure out where would that thing be more impressive, at the drag strip or like at the cruise night? You know, at the. You guys have Freddy's ice cream in New Mexico? No, don't do that. Red light. Pretty red too. 63 on the wrong side. 635 for Luis, but he let some smoke out down there. And I think we're going to have to go take a look. Because there is definitely some smoke tooling around down there. Hey! So we'll go down there and take a look, make sure there's nothing slickery on the racetrack, and then we'll get it figured out. I want to say welcome once again. Tucson Dragway, especially those of you that are following along on the live stream, courtesy of the guys at Trackside Live, Time Bandit, Maurice Motorsport Insurance, the Fuel Factory, all making it happen. Let's see here. We have 6,257,942 people watching right now. Darn, that's almost the record. If we could just get 4 more people. Ruh-roh. I just heard the W word down there. Yeah, wet. Darn it. All right, we'll let them go ahead and inspect what they got to inspect, figure out what we got to do, and then we'll get back after it just as soon as we can. It looked like it was down past the finish line, which is, well, I guess a little bit of good news, but we do have to make sure that we've got a good, clean, dry place to stop. Yeah, I'm hearing that not going to be a major, but we are going to have a minor little cleanup. Again, really appreciate everybody that's making this happen, for the folks at Trackside Live. And we're going to have a minute here. So I'm going to refresh my water bottle, catch my breath. And as soon as we get the thumbs up from down at the other end of the racetrack, we will get right back at you. Told you it wasn't going to be long. Here we go. Kurt Reif in left side. Jennifer Kidd in the right. Off and running. Kurt had the reaction advantage and it takes it to the house. Jennifer, I believe Jennifer had the wrong numbers in the box. That's something that was definitely not right up there because she sat on the bulb for an extended period of time and definitely not what we're used to seeing there. Jeremy Plyler now on the left side and Joe Landavazzo in the green machine. Just over a bulb. That little Nova's quick. 592 to dial in on the Nova. I think it's got a license plate on it, and I think it'd be a real street sleeper, wouldn't it? Unfortunately for Jeremy, smashed the gas too soon and turned on the red light. On his side, turn on the wind light. On Joe's side, the green dragster gets the green lights on the Christmas tree. Will advance easily. It's going to be a 593. For Jeremy, so had the right number on the window, just didn't have the right color on the bulb on the tree. Corey Beatty now coming up left side. That really nice 69 Chevelle out of Texas, taking on Jerry Duffy, our neighborhood electrician. Handicap is going to be a full Christmas tree, 1.56. We'll send the Chevelle, and then we'll fire a dragster right after him. That's a pretty sizable handicap. That's a couple of green lights. Wow, how about Chevelle attacking the tree at 10, running dead on 4. Jerry Duffy never had a chance. He was 28 on the tree and locked out. 10 dead 4. Corey puts together 14 thousandths overall and throwing that against a 28 light. You don't exactly need a PhD in bracketology to know how that's going to turn out down there. Dylan Smith now coming up in the left side. Lucky Labatt coming up on the right side. Team Lucky in the blue car. Let's see if he can live up to the nickname. As he is going to leave first, but not by much. 6 hundredths. Going to be the difference. Here comes the countdown. Here comes the green light. Both drivers get away on the green. 6 actually turned into 8. That's going to be a winner. 506 on the 505. 4.999 for Dylan Smith. 31 on the tree, and he was locked out. Ran closer to the dial. Had no chance to get there. No chance to get there. Here comes Team Hawk. I'm trying to remember who's driving which car. I've only seen him one time. That is either Brad or Cindy. It's going to be Cindy. Over here on the left side, dragster and right. Going to leave first by one bulb. 56 going to be the number. Then we'll turn loose forward to both drivers get away on the green. Wow. Cindy, 008 getting there first by 3 hun. That's a winner. 81 on the 79, taking care of business. The right lane is only one above the dial, but an 048 light. When you're 048 and Cindy's 008, I can pretty much tell you how that one's going to end up pretty much every time. And it darn sure did that time. Here comes Dan Foltz. And left side, Blake Williams in the right. The Mach 1 machine of Dan. And Blake, I'm up in Gilbert, Arizona. Better reaction time, Blake. Breakout, Dan. Win, Blake. Blake actually had the bulb, got there first, and ran on the safe side. Dan missed out on all 3 of those. Missed the bulb, got there second, and was too quick doing it. On a 91. Saw the red light, used it as a free time run. Christian Slade runs 507 on 505, but left 2 hun too soon. Larry Spitali, I knew who that was. I told you I knew who it was. Double entered motorcycles. Come on down. Double entered motorcycles. Need you first. The rest of you, please stand by. Double entered motorcycles to the lanes. Chuck Hawk in the truck. Considers this his home. Dan Slade over on the right side. That's another Tucson car. How about this? The dragster's actually going to leave first. Not by a lot. But you're going to see the dragster jump first. And the truck will leave about the time the dragsters. Front tires get to the A-board. Not going to be a whole lot here. Told you. .009 for Dan Slade. Then he runs 19 on an 18. Chuck didn't have nothing for that. Dead on 8 for Hawk, but he was 0.58 on the tree. Very unlike Chuck. But Slade made him pay for it. Brings up Bruce Schroeder in the left side. Faustino Zaragoza in the right side. The Vega. More than a second handicap head start going to the Vega. That'd be a pretty sizable jump. Again, double entered motorcycles only. Double entered only. Kills me. I haven't given away any donuts in a while. Not going to give away any here either because Bruce goes 7th out red. Faustino gets the automatic win. He's 15 on the tree, 49 on the track, 19 on a 15 for Bruce, but a double 0.7 red light. That pretty much sunk his battleship. Randy Smith and Ro Loretto coming at you now. King Kong. I'm telling you, the last time I remember King Kong on the side of a car was Sheldon Gecker. How many million miles do you think that the old Charger had? Six? Oh, yeah, that's probably right. 6 million, quarter mile at a time. That sounds about right. How much handicap they are side by side. King Kong. Climb up on the Empire State Building and beat on your chest. No, wait, don't do that. Don't do that. 563 on a 562. Call that a winner. 47 on a 50 for Randy Smith. He got there first, but had to break out doing it. Here comes Kaisley Price. Kaisley, who was a donut winner earlier in the day. I told her when she came pick him up, I said, hey, you know, you can win more than one. You just got to have more than one perfect light. She said, okay, I'll see you later. Hey, got to love the confidence. Got to love the confidence. Down from Las Vegas, taking on Jeff Morgan. 2.5 seconds to handicap here. That is a lot of time. The whole race for Kaylee is 4.7 seconds. Excuse me. Kaisley is 4.7 seconds long. She's given up 2.5. Yep, no problem. See you at the finish line. No! Kaisley goes 19 red. Jeff Morgan. 732, 88 miles an hour for the win. 476 on the 77. Missed the green light by 19 thou. Missed the run by 1,000. All right, bikes, we'll take the rest of you now, please. All motorcycles, come on down. And high school / junior street, you can head this way as well, lanes 7 and 8. All motorcycles, come on down. And high school / junior street, lane 7 and 8. Tom Yancer, I think I had the wrong driver in that car, or maybe there's more than one person driving it. Tom Yancer over on the right side, Brad Hawk in the left. Both drivers away on the green. Finish line is going to be Yancer. Dead on 1 for the win. Hawk goes dead 4. That's just a good drag race. Yancer had 8 thou in his pocket and then ran dead 1. And Brad was locked out. Brad runs dead 4. It still couldn't get there. 11 thou at the finish line stripe. Zach Taylor and Vito Andragna coming at you now. Zach in a white machine, part of Team Bustin' Loose, part of Team Dodge. And Vito. Over on the right side, dialed in at 5:03. So Zach going to be leaving first. And he'll be watching out of the corner of his eye as Mano's and Vito's car. Wampata, wampata, wampata. Reaction advantage went to Vito, but the stripe is going to go to Zach. Predicted a 72, ran a 75. Vito way back of the dial, 523. 2/10 off down to the 8th mile stripe, and Zach gave him a couple of whomps for good measure and takes care of business. Tim O'More now on the left side. And Steven Avidabal Rosa in the right. The Topolino. That thing's pretty wild. Handicap's going to go to Tim. 11 hundo is the number. drivers get away on the green. Steve made sure it was green. 006 on the tree was Tim, 584. Scrubbing a little speed down there, only 108 miles an hour. Steven goes 572, but he left a whole lot back here. Could not make up for it. Down there brings up Christian Contreras in left side, and Michael available in the Pinto. At some point, we have to get the two Pintos next to each other, don't we? Yeah, I know. One of them's a pro and one of them's a super pro, but still, we should be able to do it. We should be able to do it. Womp, double breakout. Win light comes on for Contreras. 30 on a 31. He's under by 5 thou. 53 on a 54. Under by, are you ready? 6 thou. On the double breakout. 1 thou is the margin. Ouch. 1 thou. You know how often, how much time you're going to spend thinking about, I just needed to back up 1 more thou. 1 more thou. Chris Rogers in the wagon, Pat Osmondson in the dragster. 1.15 the number of the split. Reaction advantage goes to the right lane. Win light goes to the right lane. It's a double breakout. 17 on a 20 is under by 3. 20 on a 34 is under by a ton. Chris Rogers comes out on the bad side of the double breakout, and Pat comes out on the winning side. And now it's going to be Don Toya and Mike McBrayer. Donnie at a Don's Hot Rod Shop, and Mike McBrayer, the retired plumber, bailed out of California, now lives in Goodyear, Arizona. Goodyear, Arizona, who is named for? Anybody know? Anybody know? Goodyear, Arizona is named for the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company. I'm not kidding. It was a cotton farming community way back when NBC stopped at cotton, and Goodyear founded the town. That's a true story. Don Toya, 006. 541, call that a winner. 667 on the 660 from McBride. We left a little bit back here as well, but Donnie, 006 and taking care of business is Manuel Chavez and Dave Aramillo. Roll in here now. Chavez, the Maverick, Aramillo, and then red. Yeah. Aramillo, I mean, the good news is he ran dead on 6. The bad news is he went red doing it. Chavez runs 8 flat on a 750. I don't know if he saw the light, took his foot off the gas, or if he was really just that much out in the weeds, but Aramillo making it happen. Turning on the red light and letting Chavez have the free ride. That car's loud. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but when you put a blower on something, it gets louder. You knew that? Okay, yeah. Well, I know. I mean, I'm not, I know I'm not disclosing the secrets of the universe here, but Justin Bieber, 65 model Nova over here on the left side. Going to get a 1 3/4 second head start. Motorcycles, you should be there. And junior, street, and high school, you guys and gals should all be there as well. as that, Justin. Wrong numbers in the box. Simple as that. Simple as that. Justin was supposed to leave first by a bunch, and Alan left with him. That turns the red light on in the dragster. And that turns the wind light on for the Chevy, too. Now it's going to be Nick Downing. I should know who's driving that red car, but I can't think of it at the moment. I think it's because it's happy hour, and I haven't started partaking in happy hour yet. I'm not sure it would help. Downing off and running. Dragster trying to pull up alongside him. Check this out. Wow. 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 002 on the tree for the dragster, goes 510 on the 511. Nick Downing goes 12 on the tree, runs dead 1 for 13 total. Wow. How about 002 taking 16 thou for the loss? For the loss. Sometimes you do it all right, and the other scoreboard still lights up for some reason. Which one of these you like better? 67 Cougar, 67 Chevy 2. No wrong answer. That Chevy 2 is a thing of beauty. But you just don't see very many Cougars around anymore. You know that, right? When's the last time you saw one? Not counting that one today. When's the last time you saw a Cougar? Well, the wind light's going to come on for the Chevy 2. Dead on. Wow. Oh, 007, dead 3. Pat Neal goes dead 9. No chance. No chance. 24 dead 9 to go home. These guys are playing for realsies out here. Getting mean. Mean, 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 mean. Can't you guys play nice? Can't we all get along? Brings up the truck. And Brittany Hinkle Chevy 2. 63 model. Every time I see that truck, I think I like it a little bit more. There's much to like about that pickup. Ouch. Brittany, a soul-crushing 001 red. Truck goes 008 and takes the win. 1 thou red. Painful. Then runs 83 on an 82. 29 on a 30 for the truck, but all we had to do was turn it green and did. 001. Ugh. Alan Zashin left in the old LA T-Mobile. Over there on the right. That Corvette's fast. It's only going to be a half bulb head start here, give or take. Kind of, sort of ish. Second. Difference at that end. Double breakout. 98 on 5 flat is under by 2. 19 on 22 is under by 3. So the dragster is going to get the win. Corvette was better on the tree by 0.06 of a second. Got a little too much at the stripe. Comes out on the wrong side of the map. Here comes Team Hernandez in the little Fox body. .461, the number on the dragster. He is going to be coming in a hurry. Down there at the 8th mile stripe. After Hernandez gets an entire Christmas tree head start. The whole stinking tree. Both drivers get away on a green. Hernandez, double, 5. And then 615 on 613. That's a winner, 107 miles an hour. 64 on 61 with a 17 reaction time. That ain't terrible, but it ain't enough. Hernandez making it happen. Beto Dominguez, Scott Taylor. Hey, if you're Scott Taylor, how bad do you want to call all your buddies and go, guess what? I just beat Lightning McQueen. Yeah, if you're Beto, how much do you not want? I know, a lot, right? McQueen will go. Not going to happen. Lightning McQueen, I'm making it happen. On to the double breakout, 30 on a 31, under by a thou. Scott Taylor under by 2 thou. Scott Taylor had the reaction time, got there first by 22, and broke out 1 thou worse. Get there first by 21 and win. A game of inches. Finishing up our double entries now as we roll on through round number 1 of Super Pro. .036 dead on for the win. Over in the right side. The truck goes 24 on a 20, and that wasn't going to make it happen. Had a slight, and I do mean slight, advantage on the reaction timer. Runs 4 above the dial. All right lane dead on for the win. Brings up Gabe Hernandez on the left side. Tony Pesquera on the right. Tony is a talented dude. Welder, fabricator, builder. And he has always put really nice hardware on the racetrack. That's just the latest addition, that Camaro over on the right side. How about 2 thousandths of a second? Gabe Hernandez gets the win. 85 on an 86. Tony goes 09 on an 11. Comes down to a double breakout. They were separated by 2 thou at the finish line stripe. And Gabe Hernandez, because he had 7 thou in his pocket, comes out on the good side of the map. Crazy, I tell you, crazy. That'll bring up the drag doll. Bambi Garfield. Dialed in at a 530. Bambi, who has been around racing for quite some time. A lot of family members racing, but she is fairly new to the cockpit. She's going to be on the chase because the Camaro gets a little bit more than a bulb handicap head start. Both drivers get away on the green. I mentioned it's the right place, it's the right kind of sport. 009 for the Camaro left second. Bambi was 004 on reaction time, but runs 37 on a 30, and that left the door open. The Camaro goes 009 and then runs dead 3 for the win. Again, playing mean out here. Playing mean. Zimmy in the left, Dustin Tonneson in the right. I'm not sure if I love or hate this Falcon having such a flat back. Yeah, I know it's good for aerodynamics and good for stability and it's good for all that kind of stuff, but it's a little different. You know what I mean? A little different. Oh, it's a red light start, 005. Sends the Roadster packet. Dustin goes 79 and 77 for the win. At 144 miles per hour. White 67 rolling up now on the left side, predicting a 5.92. Give him a 2-bulb head start over Leroy Duran. Both drivers away on the green. How about a 007? And then 494 for the win. Camaro got there first, had no chance to win. 20 on the tree and locked out mathematically. Couple of dragsters coming at you now. Left lane going to get the handicap head start, predicting a 491. 469 over on the right side of the track. Both drivers pretty good on the tree. However, dead zero comes up on the right side, and that's going to be a winner. Williams predicted a 491. Goes 4.909. Couldn't get there. 5 thou behind on the starting line. And then the guy runs dead zero. Mean. Mean. Brian Sutton on the left side, the Fuel Factory machine on the right side. Speaking of Fuel Factory, they are part of the group that is making it so you guys can all watch the live feed here this week. There's your winner, 518 on the 517. First off the mark was the right lane by a hundo, 10 to a 20. Then runs an 11 on an 08. Left the door open. Sutton drops it in by 9 thousandths of a second. Goes 18 on the 17. Winner. Dylan Moody left. Scott Hess right. We got some really nice Chevy 2s here. Maybe tomorrow we'll play Pick Your Favorite Chevy 2. Not for anything in particular other than just pick your favorite Chevy 2. Because there are some really, really nice Chevy 2s here. Quick little touch-up down there on the left side of the racetrack while Dylan waits patiently. And now it looks like he's set and ready to go. Winlight's going to come on for the dragster. Hopefully he'll be able to fix whatever it is that's leaking down there because he left another little something. When he left the starting line, 009 was Scott Hess. He got himself a little bit too big a bite down at the stripe and ends up breaking it out. Going 561 on the 563. Dylan goes 16 on the tree, one above, 67-0. Here comes Mike Zimmerman and Jeremy Jacobs. Separation at this end of the racetrack and 81-0. Wow. Jeremy Jacobs drops it dead zero with 6 thou in his pocket. 90 on an 89 for Zimmerman. Locked out. Looks like TJ Ward going to be our final car. Dragging the neat little roadster up from Wilcox. I'm telling you, American Graffiti. Tell me you look at that thing and don't think American Graffiti. Here's a fun fact. You know the Falfa character, the guy that drove the 55 Chevy in American Graffiti? That character was based on a real-life, true, real guy. True story. So was the John Milner character. But when Spielberg was growing up, the two hottest cars were a yellow 5-window and a 55 Chevy. And the guy who owned and drove the 55 Chevy was Larry Dixon Sr. That's a true story. True story. Attention to the pits. Double entered pro. Come on down, lanes 3 and 4. Double entered pro to lanes 3 and 4. Now's the time. And that is buybacks and winners. If you are still in twice, come on down. Once again, double entered pro, whether you won or whether you bought back. If you are still in twice, we'll take the double entries, lanes 3 and 4. That goes round number 1. I don't know if this is going to work or not, but it's all I got. Remember, Joe? Okay, good. It worked. First out, looks like we're kicking off with Dan Schneider on the bye run. So he will advance unopposed. Roll up, stage the bike. The old V-Rod, 643. Had a 642 on the board, ran 643. That'll work. Well, these guys did a lousy job of running into the lanes. Tom Patterson left, Marlene Wollison right. Marlene on the pink bike got a special nickname for the guy in the left lane. Calls him Dad. Actually went down and talked to the Patterson-Willison group. Sounds like a law firm, doesn't it? The Patterson-Willison group. Father-daughter coming at you now. Anyway, I went down to the Willison/Patterson camp. And he said, well, we got a new motor in that one. We got a new tune-up on that one. We're working on this one. He said, this whole weekend is a test session. We came here just to make some laps, run the bikes, make sure we got the bugs worked out before we head to Arizona. Firebird Motorsports Park for the season opener next month. And Marlene's bike goes dead left. She's off the throttle. And she's going to win anyway because Dad goes 692. Fortunately for her, she didn't get over there and get on the center line. Had she crossed the center line, that would have been a DQ. But again, Tom said, he said, we're just making laps. He said, we need to make clean runs down the racetrack. So Marlene's bike hung a left. But she's going to get the win. Here comes Justin Willison. Justin's going to take on one of our stretched out Suzukis. So here comes the champ, your reigning Division 7 champ. Lined up over here on the left side. And using this weekend as a test session to get ready to go start defending on the division trail. Of course, this is also home turf for Team Willison. It's based here in Tucson, so. Winlight's going to come on the right side, 630, dead on 4. Willison goes 91 on an 83. The bike did get off the starting line cleanly, had the better reaction time, didn't run the number. And Suzuki runs dead 4, and that's going to be a winner. Here comes Joe Guerin on the left side and Bill Custer in the right. Now, Bill, I believe that's another bike that comes out of the Willison trailer that they're out here just making some laps on. And I do believe that this bike could be had if you were thinking about, gee, if only I had one of those. I'd love to come out here and go racing with the guys. Problem for Joe, his bike just quit. It did start running again, but not going to be in time. Neither driver's going to be bragging about that run, but Bill Custer's going to get the win. He was 14 on the tree, which was pretty solid, and then Joe dropped the clutch and got out there, and you saw the bike just laid over out there about 80 or 100 feet by the time he got back under power. That race was over. Dan Schneider left. Sean Phipps right. Phipps. Win light. Dan Schneider, 641 on a 643. Phipps goes 14 on a 608, but took off too soon. Comes Tom Patterson, who re-racked it to come back and try it again. Double entries, just keep circling around and circling around. Uh-oh. The guy with the computer. This is going to end poorly. I did. They're all yours. Have at it. Had a guy walk in with a... We had a guy walk in with a computer. The next thing you're going to see is smoke coming out of the announcer booth. You know what would be the easiest thing to do? Just pull the cord out of mine and plug it in yours. Because the only outlets are down underneath. Mm-hmm. Why, you want it? Well, this time Patterson gets a win with the second entry, 579 with an 015 light. 83 on an 84 comes up for Dave Oliver. He got there first by 12 thousandths of a second. He ran under by 5. Needed to get there first by 007 or less. Is tonight a full moon? That thing looks pretty sporty over there, doesn't it? Is tonight a full moon?
Yes, tonight, January 2nd, 2026, is a full moon, the first of the year.
I mean, I do appreciate the Google monster, but when it's January 2nd, telling me it's the first full moon of the year, probably redundant, don't you think? It's the second day of the year. It's the first full moon of the year. Yeah, it's the second day of the year. It's the fourth full moon. Pro, come one, come all. We'll take you to the lanes now, please. Pro, everybody to the lanes. Millwood, Wes Millwood, going side by side. Exactly 1 second, the difference between these two. As far as dial is considered. And Carter putting it on Wes. 633 on the 6 flat. 572 for Wes. That bike didn't do what he wanted to do. Neither one of them really made the initial move like they wanted him to, but Carter is the closer of two guys that missed pretty severely. And that's going to advance him into the next round. Well, at least we have beautiful clear skies here to watch the Wolf Moon. By the way, I don't know if you knew this or not, but it's the first full moon of the year. First one. Really. No kidding. January 2nd. Who saw that coming? Those of you with a really sharp eye might have noticed that we're done with the motorcycle category. They got invisible ink on the Mini Cooper down there. Somebody buy those guys some shoe polish. Don's has the marker pens, actually. I have one, but I don't have it with me. If I had it with me, I'd give it to you. Mini Cooper off and running. Little pickup trying to track it down. Not going to happen. 996 on the 993. 815 comes up for the truck. On the 8 flat, the truck was better on the reaction time, but couldn't run the number. Off and running. Red light started over on the right side. You can see the green light's already on the scoreboard down there in the left lane. 747 on the 748, but once the red light came on, it didn't matter. Wow, 1002 on a 1027 in the right lane. Not only was it red, but also very, very quick. Oh, we have the Dooley Showdown. How do you not love a Dooley Showdown? Hannah Thompson in the left lane. The big white Chevy. And Mason Tuck in the right side in the GMC. So Hannah and Mason, they're dialed almost heads up, as I guess you would expect between a big Chevy dually and a big GMC dually. This is going to be fun. It'll be just like a drag race, only slower. Oh, no, no, no. Mason goes red. Oh, he let the big GMC roll through the beam, and Hannah's singing victory songs down the racetrack. She's got plenty of time to sing like 3 verses, 4 verses. 1089, 68 miles an hour, 1022. Boy, had the right number on the window, but unfortunately for Mason, turned the light red. Comes Nathan Rinstra in the truck, and hopefully all of our pro machines are back in the staging lanes. Nathan goes 079 on the tree. And 1012 on the 1007. And I believe we have officially concluded round number 1. Everybody high five. We're almost there. Madeline Smith on the left side, Andy Kadar on the right. Here we go, round number 2 of Pro. At this point, we really start sending them home. Whoa, and the Mustang lurched in the beam. You saw it. Madeline tried to bring the thing up against the converter and just shoved right through. So she leaves red, and Andy Cater goes 6-6-6. After he predicted a 6-6-6. That's one of those you want to save for when you need it, not for when the car in the other lane leaves early. Doing a quick little mop job down on the starting line, and the next pair waits patiently. Tracy Snodgrass in the left, Scott Taylor in the right. Scott Taylor rolling all the way down here from Montana. I'm guessing it's a little nicer weather we've got here this weekend than what they've got right now in Columbia Falls, Montana. Snodgrass talking about the Vega rolling over Roswell, New Mexico. Taylor going to go first by a bulb and a half. 0.75 is the handicap down there. And a red light start. Ouch. That's way in the red. Tracy goes 7 on to 2 soon. Scott Taylor for the automatic win. 678 on 679. 6 flat on 604 for Tracy. But it gets darker. You see the bulbs a little bit better. And unfortunately, Tracy saw that bright red one. A.J. Crater now on the left side and Danny Androgna on the right. The Psycho Mustang taking on the Camaro. 1969 vintage. You know, of all the cars that I've had, I've never had a 69 Camaro. That's kind of crazy. I had a 68 Camaro, convertible, for about 3 weeks, but it counts. Ford V Chevrolet, that is a huge handicap. Whoa, and a Camaro. Made a move towards the wall down there, heard him get out of the throttle, get back in it. By then, AJ was long gone, 859. 66 miles an hour for the win. Danny goes 618 at 117 miles an hour. Missed the tree, and then the car pushed over out of the groove, spun the tire a bit. And that was pretty much game over. Here comes Paul Coleman in the cotton machine, and Mark Johns in that 69 Mustang. That's a cool car. I wonder what's got in it for a power plant. I wonder. I wonder. Remember when people used to put that on their tech cards and on their information and talk about how cool the car was? Doesn't seem like it was that long ago, like, you know, last week. Maybe it was last year. Could have been last year. This time they both get away on the green, so we're going to have to figure this one out. At the 8-mile mark, we figured out it's going to go to the Chevy. Brett Spence, 658. For the win, 727 on the 723. For Mark Johns, that's not making it happen. Coleman left. John Bacajo right. It's going to be John. Turn on the win light. Ooh, 611 on the 612 for Paul Coleman. He wasn't getting there no matter what. 41 on 41. Call that dead tree for John. Coleman had a reaction time, started with a 1. Broke out, still couldn't get there. Now it's going to be Sarah Kidd in the truck and Tony Bianco in the Vega. Tony, Anthony, Tony. Sarah's dialed 669. Tony dialed 633. So the handicap is about a third of a second. Just a smidge more than that. Wind light's going to come on for Sarah. She missed the tree, but run 71 on 69 to get the win, 38 on 33. Blanco had the reaction advantage, couldn't run the number, let Sarah sneak by. That's sneaky little Sarah. Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky by 0.003 of a second. Here comes Joe Kidd and Frank Leon. Joe in the yellow Nova. Frank, then by process of elimination, must be driving the Chevy too. Over on the right side of the racetrack. Frank's car just did not snap when it was time to go. Joe's going to look over his shoulder, take his foot off the gas, and stay way on the safe side. 729 for the win. 790 comes up for Frank, whose car, when it was time to go, just like didn't. All right, let's put the two Corvettes side by side. Reagan Walcott on the left side, Steve Watkins on the right. A couple of Z06s getting after each other here. Half a bulb going to be the handicap. $7.12 for the win for Reagan. $7.39, not quite good enough for Steve Watkins, so Reagan Walcott will get the nod. Evan Graves left. Savarai, is that what that is? I don't know what that means. I do like the Pinto, though. The Bob Glidden tribute. I think Bob's was a little quicker than this stuff, just a little. Just a little. Firebird to 694, that's going to be a winner. Dead 2 with a 10 reaction time. More than Graves could handle. They got there first by a mile, but did stay on the plus side, so. Not going to train horn him. Chad Sandlin now. Coming up in the left side and the Nova in the right. And if that doesn't break his heart enough, his opponent had a reaction time start with a 1. When you go 001, you're right. You just want the other guy to be perfect. That's all you want. Perfect. That'll bring up Joe Kidd and Mike Basserby. The two Novas rolling in here. Basserby on the right side going to get the handicap head start by about a third. About that much. Passerby just missed the bag of donuts. He goes 002 and then goes 717 for the win. Kid goes 684 on the 677, not getting there. 56 on the tree, and that certainly didn't help his cause either. And here comes the Roadrunner. Team Zinzaletta, Kurt Zinzaletta, and Jessica Robinson in the right. Zinzaletta's going to take the win. How about a 0:05 reaction time and then a 6:82 down the racetrack? And that was more than Jessica could handle. She's 32 on the tree, 36 on her 26. Wes Snodgrass now on the left side. Ken Passerby in the right. Passerby going to leave first, trying to keep pace with his team car. Both drivers get away on a green. It's Wes, it's Ken, it's Ken, it's Wes, it's Wes, it's Ken. It's going to be Ken. Had the reaction advantage. Goes 687 on the 686. 18 on the 17. They are both one above the dial. The difference at the start was the difference at the finish. And the difference at the start was 5 hundo as they both run plus 015. Stan Hammond left, Shelby Williams right. Hammond in the Nova. Shelby Williams in the 1970 Camaro Z28. That Camaro's got quite a history. Everybody that's driven it has been successful, and that includes Shelby. Both drivers off on the green. Shelby on the right side. The 688 on the 691. Too quick. 17 on the 17. Wow. Stan Hammond, 13th thou better in reaction time, runs dead 6, and Shelby was locked out. No matter what she did, she could not win the race. As we are on hold here momentarily. Going to go down and take a quick little track check down there before we send the next pair. Please stand by. Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. If you did not yet get your raffle tickets, you've got another chance. You've got another chance. Nitro Club right now, they're going to reopen raffle ticket sales for 2 hours, and then at 8, we will draw winners for the Arctic Cooler, for the leaf blower, the bog bag, the Harbor Freight gift card, and the ever popular, wildly exciting cordless screwdriver. Now, if you're giving away a corded screwdriver, I'm telling you, I'd buy tickets for that, because I think I'd have the only one. So just doing a little more working on the track down there. We should be back into it pretty quick. Well, Dale Hicks and Steve Valdez. Rolling in here now, ready to go. And since Bruce Mabry made his way back up here and it's his office, I'm going to let him have his office back. It's all yours.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's always a pleasure to have Mr. Reinhardt come in and sit in. And boy, I tell you what, we learn a lot from Mr. Reinhardt, and appreciate him being here. Oh, Mr. Hicks, red by 8 thousandths of a second. Steve Valdez says, hey, thank you. Hey, we are starting to eliminate some folks now. There's no more buybacks, and this is a round more or less of pro. So Valdez goes 36 at the tree, then goes 25 up on his dial, and takes a win. There's Peter Noyen. Now, I understand that Mopar and the other Noyen Mobile, there's a lot of tin, not necessarily fiberglass, but tin in those mobiles. So, looks like Billy McDaniel here in that long-roofed Nova wagon. May not. We're raising the hood here on the starting line, and I think that's a no-no. I don't believe we can do that, but we'll find out for sure. As Peter in the Mopar goes 6.7, is looking for a 6.75. So Peter in that Mopar said, "Yep, here we go. I got a single, and I'm going into round 3 on a buy run." So Billy McDaniel in the long-roofed Nova's not going to make the call. So not sure what happened. Just come out of the burnout box, and that was it. Hey, guys, I don't know if Alan told you or not, but track lights are on, tail lights are on. So I'm going to put it out there once again. Track lights are on, tail lights are on. Tail lights, tail lights, tail lights. And, of course, Peter, 673 on a 675. At 100.92 on a buy run.
Well, good news.
All right, here's Chris Stout all the way from Idaho. So Pocatello used to live here, I believe up in the Phoenix area, but made the move over to Pocatello and comes down every once in a while just to do some racing and take care of the folks out there in the stagings. But Chris in the Vega, 714 here in the left-hand lane up against Cade Renault. Cade 726 on the window in his 1980 Malibu. Again, double green light start. Wow. One of them's got a whole bunch put away in the bank. If it'll hold up at the big end, and it does, double breakout win. Wow, 9 thousandths. 009 for Cade at the tree. Then goes, well, he goes 3 under, but it was a double breakout. Chris was a little bit further under his dial. Here's Jerry Holder, left-hand lane. In the Bodacious 1971 Buick Grand Sport. 452 cubic inches of Buick power. Up against Carson Heath. Seven seven one. Close enough. Carson Heath, H771 65 Chevy Nova, coming out of Clarksdale, Arizona, up against the Bodacious Buick of Jerry Holder. Jerry gets away. He's looking for a 725. Carson gets away, looking for a 717, and the 17 will take the win. 62 light to a 29. About 3 difference there separates them at the starting line. And Heath comes up, goes 80 miles an hour. Well, looking for a 17, goes to 35, so both of them go under. As the Bodacious out of Albuquerque looking for a 25, goes to 76. Next pair, rolling up into the beams. Isn't that a neat looking ride? What a cool car here in the left lane. Coming out of Albuquerque, that's Jerry Holder. Sorry, that's Slade Bogle? I'll screw that up for you, Slade, for sure. Up against Adriel Lopez. Adriel picks front end up on that Camaro, looking for a 6 double nickel in the right-hand lane. Left lane, Slade looking for a 593, and the wind goes. Wow, a nice 44 light to Adriel. Then goes 58 on the 55, 3 up with an 8 at 102 miles an hour. Slade, he ran a 98 on a 93, so he was about 58 up at 114 miles an hour. Here's Michael Heath. I believe the Heath boys and the Lee boys are running back-to-back all the way through. Here's Brianna Bogle. Brianna, of course, also out of Los Lunas. Slade out of Albuquerque, but hey, that's like right next door to each other. Michael looking for a 652 over there in the right-hand lane. Brianna wants a 759 and gets a 760 with a 7, 3 thou off of her dial at 89 miles an hour and gets the win at 89.81 miles an hour. Here's Ron Height in the S10 pickup truck, American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane. He wants a 713. Brandy Card. She gets to leave about 500 before Ron with a 718. Brandy in a 1975. Now, we don't call him, Alan said we don't call him teal here in Arizona. In her Maverick and goes red. Oh, no. Brandy, she like left yesterday. 166 with that 1 out there. That's not a good thing. Got a free time run for Ron. Ron doesn't need a free time run as he goes dead 4 after a 278 light. But he was already looking at the green wind lights on his scoreboard. Here's Jeffrey Edwards. Another teal, blue, turquoise. Nova here in the left-hand lane. He's going to get to leave about a half a second early. 650 to a 602. The 02, that belongs to Denny Valvo. Denny's a 1972 Chevelle. Denny comes out of the Tucson area looking for that 602. As they reach that halfway mark, a green wind light comes on for Jeffrey Edwards. Edwards on a double breakout goes 648 on a 50. 648 with a 911 under. To Denny's dialed a 602 and goes 600. 26 under at 116 miles an hour. Left lane goes to William Moore. It's another. But this is a Ford Ranger. Now you kind of look down there and see them little pickups. We got a whole bunch of little pickups between the S10s and the Rangers and the Couriers and all kinds of neat stuff come run out here at Tucson Dragway. 302 cubic inches of small block Ford. 749 the dial. Left lane up against Brian Lee. Brian in the Mustang looking for a 641 as they both reach out and go green, both of them in the 1s. Wow. Looks like William had a little bit better light by 9. He had a 101. Brian had a 194 and then goes 5 up on his dial and gets the win. Here's Joe Cox Jr. Joe Cox in the Valiant, 1966 Valiant. American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane. Comes out of Peoria. Uh-oh. Everything went blank. Uh-oh. How come everything went blank? Oh, no. Red lights are flashing doesn't mean good stuff. Hey, by the way, guys, Just a quick quick announcement for you. Hey, if you were in the top 10 in the ADRA this year, you might, and you want to stop by Tim DeBrocky's trailer. He's got that stuff for you. You can pick up your jackets and your trophies and, hey, maybe even some cash down there. But if you were in the top 10 in ADRA this year, stop by and visit with Tim DeBrocky. Most of you pretty much already know that whether you were in the top 10 or not, but Tim's got all that stuff for you down there. He's located at the very north end of the pits, just a couple of trailers in from the west. So as you're facing north, of course, west is to your left and east is to your right. So Tim DeBrocky's got all that stuff for all of you that were top 10 in ADRA this year. So it looks like just a little bit of starting line cleanup, so we'll check on that and make sure that everything is good. All right, here's Thad Card and Joe Cox Jr. That was a relatively quick cleanup. How cool was that? They got us right back into it again. So Joe Cox looking for a 7:11. Thad looking to 7:08. So it's about 3 separates them here at the starting line. So Joe Cox with a 91 light gets the win. Wow. As Thad goes under his 7:08 by 12. Oh no, at 94 miles an hour. Joe Cox gets the win. Goes 11, goes dead 4 after a 91 reaction time at 96. Here's Henry Laybach. Henry Laybach against Matt Hawk. Matt in the Maverick. Matt looking for a 7:29, that 1972 Maverick against the 1970 Dodge Dart. The Dart's looking for a 6:90. Oh, just a quick tap on the brakes from Matt over there, and he'll take the win. Wow. Both of them 0.22 for Matt, 0.94 for Henry on a breakout win. Looks like Matt Hawk takes that win. Matt goes 89 miles an hour, dialed to 29, goes to 34 at 89 to take the win. Here's Miss Kim Zimmerman. Hey, we were talking about if you want to go racing and you want a perfect race car, it's right here in the left-hand lane up against Trevor Barowski. Hey, once again, guys, tail lights, tail lights, tail lights. Well, Trevor, he's gone. Had a breakout. Goes under the 50 with a 48 and a 7. And it looks like Zimmy's going to take that win. Goes dead 1. Charlie Germain and Mike Bolton. And the green win lights come on for Charlie Germain in that Nova. Nova goes 86 on an 81 at 98 miles an hour. Here's Mr. Wolfmeyer. He's here in the left-hand lane. Long roof Vega wagon, 1972 wagon, 705 on the window. Up against Michael Munoz. Munoz looks for a 675 in the 1992 S10. And we talked about it a little earlier. And the S10 is going to come back in round 3 as Wolfmeyer, red by 13. Hands it over to Munoz. Munoz gets a free time run into round 3. And he goes about 17 up on the dial. Dial to 75, goes a 96 to take the win. Here's Aaron McCammon. Isn't that a good-looking El Camino? What a neat ride that thing is. We talked about it earlier as Aaron used to, before this thing got so quick, like he's got a 596 on the window now. He used to drive it here, go racing, win races, take the Wally home in the passenger seat, and driving it home. Here's Amy Rogers. Amy in the Chevelle wagon, the Malibu wagon, 1982, 616. McCammon, left wheel up in the air, looking for that 96, has his 7 light, and gets the win. Goes about 12 up on the dial, down to 96, goes to 97 and a deuce at 112 miles an hour. Amy was hanging out with a wagon. She goes about 16 up on it, but she left 2 at the starting line at 110 miles an hour. Next pair coming to you. Good-looking Falcon of Cliff Hall up against Parker Theobald. Parker, 634 on the window. In the American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane. Left lane, 661 for the Falcon. That's a 1964 Ford Falcon. 661 against a 634. 27 Hun left out here at the starting line. So Cliff going to have to chase down. Theobald going to have to chase down Cliff. Going to get there in time. Wow, both of them nice lights, about 2 difference. And the 2 picked it up at the big end. 34 goes dead 7 at 104. Theobald with the win. 46 light to a 66 at 629. Tyler Sally. Again, Tyler, boy, I tell her. Tyler, for a young kid, Tyler picks up so many wins. The Clone Nova. Left-hand lane, Jeremy Plyer could not get around Tyler Sally. Tyler goes 3 up on his dial. Dial to 25, goes to 28, and a nickel at 90 miles an hour. Margin of victory, 17 ten-thousandths of a second. Here's one of the Lee boys. That's Stephen Lee up against Brad Fisher. Brad in the long-roofed Fairmont wagon, 1980 Fairmont. Of course, he's going to get to leave first. He's got a 790 on the window. Steve, he's got a 688 in that 65 Mustang. The Mustang is a small block, I believe. Lee Brothers garage. Lee M724 in that good-looking white Mustang here in the left-hand lane. As they both get away with a green light start. Wow, somebody's got a huge head start. See if that makes it out there at 660 feet, and it does. As Fisher picks up the win, goes 795, 5 up on his 90 with a nickel at 85 miles an hour. Here is Jeffrey Cox. Now once again, guys, tail lights, tail lights, tail lights. So track lights are on, tail lights are on, please. And Jeffrey Cox picks up that win at a 51 light to Randy's 29, but Randy goes under by 3 thousandths. Broke out at 109 miles an hour. And he had about 3 in the bank, but he couldn't hang on to it. Pushed him out the back door. Jeffrey let him go, turned him loose, and he goes under his 15 with a 14 and a 7 at 109 miles an hour. Here's Steve Lackey. And that Corvette, man, that Corvette is quick. Now, they were running Sportsman early on in the day and had to change and go into Pro. All right, looks like Steve's going to pick up the win. Here's Chris Citro. Chris in the left-hand lane. Our Marana High School shop teacher. Also, Chris does take care of our junior street and high school kids, so if you have a young'un that you would like to get into drag racing, Chris is the guy to see. 1987 big block Ford Mustang, left lane 652 dial. The Chevelle in the right-hand lane, 673. Oh, again, better reaction time. Yep, took it away on a double breakout. Chris trying to catch up. He left almost 7 at the starting line. 1-2-6 to a 74. And the 74 takes the win. That goes to the Chevelle. Then the Chevelle goes 671 on that breakout, but Chris goes 649 on his 52, so margin of victory about 44 on. Goes over to the Chevelle. Here's Chris Doctor. Chris, red light by 180 up against Mike Reed's D50 pickup truck. The pickup truck, of course, gets the win. Would have gone under. Dial to 2 goes to 1 at 96 miles an hour. Had a nice 0.44 reaction time. Here's the C10 pickup of Bob Cohen. That's a 1969 C10 called the Insidious pickup truck. Raymond Pauchek. 730's the dial. Gets the lead first by a quarter in the 72 Dodge Duster. I thought it was Plymouth. I thought Plymouth made the Duster and Dodge made the Demon. Oh well. Just looking at the computer. So it's a Dodge anyway. It's a Plymouth anyway. And it's out in round 2 as Cohen takes the win. A nice 19 light for Bob. And Bob goes 15 on a 5 for the win. Here's Heath Hawthorne. Heath in the Nova. That's the Shoebox 63 Nova. Up against Kurt Reif. Kurt in 1973. Camaro, left-hand lane. 665 to Heath's 702. Heath about a half a tree sooner. Out in the Nova. Again, double green line start. One of them has a head start. We'll see if that plays out by 4. And it looks like Heath left 4 at the starting line, 56 to a 13. Kurt gets the win. Goes 70 on a 65, but he had 4 already put away and takes the stripe by 5 and gets the win for Kurt Reif. Here's Derek Fisher in his Fairmont. The Fairmont sedan out of Tucson. 782, American walk-in coolers right-hand lane. Tim O'More. Well, you talk about a winning combination. Tim in this Camaro, all the time wins. He did really, really well for us at Division 7 for our finals. Tim was there going rounds in the Camaro and in the dragster as well. So we want to say a thanks out to Timmy for going rounds and keeping us number 2 in Division 7. He's got a 580 on the wind of the Camaro this time. Derek, he's looking for a 782. So Tim's got to wait a couple. Can he get there in time? And sure does. Green wind lights come out for Tim as Tim goes 90 on an 80. 10 above at 102 miles an hour. But Derek goes 800 on an 82. So they was 20 down. Here's Clyde Evering, another Fairmont. Like we say, the Tin Man. If you get a chance, have a look at this 4-door Clyde is what he's called. So 4-door Clyde in the 81 Fairmont, $681 right-hand lane. Up against Howard the Hound Dog at DeVore. Comes all the way down from Flagstaff. $691 is the dial for the Hound Dog without any tail lights on. So again, guys, tail lights, tail lights, tail lights. Please, please, please. Track lights are on, tail lights are on. the Hound Dog, he gets away with a 76 light, so he was 2 down already as Claude gets the win, goes double nickel here at the starting line to Howard's 76, and then goes 4 up on a dial. Dial to 81, goes in 85. So Claude, 4-door Claude will take the win. Hey, here's the Blue Oval Bullet. Marco Ocampo up against Jason Bateman. The Nova. That's a shoebox Nova, 63 Chevy 2. 757 for Jason, 658 for the Blue Oval Bullet. The Bullet, 68 Mustang GT. Comes out of Glendale. Tree comes down, goes red for Jason. Goes green by 4 thou for the Blue Oval Bullet. And Marco Ocampo, 698 on a 58. I'm sorry, 669 on a 58. So the Bullet goes another round as Baben goes red by 32. Hey, Kyle Fritz, why is Kyle driving the Pinto that Tim DeBrocke was driving? Okay, I'm confused. Okay. This must be the pass-around Pinto, as Timmy was driving it yesterday, and looks like Kyle's behind the wheel with now. And the Nova on the far side. Can't quite see the Nova, but I don't have any info for you. Car number 766. Oh, that's right. That's the Nova that smokes pretty good. Oh, Kyle. Kyle must have been looking in the mirror as he's, as Kyle just kind of steps on the brakes. Kyle just kind of steps on the brakes and goes, looking in the mirror and goes, oh, that Nova is nowhere near. So, but he was smoking a little bit, so we are going to go out and have a quick look at it just to make certain, as the Nova did, left a little trail of white smoke. So it'll be just a couple of minutes while we go have a quick look at it just to make sure there's no stuff out there. We don't want no stuff at all. So our track guru and a couple of folks are going to go have a look at it just to make sure it's okay. So, hey, by the way, do you, up until 8 o'clock, you need to stop up by the novelty booth, I'm sorry, the Nitro Club, as that raffle is going on up there, the Hangover raffle, benefiting Team Tucson. So there's items on display. Hey, they're not going to make that drawing until 8 p.m. So from 6 until 8, the Nitro Club is open, and they've got all kinds of things for you to bid on. Well, these are just a few of the things. They've got more. They've got that Arctic cooler, the cordless screwdriver, cobalt leaf blower, bog bag, and 250 Harbor Freight, a 250 Harbor Freight gift card. So if you haven't been up there to get in on that raffle, now is the time to do it. We're going to be down for just a couple of minutes while they go have a look at the racing surface. So and by the way, if you can partake of an adult beverage, I believe Steve is serving up some alcoholic beverages at the very south end of Vendors Midway. The South Beer Well is open. So if you can partake of an adult beverage, you might want to stop by. He's got all kinds of different flavors for you. And the concession stand is open if you need to stop by there. I even saw a place called Donuts, so we might stop by that, pick up all kinds of different. They got chocolate, they got powdered, they got it all. Donuts down in Vendors Midway. But we'll let you know what's happening out on the racing surface. So far, looks pretty good. Well, that's a good sound. As we hear engines starting. Oh yeah, red lights are out. We don't want to see no more red lights. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, tail lights, tail lights, tail lights. Track lights are on, tail lights are on. That big back window Barracuda. It's easy for you to say real quickly. Up against John Amstutz. Will get the win. Goes 15 on a 14, so he was 11 up on the dial at 95 miles an hour. Khalil, he breaks out and by 3. Here's Wes Millward. Wes out of Elizabeth, Colorado. So I wonder if Ben's Denver is no longer. There's not many tracks there between Denver and here, so I guess Albuquerque's still open. And Arroyo Seco. But on the way down, boy, there's not many tracks. So being Denver closed, it looks like Wes decided to come down out of the Denver area. He's going to go up against Brad Hawk's Mustang this time. He's got a 571 against Brad's 653. Oh, Brad only had 4 thou better at the tree. So he had 4 thou stuffed away, and then he goes 2 up on his dial, and Brad Hawk gets the win at 103 miles an hour. Tatum Marconi, isn't that a neat ride? Love those old Mopars. That's a 1966 Coronet. Now the Coronets with 440 cubic inches, some of them came with 426s. This one must have come without any taillights. Going to go up against Corey Oxford. Corey, 735. Tatum, 698. Tatum will get the win as Corey goes red by 19. Attention to pits. Attention to pits. Double entered set 10 to 17 junior dragsters. Double entered 10 to 17 junior dragsters. Your call to the lanes, please. I understand we already have our 6 to 9s up here, so thank you. Very nice. But we'll put out that call for our double entered 10 to 17 junior dragsters. This is your call. Here's Paul Lorton up against Jimmy Southwick. Jimmy in the S10 looks for a 722. Could not get around the 611 of Paul Lorton's Little Vega. The Vega down to 6:07. Margin of victory about 54 thousandths of a second goes to Paul Lorton. Here's Scott Oxford and Eric Holsey. Eric's in a good-looking 1999 Pontiac Trans Am. An American walk-in cooler's right-hand lane with a 713 on the window. 680 for Scott in his Camaro left lane. In our 92.9, the Bull lane. Double green light start. Yeah. All right, the 24 gets the win, 24 to a 110. Wow, Scott sleeping at the tree. Goes a 110 to Eric's 24. Then Eric goes about 12 up on his dial and gets the win at 89.80. Cole Rouse out of Lake Havasu. A little bit of a trip in the El Camino. Lake Havasu City. So there was a conversation that they were actually going to build an 8th mile strip there at Lake Havasu. But so far that has not materialized. For the things that we've heard, yes, no, no, yes, yes, no, no, yes. But so far it's no. Here's Allie Strader. Allie in the 2001 Ranger truck goes red by 80. Wow. Allie, a little bit squeezed the bulb way too hard and goes red. Cole, he goes 20 green. And then he goes about 2 up on the dial. I'm sorry, 2 under on the dial. Looking at the win lights on his scoreboard. 93 dial, 91 run, and a win. Chuck Hawk Jr. and Diego. Diego in the Mustang. 700 is the dial for Diego. Chuck, he wants a 703. So about a hun separates him here at the starting line. About 3 hun. Wow. 1989 Mustang up against Diego's Fox body. As they bump into the beams. Chuck a little bit rolls in, and both of them get away with a green light start. And Chuck will turn on the green win lights. Had a 703 dial, goes a 705. 22 up on the dial, 92 miles an hour. Looks like Chuck had a way better start by about 5 here at the starting line and takes the win at 92 miles an hour. Regan Walcott, left-hand lane. And the Z06 Camaro, duh. How about a Corvette? Up against Bob Lohan. Bob over there in the right-hand lane, 655. Now, Alan came up a little while ago, and I asked Alan, I said, how come you're not running against your wife? And he goes, nah, we can only afford to run one Corvette at a time. And this one's out in round 2 as Regan goes too quick. And Lohan takes the win. 655 and goes a 660. Bob Lohman in the right-hand lane. The American walk-in coolers. I'm sorry. Looked like Mark Johns in his fastback Mustang. So we talked about a little while ago. Ended up winning a motor, an engine, but it was a Chevrolet, and he said, no thanks. I'll keep my Ford-powered Mustang. Comes out of Vail. Left lane, car number 77X. Little Vega here on the tower side looking for a 602. Oh, Vega will take it. Goes a 604, 22 up on the dial. Had a 57 light. Mark left 2 at the starting line with a double 7. And then Mark goes 93 miles an hour, goes 28 on the 26. But he left 2 at the starting line and then still left 2 at the stripe. Here's Joe Kidd in his S10. Now, a lot of times he was running the Nova that he got from Fred, but he's back in the pickup truck tonight. Comes out of Marana up against Scott Taylor. Scott in the 65 Chevy Chevelle. Wheels up launch for Joe. Joe takes the pickup truck. Wow, there's only 3 thousandths separated them at the starting line, and that 3 thou did not go to the winner. Joe had a 49 light. Scott had a 46 light, and Joe goes 103 miles an hour, goes 2 up on the dial at 103 miles an hour. Here's Paul Coleman out of Rio Rico. 609 is the dial. Up against Evan Graves. That's the Bob Glidden Pinto Tribute car. 619 is the dial, so he gets to lead by about 10. Up against Paul Coleman. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Double entered 10 to 17 junior dragsters. This is your final call. Fact is, all juniors. All juniors, this is your final call. 6 to 9, you should already be there. Double entered 10 to 17, you should be there. And 10 to 17, single entered. All junior dragsters, you should be there in the lanes 1 and 2. There's Andy Kadar. And Andy's in the Pontiac, and Andy's in the winner circle. Got dialed to 965, goes to 69, 4 up. 88 light. Better light. Went to the left lane with a 47. But was about 14 off the dial with a 3. And the win goes to Andy Kadar. Here's Tony Marconi. Tony over there in the right-hand lane in the Aero Roadster. Marconi rolling up into the beams with a 5.82 on the window for his bye run. Marconi gets away with a 16. Would have gone red, but hey, when you're on a bye run, it doesn't matter. You can do anything but cross the center line. Looking for an 82, goes dead 5 at 119.18. So I believe that takes care of that round, our second round of pro. We are going into junior dragsters now. How cool is that? So our future of drag racing. A lot of these kids that are in our juniors are chopping the tree down when they're in a junior, and then they get into junior street, and then they get into high school, and they're chopping the tree down there, and then they get into the big cars, and they're hammering the big cars. So a lot of our junior dragster champions are already in big cars. So it's kind of interesting to watch the kids go through. And you know, even here at Tucson Dragway, we have big wheels. And they can start at like 3 years old. So it's kind of interesting to watch our big wheels. They only go out to the 60-foot cone, but it doesn't matter. These kids, man, they're on it. So we go from big wheels to one of our 2 categories of junior dragsters. We have 6 to 12 and 13 to 17. This weekend we've got 6 to 9 and 10 to 17. But most of the time, our junior dragsters. So our junior dragsters kind of need to watch them progress through. And like I say, some of ours, we got a couple of them here still that are now into big cars that are Division 7 champions. So Allison and Sarah, congratulations, you guys, for category championships in Division 7. Here's Jada. Jada here in the left lane. Once again, we are into our junior dragsters, and I believe this is our younger age group to start off with. And Hayden goes red by 62. Free time run for Jada. Jada comes out of Prescott Valley to go into the round and number next. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Double entered sportsman. Double entered sportsman. This is your first call to lanes 3 and 4. Double entered sportsman. First call, lanes 3 and 4. There's Gracie Slade. Isn't that neat? Sponsored by Slade Electrical. That's like mom and dad. With an 11:47 on the window, up against John Brewer III. John Brewer's looking for a 12:67. So John's going to get to leave first, and Gracie's going to have to catch him. See if that can happen in 660 foot. Oh, wow. It looks like John's going to go in deep. So you see he turned off the top bulb, so that means he goes in deep. Oh, no. Gracie goes red by like yesterday. 258 red for Gracie. John's going to get that free time run, and he goes 96 on the 67. Here's Brett Gonzalez, left-hand lane. Up against car number 7712. All right, both of them in pre-stage and stage. Oh, 7712 is gone, out with a green light. Left lane is out with a green light. And if the left lane doesn't break out, going to get the win. Oh, and goes dead 8. Boy, they had that car dialed right on the money. Goes dead 8 at 81 miles an hour. Brett Gonzalez going to take the win. Brett comes out of Texas to take that win. Car 7712. Only one thou tardy at the starting line to get the win for Brett. Attention to pits, attention to the area. Hey guys, you only have one more hour to get up there at the novelty booth. You only got one more hour to get up to the novelty booth and get in on that hangover raffle benefiting Team Tucson. So if you want to get in on that, you've only got one more hour, and then of course they're going to make that draw right at 8 p.m. So right after that. So you got 1 hour to get in on all of this. What a neat bunch of that. Oh, how cool is that stuff? An Arctic cooler, cordless screwdriver. Now this is just a few of the items that are up there, of course. Cobalt leaf blower, how about a blower, bog bag, and $250 gift certificate from Harbor Freight. Man, we can all use that for sure. And Kerry says they're running low on snacks, but they got some more. They've got snacks and tickets, raffle tickets as well. So if you need another snack, stop by. 7444X goes red 2022. Looks like Keegan going to get a win. Had a 39 at the tree, and then goes 39 on a 35. So 4 up on it, but hey, looking at the green win lights on Keegan's scoreboard, gets the win all the way from Lubbock, Texas. That's kind of neat. All right, here is your track champion. I'm sorry, your division champion, Mr. Renault, in the right-hand lane, 71X. Up against Jace Rader. All right, here's Jace Rader, left lane, 790. Now this is a heads-up race up against Mr. Renault, 790 as well. Oh, better reaction time. Did not get the win. It looks like Renault had about 10 in the bank, held on to it, and goes 8:04 at the stripe and gets the win. So that's why your division champ is going rounds. right, next pair coming to you, right-hand lane, 7689X. Over there in the American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane. Left lane, car number 423 breaks out, goes under by 3. The win goes to car number 7689 in the American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane by about 15. So that was what we had right there. That car number 7689 with a perfect reaction time, and then goes dead 6, so a 6-pack right over to that car. And
come get a bag
Alan?
of donuts. Did you forget? The perfect reaction time. Come get a bag of donuts.
Not at all. How cool is that? So Alan's still got like 4 or 5. He's got a couple of them and a whole nother box. So come and get your donuts. Hayden George. Hayden in his junior dragster right-hand lane looking for a 1390. Going to turn on the red light by 92. Up against Sarah. Yeah, you don't turn on a red light or give Sarah a chance. She is your division champion category. 797 goes to 796. She would have gone under by 13, but didn't matter. She was looking at the green wind lights on her scoreboard. Abram Grotto. Grotto Garage in Deming. I think they come up out of Deming. I take that back. Comes out of Gilbert. .701J here in the tower side. 790 is the dial for 701J in the 92.9 Bull lane. Abram with an 890. Attention to pits, second call going out for all sportsmen. So our double entered sportsman category, you should be at the head of lanes 3 and 4, and all the rest of sportsmen, you should be in lanes 3 and 4 following our double entered sportsman. Abram over there in the right lane. Looks like neither one of them wants to roll in, but kind of standing by, looking back and forth, going over. So crew chiefs or dads, there we go. Abram rolls in, turns on the pre-stage bulb. See if left lane car number 701J will do the same thing. Yep, there's the tree. All 4 lights are lit. Abram's away with a green light, and here comes left lane. Left lane out with a little bit better light. Can't get the win, can't get around. 790 down, goes 31 up. Abram gets the win. 24 at the tree and goes 10 up at 72 miles an hour. Margin of victory 13 goes to Abram Grotto. Kathy Waters. Now Kathy has come up through the ranks as well. Kathy ran our younger juniors for quite a while and has jumped up into the older juniors now. Looks like it will be a single for Aubrey. Kathy not going to make that call. So We'll have a free time run for Aubrey Keller. Keller with a 98 reaction time on the free time run. Dial to 19 goes to 23 at 70.53 miles an hour. Here's Miss Bolday. We talked about Allison a little while ago, as Allison was your division champ in category. Still supports the 7012 number on the side of the car. Up against Allison Moody. Allison out of El Paso, Texas. Allison looking for a 793. Allison wants an 890. I'm sorry, Alicia Moody wants an 890. Allison looking for a 793. As they roll up into the beams, both of them got pre-staged. Okay, there's that third light. Once you get that third light on, the computer takes over. Alicia out with a green light. Allison out with a green light. Looking for a 793 to an 890. Green win lights come on for Allison. Had a better light by 15 and then goes an 11 on the 793. Here's Weston Moody, the American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane. Weston comes out of El Paso, Texas as well. Over there in the left-hand lane, the 92.9, the bull lane, belongs to car number 4148 with an 800 dial. Weston looking for an 871. So 71 going to separate him here at the starting line. Going to get to leave first. So the El Paso, Texas runner. Of course, can't tell you for sure who's in car 4148, but we'll get that. That's all coming forth. Weston, red light, 9,000ths of a second. Free time run. 41.48 gets that free time run. Looking for an 8.00, goes an 8.03. At 81.13 miles an hour. Here's Mia Kruba, 890 dial in a half scale chassis, 2007 half scale chassis. Christian Pridgett. Christian looking for an 890 as well. So a heads up drag race going to be won right here at the starting line. $890s a pair. Attention to pits, attention to pits. All sportsmen, you should be in the lanes. Double entered first. And all the rest of you next. Christian red by 30. Mia takes the win. 35 reaction time, 2.0 60 foot time. Then goes 9:03 on a free time run at 72.74. Gabriel Sandoval. Gabriel's in the right-hand lane. I believe that's Maddie, but we'll find out. Car number 466 X here in the left-hand lane with an 898 dial up against Gabriel's 805. Both of them into pre-stage. Bumping up the beans. Looks like Gabriel's going to go in first. Turns on that stage beam. The tree comes down and goes green for both drivers. Oh, it looks like left lane has about 6 stuffed in the bank and takes the win. Goes 900 on an 898 at 68 miles an hour. Gabriel goes 820 on the dial. Macy Coleman. Looks like Macy Coleman just coming out of the water box with a 790 dial. Up against car number 400. And now 400 here in the left-hand lane. 811 on the window. To the 790. So, of course, left lane will leave first. Car number 400 up against Macy Coleman's 790. Macy's in a half-scale chassis. Comes out of Litchfield Park, Arizona. Another one of the Phoenix suburbs. Again, looks like the left-hand lane had a couple put away and then goes 3 up on the dial. But margin of victory about 16 goes over to the left lane. Car number 400. Macy couldn't quite get around at the time, so she left about 24 at the starting line and only goes 27 up on the dial. So margin of victory about 13 goes to car number 400 here in the left-hand lane. Selena out of Queen Creek. 790 dial. American walk-in coolers right-hand lane. Left lane. Car number A210, 794 on the window. So 400 difference separates them at the tree. And a red light start for Selena by 4 thousandths of a second. Free time run for A210. 48 light. Goes 02 on a 794. Haley Martin, 1018, right lane. Up against car number 415R. Left-hand lane, 794 on the window. Haley's rolled in, turned on both. There are 3 of them there, so the computer takes over. Oh, Haley, red 12. Squeezed the bulb just a little bit too hard and kind of lifted out there. Went, well, that's not what I want to see in a 14 green. For left lane, goes 800 at 80 miles an hour for the win. $89.10 left-hand lane, 793 on the window up against Mason Tuck. Mason with a 790, 300 difference at the tree. See what happens. Mason comes out of Edgewood, New Mexico. Oops, are they going to run him all the way back? So perhaps a dry hump and a junior. Car number 8910 here in the left-hand lane, or the 92.9, the Bull, with that 793 up against the 790 of Mason. So once again, guys, if you would check your tire wraps in the younger age group, 6 to 9, we are still missing. They should have on the tire wrap itself. Both drivers get away, clean and green. Better green light. See if that takes the win. Goes to, oh, better green light by 3. Goes to the right-hand lane, but the win goes to the left-hand lane. 87 to a 52. And it looks like left lane takes that win. Car number 8910. Malachi Phillips. Phillips overhead garage doors, sponsor on the side of Malachi's car. That's a 2020 half scale up against Presley Kinman. Presley with an 808 on the window. Malachi with an 890. Presley red by yesterday. Wow, 176. Then a 53 light goes to Malachi. And a win. Goes dead 6 at 75 miles an hour. 75.77 for Malachi with a dead 6 and 53. So not a bad 59 pack, but Malachi takes a win on a free time run. Car number 7718 in the right-hand lane with an 899 on the window up against Shane McKinney. Now again, it's kind of neat to watch this Mike Boss chassis as Shane rolls up to the beams, shuffles back and forth. He'll do that like 2 or 3 times. Once he gets into the beams, he'll do it once again as the car rocks back and forth. Shane looking for a 790. So he's done it twice so far. There's the 3rd time as he bounces up into the beams. Looks like right lane is already into pre-stage. Shane rolling up into pre-stage. Now he should bounce one more time as it bounces up and goes into staged. There it is. He's rolling back and forth. Both drivers staged and pre-staged. Tree comes down and oh, Shane red by 28. Squeezed it just a little bit too hard, or one too many bounces. 7718, car number right lane. 69 miles an hour, dialed at 899, goes at 914, and a win. Matty Kruba, left lane, 798 dial. Up against Brian Price, right lane, 792 dial. 2019 junior dragster up against a 2014 junior dragster. As they both roll up into the beams, 6 separates them. At the tree, see what happens as they both get away with a green light start. Oh, and a better reaction time takes the win. 009 to an 031. Brian Price gets the win. Looking for a 792, goes dead 3. with a 009. Wow, 12 pack, not bad. At 79 miles an hour, takes the win. Right lane is Parker. Parker with an 802 on the window. Left lane, car number 4290X. Has an 811 on the window. So the 811, of course, going to get to leave first up against the 802. So Parker over there going to play catch up in that 2011 Junior Dragster. That's a motivational motor. Again, double green line start, both of them out and away with a clean and green. Oh, breakout win goes over to Parker. Parker by 2 gets the win here at the starting line. So 18 margin of victory goes to Parker. 4235 left-hand lane, 797 is the dial. Up against 406MX, 791. 6 at the starting line, 797 to 791. See how it plays out. Right lane goes in first. Left lane sneaking up on the beams. 406M in with a pre-staged and staged. 4235 is going to get the win on a red light start from the right-hand lane. 19 red and a 92 green and a win for left-hand lane. 4235 car number goes 797, goes dead 3 after a 92 light. So a dead 3, not bad at 83.52. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Double entered Super Pro. Double entered Super Pro. Your first call, lanes 7 and 8. One more time, double entered Super Pro. Lanes 7 and 8, your first call. Left lane, car number 409X has a 005. 5 thou off that perfect. Then goes about, dial to 10, goes in 18. With a 7 at 79 miles an hour. Could not get around that 790 dial in the right-hand lane. Car number 71. Looks like Mr. Renault will take that win. Goes 95.4 up on it to take the win at 80.38 miles an hour. R21, left-hand lane, 811 on the window, up against 4806X with an 838. Oh, double green, but one of them has got about 3 put away in the bank, and that takes the win, 32 to a 55. Then goes 2 up, or 27 up on the dial. Down 11 goes at 13 and a 7. Left lane, R21 gets the win over right-hand lane. Right-hand lane goes 77 miles an hour. Dial to 38, but left 2 at the starting line.
Two more pair? Hey, Bruce.
Yes, sir.
Do you have your tire gauge?
I don't have my tire gauge.
You don't? Well, this one might be yours then.
Oh, no, but
Is this yours?
that's not mine.
You sure?
But it must be
You didn't have
somebody's.
yours.
I didn't have mine, so, but that's not mine.
Somebody else doesn't have theirs either.
And somebody brought one up to us?
If you are back in the pits and you're going, where's my tire gauge? Come describe it. And if you describe it correctly, I'll give you the one I got. I wasn't trying to throw you out. I was going to take over for Sportsman, though, and I guess if there's 2 pairs left, I can go ahead and finish out these last 2. You got a what? Doesn't make a difference. Mackenzie Rader on the left side, Blake Foltz on the right. Left lane's going to leave first, but not by a lot. I'd call that not a lot, wouldn't you? Not by a lot. Didn't even look like as much as she was supposed to like. Now McKenzie's going to pay for it. 798 for the win. On the 90. 808 on the 806. But the reaction time started with a 1. Hoog gave up a tenth of the head start on the starting line and paid for it at the finish line. Brooklyn Folds on the left side and Maddie Krubaugh getting the right. I do believe this is our final pick. Double entered Super Pro. If you're not in the lanes, you should be on the way. Double entered Super Pro. This is your final call to get in front of the rest of them. Drops the bottom bowl. Turns it red by 6 minutes. Maddie goes 791 on the 790. That's a winner. 792 for Brooklyn. Wasn't the problem. The red light. That was the problem. Okay, hey, while it's reasonably quiet, attention in the junior pits. Somebody grabbed the wrong tire wraps. I get it. It's dark. They were there. You think, I think these are mine. But they actually have Aaliyah's name on them, so if you get back there and you go, oh, no, I grabbed these by accident, you can either return them to Aaliyah or bring them up to me, and we'll get them back to their rightful owner, and that probably means that, well, somebody grabbed yours, and we'll just play shuffle the tire wraps. But Aaliyah's got her name on them, so if you get back to your pits and realize that you picked up the wrong ones, please return them. Is that my ride? I did tell him to pick me up about 7:30, so that might be my ride. All right, Super Pro, we'll take everybody now. Super Pro. I'll take you all. They're telling me they can't hear me. Well, I'm not talking any louder, so if somebody wants to turn me up, feel free. Mark Clayton and A.J. Crater coming at you now. Round number 2. They're in their set. And the parasitic Psycho turns on the parasitic red light. Well, the red light on the right side means the wind light came on the left side. And if only you could see into the future, AJ, you tell him, Mark Clayton wanted to go red and you stopped him. You stopped him. That was a mistake. Christine Fife. Driving the truck over here on the left side, Corvette on the right side that we haven't had information on the whole time. The little red Corvette. Wasn't there somebody who sang a famous song about a little red Corvette? It seems to me that there was. Is there a way not to turn this up? I mean, yours is like 4 bars hotter than mine. 1 2 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2 1 2. Oh, and it's another red light. This time it comes on Christine's side of the tree. .049 on the red side of the tree. 811 on the 816. Free time run for the Corvette and used it. Second call, Super Pro. Second call. Come on down. All of you. All of you. Second call, Super Pro. Rolling in now. Our mystery Corvette. In the left side, Keith Dunbar. In the right side. And another red light start. I don't know about you, but I've had about enough of these red lights. This time it's 008, so at least it was close. But Dunbar in the Mustang turns on a red light, and that'll give me another chance to figure out who's driving the Corvette. And let's take a look at the next pair. Jeremy Slade in the left side, and somebody I don't know on the right side. Four seconds is the handicap head start. 4 seconds in an 8-mile race. 4 seconds is a lot in an 8-mile race. I mean a lot. Not yet, not yet, not yet, not yet. Now! On the ground to make up for the Camaro. Wow. Got him early, backed off, ends up being a horrendous double breakout, and Jeremy's going to get the win. Both drivers running about a half an hour under the index. Dennis Heath, Kenzie Jones coming at you now. And they're both off and away on the green, and Denise made sure it was green. Down there. It's going to be an 817 on the 804 for Kenzie Jones. Denise still kind of looks like getting used to the starting line, the Christmas tree. And hey, it takes a little work, takes a little practice. That'll bring up the Malibu on the left side, the Nova on the right side. Handicap being .3. And the left lane, gonna go first. Or at least better go first. Ought to go first. Supposed to go first. Going to be the left lane win, 838 on the 830. 835 comes up on the other side, and that wasn't going to make it happen. We got another pair coming up right now, including Marco Otero and Zach Morris. Marco, I really like that Dodge. That is a really nice car. I'm not throwing rocks at the Maverick. I'm just saying that Dodge is a really nice car. It's got a vinyl top, too. Handicap is only about a 10th. And they're off and running. And they're still off and running. And they're no longer running. Reaction went to the right side. Win light goes to the right side. Zach Morris. 753 on the 751. 64 on the 63 for Marco. He was closer to the dial. But he was behind on the leave. What's that? And turn which one up? This one? I don't think so, but let's see. I don't know. See over here, it shows this one. It shows this one right here, this one, this one, this one. Red for Jeff Holzman. And so Melissa Citro is going to march on via the free ride. By the way, for those of you that are keeping track of the cats tonight, don't. It'll just depress you. Trust me on this. They are not being very nice to us at all. Dan Rim and the right side, and another one of our mystery drivers over here on the left. Another one almost going to be leaving together. 400 the difference in dial between one and the other. At this point, I guess it's been like this all day, so does it really make that much difference? Both drivers get away on the green. Camaro on one side, Falcon on the other. It's going to go to the Falcon. They call him Double Trouble Dan, 781. At 89 miles an hour. Camaro got there first, but had to break out doing it. Dan had a sizable advantage. And made it pay off. Steve Shoemaker, Ginger Vaughn coming at you now. The Mammoth Towing Team from... Really? From Tucson? I would have thought they were from Mammoth. Wouldn't that make sense? Ginger Vaughn driving the drag pack over there. The beautiful Challenger. Doing a quick little starting line mop job out there in front of the truck. And here we go. Shoemaker. I'm going to go first by a little less than a bulb. And then Ginger... I'm going to send the big Dodge on the chase. Oh, and Ginger rolled the beam. Well, that's kind of a bummer. 8:39 for the win. For Steve. And Ginger looked for all the world like the car actually rolled backwards down there, but either way, it left the beam, turned on the red light. Now it's Mike Gessick left side and Dave Muller in the right. No, I'm good, thank you. What is that? Oh, of course it is. No, I'm good, thank you. Blake went down to the donut shack, and he's going to take this recipe back to Australia with him, I promise you. Maple bacon, what donuts? Cinnamon? Maple bacon cinnamon mini donuts? Yes. Okay. Mike Gessick is in the left, Dave Muller's in the right. 4 seconds is the handicap. 4 Mississippis. Ready for this? 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi. Go! Well, he was listening when I yelled go. And now let's find out if he's got enough room to run the Nova down. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Piece of cake. 791, 73 miles an hour. My guess, I got a reaction time started with a 3, and that was going to get you in deep, deep trouble. And it did. He also ran back of the dial about a half a second, which also put you in deep, deep trouble. Verifying the dial in down here in the left lane is the next pair roll up. That's Cole Rouse. Over in the right side. That looks more better. Handicap's going to the right by 1 bulb. Okay, 0.49. 1 bulb minus 1 hun. Those drivers get away on the green. Figured out down at the other end now. 7:48 on the 7:47. Click bang. Winner. Carl got there first by 3 hun. Broke out by 4 hun. Had no chance to win the race. Wasn't going to happen. Wasn't going to happen. He was locked out by 0.02 of a second. Another handicap of almost exactly 1 bulb. This time it's 0.45 to be getting right down to the nitty and the gritty. Clayton in the little roadster. Going to be off and running. Then we'll see if the pickup can catch him. Well, the pickup did not do himself any favors. 8:29 on the 812 to handle it easily. 776 for the truck, but missed the tree. Badly, badly. Here comes Angel Rivera. If you don't like that Camaro, something's wrong with you. Because that thing's really nice. Russ Lindsay over on the other side. The Olds Omega. Is it Alpha and Omega, right? Isn't that the beginning and the end? Handicap a little over a second. 1.2 goes to the right. Angel trying to run down Russ. Russ is holding on. Russ is holding on. And Russ is holding on. 827, 78 miles an hour. Angel goes 710 on the 702. But Russ Lindsay had the reaction advantage, just kind of eased on down to the boulevard. Christine Fife in the truck and my little Corvette again. Didn't they shoot race earlier? Didn't they? A couple of double entries that came back and ended up side by side again, if memory serves. 1 second is going to be the handicap here. This time they both get away on the green. Who did the better job with the shoe polish? It's going to go to the Corvette, 827. On the 813, Christine goes 919 on the 912. Both of them missed the tree a little bit, but the Corvette was a little bit better, and that'll bring up Keith Dunbar, and I do believe this is the final car in category. Dunbar in the Mustang. Going to take himself a free ride. $7.49 on his dial-in check. 007 on the reaction time. That part was pretty darn good. And we should be switching gears into Super Pro. Super Pro. If you are not in the staging lanes, you are in the wrong place. Yay, Super Pro. I think we're down to the semifinals, right? I think we're down to the semifinals. Might be the quarterfinals. If you would like to witness the drawing, they're going to do that in the Nitro Club here in about 5 minutes. You don't have to witness it. They will come up and let us know who the winners are. But if you want to witness the drawing, Nitro Club, 5 minutes. Here comes Team Cotton, Team Colton, Team Chevy, and here comes Team Dragster. Handicap head start is a whole Christmas tree worth. .46 seconds. Chevy 2 will go first. I'm taking the over. Well, this one's over. And the dragster just going to take a parade lap. Drive down, wave at the fans. Yay, hi. Good to see you. Red light by 14th out. In the left lane. Here comes Sarah Kidd and Lucas McAvicky. 1.66 seconds is the handicap this time. Oh, goody, we're having a burn down. Both drivers leave on. Sarah at 019 actually left last and then ends up breaking it out down there. Got there first by 8 thousandths of a second, broke out by 6 of them. 504 on the 503 for Luke with a double 03 light. And now it's going to be Bader Dominguez and Dylan Moody. Lightning McQueen. 240 SX Nissan. And Dylan Moody. And the dragster. Dragster's going to get the nod. 469, 145 miles an hour. Margin to stripe, 3 thousandths of a second. Moody. Reaction time was almost a coin flip. They were side by side all the way down. 3 thousandths at the finish line stripe. Here comes Gabe Hernandez and Andy Kadar. Kadar in the Pontiac. Going to get a one bulb head start over there on the right side. Gabe Hernandez then going to try to catch him. Team Hermosillo in the pickup. Running computer classes up here behind me in the tower. That's what you've been listening to most of the evening. It's like Control, Alt, Delete, smash with hammer. .667 on the 665, called that a winner. 631 comes up for Gabe. Gabe actually had a better reaction time, couldn't run the number. Left room out there for Kadar. Taking care of business. That, I do believe, is Steve Williams, and this, I'm pretty sure, is Scott Taylor. Or will be in a minute. When he starts the burnout with the Chevelle. .678 is the number that Scott Taylor believes he can run. So almost 2 full seconds head start. We'll call it 1.9. They are drawing the raffle prizes now. Hopefully, if you wanted to take part or be there to witness, you're in the Nitro Club. I say they will certainly let us know who the winners are, just in case the winners are not present, and you don't have to be present to win. Both drivers away on the green. How about Scott Taylor goes 008, one above. Nice try. Williams goes 009, dead 9 to take the win. 008, one above to go home for the night. What, are you kidding me? Kidding me? 6th out at the finish line stripe. Hector Hernandez now. In the LS-powered Fox body. Another one of my mystery men over there on the right side. A beautiful evening under our Musco lights here at Tucson Dragway as we race our way through round number 2. Red light, right side, green light, left side, Hector. Get the automatic win, they'll turn around and come back again. 612 and run away. 611 and 111 in the right lane, but red by 2 hundo. Bring up Rod Ward. And everybody's favorite 64 truck. I wonder if those LED taillights, were those stock in 64? Might have been a dealer installed option. Dustin Townsend over on the right side of the dragster. Predicting a 478. That's exactly a second and a half. Exactly a Christmas tree. 1.5 goes to the truck. And you know what they say, there's something about a truck. Somebody wrote a song about that, I think. There's definitely something cool about that truck. There's an awful lot cool about that truck. Both drivers are away on the green. Can Rod hold off? Dustin. 479 on the 478. That'll work. Rodney goes 29 on a 28. That won't quite work. Dustin 16th thou better at the start. 3 thou closer to the dial. All that adds up to a 19 thousandths margin of victory. And that'll bring up Allen in the Corvette on the left side and what's his name in the Corvette on the other side. The 2 Corvettes are dialed almost identical. Almost. Not quite. Pretty close. In the neighborhood. You can kind of see that. Either one of them was early or one of them was late, and it turns out it was both. Al's a little early. Right lane's a little late. But given the choice, late is better than early. Because early is a red light and late is a win light. Gabe Hernandez and Leroy Duran now. Handicap here is a 10 to 7. 006 to 007 red. Hernandez is 006 green at 485. Leroy goes red 7,000 and dead 3. Total margin of error was 1/100th of a second, unfortunately for him. 7,000 over red. Now it's going to be Jerry Jacobs over on the right side, dragster in left. Going to be the door car taking off first by just a little less than 2 seconds. Jacobs off and running, dragster on the chase. Going to be the dragster, 468, dead 3, 16 bolt. Jacobs goes 57 on a 52, and that wasn't close enough. Brings up my favorite Nova. Looks like it's really got some dew down there on the paint on the back window, doesn't it? .167 is going to be the handicap here. The Nova off and running first. And then K.J. Desa. One thou to 4 thou. The Nova just got saved by True Start. He was minus 001. KJ is minus 004. The worst infraction, obviously, the minus 004. Dragster gone. Nova comes back. Brian Couch and Jeremy Plyler coming at you now as we go door car against door car. about that. I saw something shiny. Got distracted. Wind light comes on the last pair for Brian Couch. 95 on the 92, making it happen. This will bring up Chris Sandlin and Kenny Passerby. Both drivers off and away on the green. Separation at this end, 2,000. Separation at that end, 17,000. Under Chad Sandlin. Runs dead on 8. Ken Passerby had 6 out of work with, couldn't get there. Goes 87 on 85. 2,000 behind was Ken. Chad runs dead 8. That left him 6 thousandths to try to figure out how to get there. They're easing in. They are. Here comes Chris. Wes off and running with the 009. Wes on the brakes. Wes for the win. 618. 009 taking 15. That was more than Chris could handle. He's 18 on the tree, which ain't bad. He's 96 on the track, which ain't enough. Now it's Kurt Cincinnati and Blake Williams. You get to see the old Roadrunner one more time. Continue racing our way through a lovely evening here at Tucson Dragway. Dragster goes red. Blake's going to take his foot off the throttle. Give him a little fight that bend. Too soon. Too bad. 677 for the win. Dead on 9 for Kurt. Saw the green lights come on the scoreboard down there and decided to go ahead and shack out the dial. Had it right where he needed to be. Jake Taylor rolls in now in the Duster, and Brian Lopez in the Camaro. Off starting mark first, Lopez. Finish line first, Lopez by 8 thousandths of a second. That's going to be a winner. 6:16 on the 6:12, 53 on the 51 for Jake Taylor, but he was a couple of hundo behind at this end. How about Stan Hammond rolling up now in a little Chevy too? And they got something on the racetrack out there. So we're going to hold up here for just a second, go down there and get the shrapnel, the debris, whatever it is, cleared out of the way so nobody has to run it over. And then we'll dive right back in. Continuing on here with Super Pro, round number 2. One moment, please. Is it a contact lens? I thought I heard somebody say it was a contact lens. Oh, look, we have a push-up contest. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You're falling behind. Oh, don't quit now. Come on. Keep going until somebody has a heart attack. Okay, I don't really want somebody to have a heart attack, but... Don Carvalho. Camaro on the right side, going to get the head start. Stan Hammond going to try to catch him. Going to try. Going to play catch me if you can. Well, I'm assuming by now we would know who won the cordless screwdriver. I still want somebody to show me the corded screwdriver. Every screwdriver I have is cordless. How about 004 dead 4 for Stan? Nasty. John goes 42 on a 41, wasn't even in a race. Wasn't even in a free, wasn't even in the conversation. All right, who turned the red lights on again? Yeah. Give us a minute. We're apparently we got to go find the other contact lens. I mean, it would have been helpful if they'd have told us we'd lost both of them. Somebody says I lost a contact. You know, once you find one, don't you think you're good? I would. Where'd my wolf moon go? Is the moon going to go down before we get out of here tonight? No, I want to at least be able to enjoy it for a minute. have to wait for the track check. Couldn't wait another 5 thou. Red light right side, Bill Bullock. Going to pick up the win, even though I'm not sure what he was looking at when the tree came down, but I can assure you it was not the tree. Sometimes you're just living right. Kurt Reif now and Pat Neal. Kurt's in the dragster, Pat's in the Cougar. Cougar's off and running. Pat's looking over his shoulder, watching the dragster. Inch up. Pat got there first, but he breaks out doing it. Goes 9:54 on a 9:55. Wow, Kurt was a 10th back to the dial. Pat is going to be hating life when he gets that time slip. I mean, hating it. Got there first by 9 on to break out by 6 thou. Tough when you know the dragster's coming when it's dark out there, especially if you're having trouble picking them up. Dave Johnson, left side, Keoki Desa, right. Away on the green. They're separated by 1 thou. Dave Johnson gets her first. 6 thou, 2 first. Keoki goes 66 on a 63. That's going to be a winner. This time we got a little dragster on dragster activity taking place. Zach Taylor to left, Martin Corella right. All right, that's Corvette. I can just see the roll cage sticking up. Corvette, I'm so proud of myself. 4,000th at the finish line stripe. Martin's going to get the win. He was better on the tree, runs 39 on a 35. 73 on a 69. That's 4 above. That's 4 above. That's 4,000th to the stripe, and that's Austin Downing left and TJ Ward right. That busting loose demon has been down a lot of racetracks. Double checking the Downing dial. It's supposed to be 650. TJ Ward going to be off and running. Making it easy. TJ Ward had reaction time started with a 5. He was not getting there. Austin Downing just kind of eased on by, caught him about 400 feet, paced him across the stripe. Andy Heber now and Jeff Morgan coming out next. On the 726. Saw his green lights come on the scoreboard and went, yippee! Let's leg her on down there. Brings up Joe Kidd and Tom Yancer. Kidd the Outlaw. 74 model GTO and Tom Yancer sitting in a car that came out of his race car factory. About 100 miles or so north of here, probably 120 from here. How about 009 taking 004 as Joe Kidd? Man, that is a nice job when the answer's closing in 35 miles an hour faster than you're going. You heard the throttle womps, but 009 snugging it up to a 004. Tony Wiley now in the Chevelle and Jim Berry in the dragster. Handicap is a third of a second. Hey, Arizona's on the board. Yay, us. Tony's going to hang on for the win. 2,000 to the finish line stripe. Both of them missed the tree. Jim missed it worse. 002 at the stripe, and that was that. Tanner Theobald backs up. Want to get the Hoosiers wet one more time and then go ahead and warm them up as he's taking on Steve Evitabel Rosa and the Topolino, the little mouse. Six tenths. The difference in dial will send the Pontiac, and then we'll send the Fiat. Watching Tanner leave, and I thought to myself, man, that looked close. It was close. It was 002. And then 643 for the easy win. 579 on the 71 for Steve. But when one guy's 00 and the other guy's 140 something. Did our junior perfect light winner ever come get her donuts? Probably getting ready for the next round of competition. Don't worry, they'll still be here. They will still be here. Justin Beaver in the left side, Ken Rader in the right side. That really is a dragster over there on the right side, right? Okay. See, I'm learning. Takes me some time, but I'm learning. There's two green lights. There's a better green light for Justin, but there's a win light for Ken Rader. Predicted a 547, was 047. That's probably not what he wanted, but he did go 549. That was enough to win it. By a couple of hundo. Matt Bong now in the Mustang, and Mike Evitabel in the Pinto. So a little blue oval on blue oval action taking place here. Let's get them on for Matt Bong. Wow, Mike goes dead zero and home, leaving 500 back here. Bong raced him down there, took 14 thou at the stripe, and even a dead zero for Mike wasn't going to be good enough to get around that. Zimmy left and Joe Cox right. Double 0-1 red. Zimmy goes 5,600, 122 miles an hour. Joe Cox, red by 1,000. AJ Crater and Scott Hess coming at you right now. Hess over there in the Chevy 2 and AJ. And the Mustang from right at the turn of the century. Can you believe that 2000 was a quarter of a century ago? Isn't that ridiculous? Everybody who's 22 is going, yeah, so. Everybody who's 50 is going, wait a minute, what? Going to run him to ground. 561 on the 560. 18 on the tree and one above. 18 in the reaction time and 18 above. AJ had an 87 bulb. He was locked out. Ain't nothing you can do with that. I mean, nothing you can do with that. Brian Sutton left, Tony Marconi right. The good thing about Tony Marconi, if he has a bad day, doesn't have to go too far to drown his sorrows. Just right to his sponsor's cabinet. He had a bad day. Here, try some of this. You'd think a guy with a tequila sponsor. As the wind light comes on the left side for Brian Sutton, he's 11 on the tree, 23 on the track. Tony Marconi got there first by 18 thou. Broke out by 9 of them. You'd think a guy with a tequila sponsor would have an advantage at the hangover race, wouldn't you? Well, wouldn't you? Brad Hawk left, Mike Zimmerman right. Looks like ooh, that's a big difference. 4.77 at Dowling. Yeah, 4.11 would be the fastest car that we have here, and we don't have haven't had anybody in the threes. So again, that's why it's the driver's responsibility to double check, especially as it's later in the evening. It can be difficult for our computer people to read those dials, and that's why it's up to the driver or the crew to check them in before they stage. So Zimmerman's going to leave first, but not by a lot. Not by a lot. Brad Hawk just went 001, taken 001. Come on, man. 001, take 001. Zimmerman had a 002 reaction time, was locked out. That's pretty nasty stuff. 001 taking 001. Jimmy Kelso left, Bambi Garfield right. A couple of second-generation drivers out there. Mentioned earlier that Bambi, fairly new to the cockpit, although she's been coming to the races with her family for a long time. Kind of getting the hang of things. Ruh-roh. Something distracted Bambi on the starting line, if there's another problem, but when it was time to go, car didn't go. 541 for the win, 104 miles an hour for Jimmy. That'll bring us exactly a 1.5 second handicap head start for the next two. The handicap goes to right line. You guys can stage whenever you're ready. No rush. Take your time. Separation at this end, 2 fouls. Separation at that end. 300. Camaro got there first, but he went too quick. 605 on the 607 for the breakout. 58 on the 57. Comes up for the dragster. Call that a win light. Daddy Zarmenta on the left side, Brittany Hinkle in the right. A couple of square Chevrolets from the same generation. Personal size car on the right. Reaction time identical. And Brittany's going to get the win, 684 on the 679. 59 and 48, battery left back of the dial by a tenth as Tim Lamore rolls in his Camaro. Take on a Rule Laurento, the King Kong. Well, if there's a King Kong, does that mean there's a Queen Kong or a Prince Kong or a Court Jester Kong? I want to put in for that job. Do Kings still have Court Jesters? I know they used to. I mean, a little before my time, but I've read about it. Both drivers way under green. Both drivers pretty under green. Tim O'More is 005, taking 006. That's a winner. Roll goes 11 on the tree, 65 on the track. 005 taking 006 is pretty darn good. I mean, it's, you know, not Brad Hawk, but and then again, who is? But 005 taking 006 is not too shabby. I got a new goal for the weekend. I want to find out who's driving that wagon before the end of the weekend. Mike Gardner on the right side. 1967 Ford Falcon. You know, the Falcon platform is the same as what they use for the Mustang platform, right? You knew that? Okay. Finish line, 698 on 698, 18 on the tree, dead 1 for Gardner. And the wagon could not match those numbers. 45 on the tree, mathematically locked out. Gardner advances. And here comes Cindy Hawk. Now I know what you're thinking. Cindy's not nearly as mean as Brad. Well, don't bet your allowance on that. Cindy can certainly be mean. Faustino Zaragoza over on the right side. I'm going to see what he can do with the Vega. I'm going to be leaving first by a pretty sizable margin. She's ready. He's ready. Cindy's going to get the win. She's 005, taking 2. Yeah, that wasn't nearly as mean as Brad. But then didn't have to be. Faustino goes 52 on the 45 and left some room for Cindy to go down there and keep it on the safe side. All right, well, no pressure or anything, Chuck, but, you know, Brad was 001 and Sydney was 005. Just saying. I'm just saying. Dylan Smith left, Dan Foltz right. Tenth and a half separation dial here with Dylan Smith going first. At least that's the way I've counted it up on my fingers. Brandon Light, start 005 for Dan Foltz. 5 flat, 137. Comes up for Dylan. Dan was 481 and 143, but 005 red. Darn it. Randy Smith, Christian Slade. Coming at us now. Kristen, the new wheel. Should be called You Don't Need a New Wheel. Because we can fix your old wheel. Make it better than a new wheel. That's what it should be, better than a new wheel. See, I'm an idea guy. Come up with all these brilliant ideas. Okay, maybe they're not all brilliant. Most of them are. Separation at this end, 1 pound. Separation at that end, way more than that. Way more than that. Christian Slade, 546, nowhere near the number that was on the scoreboard. And that is going to give Randy Smith just loads of room down there. Corey Beatty now on the left side and Dan Slade in the right. Handicap start is 1 Christmas tree worth. And the Chevelle is going to be off and running. Hi. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Dan Slade hits the tree, 004, hits the scoreboard at 519. That's going to be a winner by 200. Corey Beatty's 2 above the dial, 668 betted at. Wasn't enough. You had a trip zip? Really? You? You sure? You're really trustworthy? Yeah? Is this one of those, you know, I'll lie and you swear to it deals? You like chocolate or powder? Thank you for being here. Besides, I knew you wouldn't lie to me. There's no reason for you to lie to me. We're not even dating. When we start dating, you can start lying to me. You too. Thanks for being here. Hey, you can win another bag of donuts. You just got to have another perfect life. Another happy winner. Nobody ever leaves frowning when they come up and pick up donuts. By the way, I still have a tire gauge. If you are a junior racer and you're looking around going, what'd you do with the tire gauge? I might have it. Had one that was turned in up here. That's Nick Downing in the left. That's Pat Osmondson in the right. That's a win line coming on from the old Bustin' Loose, 003. And then 37 on the 37. That's a dead 8. Pat goes 26 on the tree, locked out. 516 could not win the race. I think we need to start a new award. We're going to have the Brad Hawk Big Ol' Meanie Award. Being 001, taking 001. That's just mean. Mean. Or we could have the Brad Hawk, my thumb slipped off the button and I couldn't find the brake pedal award. that might be closer to the truth. Oh, come on. Barrels off and running. Dragster coming. No. 91. Trip zip. Perfect. Come get a bag of donuts. Trip zip. And then a 91 on an 87. That's going to be a winner. Wow, wow, wow. Dragster had a 1-something reaction time against Trip Zip. That don't work. Perfect light, bag of donuts. Come get it. I might actually go through a whole box of donuts today. Here comes Manny Chavez. Team Hermosillo. And the dragster over on the right side. Pretty sizable handicap here for the little Maverick. Going to be a winner. Wow. The dragster goes flying by, got there first and broke out doing it. Manny did have the better reaction time. And it puts up an 805. Getting a little chilly out there as we can start seeing dew. Motorcycles, come on down. Doubles first, of course. If there's any doubles that are still in, motorcycles, doubles first, come on down. 007 red for Dave Aramillo. Wind light comes on at 626. 108 miles an hour. We'll bring up Chuck Hawk and Pat Marbach. That's Pat. Here comes Chuck. These two are going to be leaving almost heads up. Only 300 the difference in dial. Has Chuck still got the big block with a little baby blower on it under there? I think so, but I wouldn't swear to it. So these two are going to be side by side for the entire 660 feet. At least they should be. Hey, Junior Street and High School, come on down. Junior Street and High School will take you to lanes as well. The truck broke 509 on the 507 for Pat Marbach. Chuck Hawk left the starting line and the truck hiccuped and he pulled over and stopped down there about 300 feet. So I'll have to go retrieve Chuck and hopefully whatever that is overnight repairable. Hey, while it's quiet, motorcycles, come on down. If you're doubled up, we need you obviously up front. And Junior Street and High School, you can come on down as well. We're getting out pretty late in the Junior Street. Hello. Come in. As soon as we get a clear racetrack, we'll get right back into it. We're getting down towards the end of Super Pro. And motorcycles and our Junior Street High School class should be rolling in. that car over there? Is that like a chrome Christmas tree or something? What the heck is that? That looks like something Cletus would do. Well, the good news is there doesn't appear to be any like parts, pieces, foreign objects on the racetrack. So hopefully whatever happened to Chuck's truck is fixable. Hey, the Cats scored again. All right, now let's get us to 2. What? We really needed the 2 last time. We didn't get it, but because if we could, that could have been 16 to 24. We could have been 1 score now. We're climbing back in.